Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for everyone that attended our service. It was very enlightening, and we want to thank Chance Yankee for his being with us here from the Cottonwood Baptist Church in Dublin, Texas. As we begin our show today, we're going to do a very unique way of starting the show. So if we've got our very first class of Southdown sheep, will be in our sheep ring, which will be on your right. On our, what I call the north ring, will be our sheep ring. This will be our goat ring over here on the left. As our judges are here today, of course, we are so blessed to have these two judges here today. Of course, in our sheep ring, is Mr. Connor Brew, and Connor is the tall young man here in the white shirt. Connor hails from Elkhart, Indiana originally. After showing sheep his whole life, he attended South Plains Junior College, went on to Texas Tech, where he received his bachelor's degree, and then has gone back to South Plains, where he is the livestock judging coach at South Plains College. We want to thank Connor Brew for being here. And in our goat ring is no stranger to the goat industry, Mr. Lane Halfman from Garden City, Texas. Of course, Lane, along with his brother Brody, own and operate Hoffman Brothers and their great program in Garden City. Lane went on to Blinn College, where he judged, then went on to Texas Tech, and now is back home in Garden City on the ranch. So between these two right now, if you would, we're going to have Blake Kennedy is going to flip the coin. And Lane, I'm going to let you call it. You're the native Texan. You're going to get to call it. So I want you to call it in the air. And Lane wins the flip. So Lane, are you going to choose to judge goats first or sheep? He's going to judge the sheep first. So we'll have Lane Hoffman will be judging sheep first, and Connor Brew will be doing the goats, and then we're going to switch them up when we conclude these two shows. So as we start today, we're going to do, again, sheep will be in this north ring under Lane Hoffman. Connor Brew will be doing our goats. So first class of goats, we need first class to the show ring, and we need first class of Southdown. Okay, let's get started.
Where's my clipboard? Hey, what did I do with my clipboard? I had to pay out stuff on it.
I've got all that right here.
You want to start it? You gonna announce class one and then read through some of this? All right, got it.
Okay, as we enter the ring, in our goat ring, our class one of division one, we have 7 entries in this class. We have Kylie Burns, Staten Silvers, Aaron Rivera, Bryce Kane, Aubrey Mays, Creighton Scott, and Henley Hudson. And our goat weights go from 35 pounds to 46 pounds. 35 pounds to 46 pounds. In our sheep ring, we have our first class of Southdown sheep. We have Morgan Hernandez, Caden Klepek, Taylor West, Caden Klepek, and Riley Kidder. And our Southdown weights in this first class go from 60 pounds to 79 pounds. 60 pounds to 79 pounds. Again, this could not be done without the great, generous support of our sponsors for this year's show. And we want to thank all of our sponsors this year. But the Livestock Marketing Group is presenting sponsor who put up the initial $10,000 of payout money. Ladies and gentlemen, this show will pay out all money that was raised for the show. 100% of the money is going back to our competitors. The sheep show sponsor is sponsored by Kelly Hare Sheep, and the goat sponsor this year is La Copa Show Goats. In our prospect show payouts, D&D Trailer Sales and Excess Trailers will be sponsoring an excess popper for both the champion goat and the champion lamb. Weaver Livestock is going to be sponsoring a pro blower, Weaver Pro Air Blower for the reserve goat and sheep. Also, they're going to be sponsoring a pro air blower for the champion prospect doe and the champion prospect ewe. And they're going to do free shipping online vouchers to all class winners. So again, thank you to D&D Trailer Sales and Excess Trailers and Weaver Livestock. Durafirm this year, another major sponsor, will be giving out a tube of Clinch or Appetite Plus to all of our class winners, and each class champion will get a bag of Durafirm Mineral. OptaWise, we want to thank all of our friends at OptaWise. They will be giving all breed champion prospect sheep a bag of OptaWise, and all division champion prospect goats, they get a bag of OptaWise. ShowRight, we want to thank all of our friends at ShowRight. The Grand Champion Prospect Goat gets a bucket of Starshine. The Grand Champion Prospect Doe gets a bucket of Starshine. The Grand Champion Prospect Sheep gets a bucket of Right Time. And the Grand Champion Prospect Ewe gets a bucket of Right Time. All of the reserves get $100 online gift cards from ShowRight. The reserve champions also receive a $50 online gift card, and all class winners will receive a $20 online gift card. And Weaver Livestock Products are going to be sponsoring these bags right down here, which have a show-off cap, a tube of Clinch or Appetite Plus, plus a number of goodies for each of our class winners. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank all of our class our sponsors for their generous contributions to the inaugural show-off show. Okay, I don't want anybody to leave the ring until I get these class placings. Somebody's got to get me class placings.
Well, we'll get this sheep show kicked off here on on a full day. Looks like it's going to be a lot of fun. Looks like it's going to be a pretty neat show to get to go through, and the inaugural deal of this looks to be pretty promising. We'll start with this Southdown group here. A pretty interesting class. It's always fun to start on these lightweight Southdowns. You always get some that are a little different shapes and sizes and probably one of every flavor, and I think that makes it interesting. I think, honestly, a pretty tough class. I think all 5 of these things here could probably be jumbled around, but I do feel pretty confident. These 2 ewe lambs that sort up for me, I think do so just for a little bit different reasons. The young lady that's going to win for me, man, when she gets that thing propped up, really gets him to squat, that thing's neck really does come out of the top of his shoulder. I think that one draws up really good. In terms of her hip and her hind leg set, I like those things about her. She's probably not as big featured, not as woofy as the one that we have in 2, but I do think that sheep is very correct. I like her skeleton, I like her look, and I think that one's got more than enough power to her. The one that's in second here, that one there's got the extra feature, the bone. That one there's got the extra mass and the substance to her. Probably not as neat, probably not as attractive there in the way that one's hip ties in. Probably gets a little extra set there to her hock when she goes, wants that front end to just kind of drop out of her just a touch when we put these things in motion. But I think those are 2 really competitive ones up top. Similar sheep here that lay in 3 and 4. I told these young ladies, built right. They got the right start on these kind of sheep. I think their better days will be ahead of them. The one that's here in 3 probably gives up the most muscle of anything that we've got out here, but I do like that thing's build. Just going to have to see that one a little more progressive. Extra heavy duty one here that's got the right kind of build as well. Probably just a little plainer in terms of his look. That one there looks like he's just going to be a little tougher to manage on down the road. Super green one here that we got to round out the class with. Just a little uncomfortable, a little unsure where that one's going in terms of his skeleton. Just a little raw, just a little green today, but a very nice set to get us started. Let's congratulate him.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 1 Southdown sheep goes to entry from Caden Klepak on a 65-pound sheep. Second goes to also to Caden Klepak. Congratulations, Caden, for first and second. Third goes to Taylor West. Fourth to Riley Kidder. And fifth to Morgan Hernandez. Now we'll get our comments from Connor Brew.
Well, welcome over here on the GOAT side. It's certainly a pleasure to be here with you this morning. This show, it just seems incredible. From the moment you walk in, the prizes, the money, the sponsors here, and then you kind of see some faces around ringside, and it's a who's who in the small ruminant industry. So, as Lane said, we're going to have some fun here as we work through this GOAT show, the sheep show. We got a little less numbers here on the GOAT side, so we're going to take our time with each and every class, make sure we're good with where we want to be. I thought this was a fabulous class, a lot of differences here on the top end. I'll tell you what, your class winner there, to me, that is a near perfect hind leg, and the assembly of his hip, his rump, his rear bone, that is a fat, square hind leg that is very, very athletic. And then above that, to me, in relation to the goat coming right in behind him, he ties in stronger and rounder in the shape of his forerib and just a little stronger in his back line than the goat in behind. Same can be said about the goat that lands there in the 3 spot. Now, again, if you're going to call him a perfect one, he's a little plainer at the base of his blade and his chest floor maybe than the goat coming in behind. But right there's your look of him. Strong line, cranked up in his tail, and that is a awesome hip and hind leg. When that thing takes to the surface, that's how I like them built there at the ground. I think there's a lot of freak factor and cool parts here in the goat that lands here in second. To me, he's still a little PC, just right in behind his shoulder blade and just the way his top line will come together. You talk about one, though, in motion. Got the beautiful head, the short ear. I love his forearm. And he, too, has got a nice hind leg, a good shape up high. You get to that 3/4 view. He doesn't tie as strong and as smooth in behind his shoulder blade. That was a decision for me amongst 1 and 2. I thought that was a wickedly good pair to get us rolling here. As much as I like those two, we got a real sheepy looking one to land here in the 3 spot, and I like this kind. He is very shallow. He's great at the point of his blade. Got a slim neck, a good shape down his top line. He takes out, he goes in motion for me. He'll break there in his back line, right in behind his shoulder. He's got a little sharper set and sculpt there to his hip and his hind leg. I thought him and the goat in second got just a little PC on us there when we study him in motion. This goat that lands here in 4, I'll tell you, if he was sound flounder out of his hind leg, he makes a very, very good case, because from a three-quarter view, big and broad in his chest, he's packing as much heat from behind as any of them here. He's a little up and down, a little stilty off either end for me. I'd like to readjust his mouth structure as well, but I do think that's a powerful goat in his own right. Good, skinny, athletically built doe. She's fancy. She's nice up front. She, too, will also get a little easy right in behind her shoulder. She's a little mushy, a little plain when I get on top of her. I liked her structure even better than the goat directly in front. I didn't think she had a shape advantage amongst those two. Little guy in the red shirt brings us one that's got a really, really nice top line laid into her. She is strong and shapely there down her back line. She'll pull her hock in from behind. She'll get a little piecey in motion, but I thought her shape, her touch, and her tone was really, really good. We conclude with one I think's wide-based and got some extra extension up front. He'll push out in his breastbone and break and get a little easy there in his top line for where we're at in a maturity perspective, but he concludes what I think's a great class here to start us on the goat side. If you guys would, I'll ask you through the day, please give him a good round of applause here if you're around ringside.
Thank you, Connor. Placing first in Class 1, Division 1 of our Prospect Goat Show goes to Staten Silvers on a 38-pound market goat. Second in that class goes to Aubrey Mays on a 43-pound goat. Third was entry from Aaron Rivera. Fourth, Creighton Scott. Fifth, Kylie Burns. Sixth, Bryce Kane. And seventh, Henley Hudson. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of Division 1. We have entry from Cannon Johnson, Kyan Kane, Echo Bartles, Sarah Beth Deschis, Jalen Swainer, Kennedy Johnson, KJ Anthony, and Jace Sparks. And our weights on this class go from 48 pounds to 53 pounds. In our second class of Southdown sheep, in a class right now that our judge Lane Hoffman is judging, we have an entry from Joe Richard Andrews, Sutton McMahon, Claire Cadle, Staten Silvers, Kelby Blessing, Karsten Stevenson, and Marley Dion. Our weights in our second class of Southdowns go from 82 pounds to 96 pounds. 82 pounds to 96 pounds.
Well, I'm going to say just a few things. I want to thank everybody on behalf of the Livestock Marketing Group for coming to the inaugural show-off. And, man, this was something that was on our heart to try to produce for the kiddos and breeders and everybody to have a chance to show and just have fun and truly give back to the industry in a competitive environment. I don't have all the information, but I can tell you we have over 400 entries. We're going to give over $20,000 in prizes in Ring A, and we'll be just shy of $40,000 payout in Ring B. So, man, we really appreciate everybody being here. Thank you to my team that's helped us pull this off, and super thank you so much to all the sponsors that helped us with this. Hope you all have a great day.
Yeah, guys, let's put our hands together. It took a lot of work to put this together. And, guys, we're going to give away $60,000 today. So that's a lot of money to be given away, and there should have been more people here. I'll guarantee you there'll be more next year when they hear about this. So, again, we are in our sheep ring. Right now, Lane Hoffman is in our second class of Southdown Prospect sheep. And Connor Brew now has our Class 2 of Division 1 in our Prospect Goat Show.
We will have just a few housekeeping things, and thank yous again, and you probably get tired of hearing us talk today, but we will re-break classes for Ring B, so be looking for those here later on as we get into the day. We will re-break classes for Ring B, and then again, as we get into the payouts today, starting with our class winners, all the class winners in Ring B are getting a gift bag from Weaver Livestock with a show-off cap, a tube of Clinch or Appetite Plus, some Durafirm, a tube of 3 hours out, or attitude adjustment from StockShowSecrets.com, a $20 online gift card from ShowRite, and then a bag of Durafirm Mineral and a free shipping coupon from any Weaver order. So awesome prizes we're going to give out today.
Ooh, we'll roll. Well, I believe Class 2 of 9 classes here in your Market Goat Show. And as we said in Class 1, you better pack a lunch to get around a couple of these things here in this particular division. I don't know if there's a perfect one amongst this class. There's a lot of differences amongst them. The one that hits me with just a little extra freak and a little more uniqueness is the one we lead out with up front. And it all starts down low. And again, I know he's fit up and glued up, but get past that. Big feet, big timber, and his forearm is front end extension. And the way he ties from the profile is absolutely lethal. Every part about him stout, very, very shapely. That is a freaked out monster right there in front of us. He goes in motion. He'll get a little easy right in behind his blade. And if you tell me he's too stilty out of his knee and his shoulder, I'll buy it. But to me, he pushes the envelope the most in this grouping there. I think that is an absolute freak on a leash right there to lead you out. The one I love from a structure perspective is the black-headed goat, and that's why I kept working him up. I think that is a strong back, beautiful hipped one that has an awesome hip and hind leg when he gets out and goes there in motion. Today's a little tubular for me in terms of his body shape in relation to what your class winner is. You get right in behind the stock. He's a little flatter in his body shape, but man, if that thing gets fluffy, if he gets fat enough down his back line, his build is extra, extra good. I loved his hip and hind leg more than anything on that particular goat. Just from a profile, a silhouette and a balance perspective, we have no slouch sitting here in the 3 spot as well, and up front it's smooth made one. I like his underline. He of the livestock, when you get right in behind him, is the plainest in the shape of his body. He is the most cut up in terms of his twist. I thought he was a little more general and generic in terms of his kind, but I thought that goat was really, really nice balance from the profile. There's more shape and steel down their back line, and the goat coming in next. Young lady in the pink brings us very hard muscled one. He gets a little short up front, a little jammed up, and a little earlier maturing for me. I like his muscle. We got a good pattern one coming here to round out your top 5. He's a little petite in terms of his bone, his chest, and his body shape for me. I need a little more punch and a good looking goat there. We got one here that has that, a very good touch and big muscled one that gets a little round in his rump structure. I like this goat from his hock joint up, extended, strong back, good shape, a little straight, little frail. We got a nice balanced one that pulls his hock in from behind, and he's just a little bit more steam there. So good second class and a dynamite class winner. My compliments to all of them there.
We'll let Lane do his commentary on our second class of sheep, South Downs, before I'll give you our class placings.
Second class here, I think, just stepped it up a little bit in terms of quality and in terms of depth in this particular class. And I think these 3 up here have some sort to them. I bet another 30 days from now, I bet would change probably how you run some of these things, and then that's what makes it interesting, though. I still probably feel the most comfortable using this young man sheep to go ahead and win. I think you just build these things from the ground up. I think he takes all the good of 2 and 3 and puts it together really nice. I think that sheep's just so big and stout in terms of his foundation. I like the squareness that guy's got working all the way up to the top side of his skeleton. He's probably not as grooved up and as shapely as the one that we have there in 3, but I do think that that's one that very appropriate in terms of his muscle pattern. I like that guy's build. I like his skeleton. I think he puts a lot of things together in just a really neat and quality package. The one that's in 2, man, this thing reads awfully green. If you read a lot of future into these things, then I think that this guy's got it. This guy's good in terms of his basic build. Love this one's hip and hind leg posture. This thing moving around, I think, is this one's best view. That thing's top line gets real natural. I like the way that one goes. Very long up front. Neck sets really high up off the top side of his shoulder. You get off of either end of that thing, that one's giving up some. His knee comes in just a shot. That one's pretty decisively the lightest muscled one of the top 3. That one's a little plainer there. A little flatter there in his forerib compared to the sheep on either side of him, but I read it more as immaturity rather than a lack of muscle, and that's why he's going to sit second for me. The one here in 3 probably gave me the most fits. There was times that I see this sheep and I really like that one, and then there's times that I see that thing and then I work him down. Moving around, probably where I have the most issue with that sheep. Wants to work up in his loin just a touch, wants to break in there and the transition there to his hip, put these things in motion. His front end kind of wants to drop out of him just a touch, but then you get him parked here on profile. This young lady gets a lot out of him, and he really wants to look the part. Structurally, I don't think his hind leg is quite as durable. Kind of wants to roll it out just a bit, gets just a little bit straighter at times, but I do think that's a sheep that's got a ton of good to him. A little management, maybe just a different day, and I think that we could probably switch these things around because that guy gives you a lot of neat looks. Down the line here, I visited with some of these young folks here. Down the line, we got some really stout sheep here, and 4 and 5 that maybe just don't have the look, don't have the presence. Some real tall, kind of lanky sheep here that just needs to shut down and grow out. Some sheep here that round out the class that just need a little bit more punch, a little bit more muscle, just a little bit more shape to them. If you will. But a nice class, though. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 2 of our South Down division goes to entry from Karsten Stevenson on a 93-pound South Down sheep. Second goes to Slayton Silvers on an 87-pounder. Third goes to Kelby Blessing. Fourth, Sutton McMahon. 5, Joe Richard Andrews. And 6th goes to Claire Cadell. And 7th, Marley Dion. Placing first in our GOAT prospect ring on Division 1 of Class 2, first goes to Jace Sparks. His GOAT weighed 53 pounds. Second goes to Echo Bartles on a GOAT weighing 50 pounds. Third, Sarah Beth Dishis. Fourth, Cayenne Kane. Fifth, KJ Anthony. Sixth, Jalen Swainer. Seventh, Kennedy Johnson. And 8th, Cannon Johnson. In the ring now in our GOAT show is Class 3 of Division 1. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 1 champion and reserve champion GOAT. In the ring now is our Class 3 of our South Down division. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion South Down prospect sheep. We have 4 entries in this class. We have Morgan Hernandez, Briggs Bowers, Grayson Williams, and Claire White. Our weights go from 103 to 114, 103 pounds to 114 pounds. In Class 3 of our Division 1, in our GOAT ring, we have entry from Vincent Scott, Avery Martin, Solomon Gobert, Gracie Reed, and Brayson Wharton. And our classes, our weights go from 54 pounds to 57 pounds.
Well, as we get here to a conclusion of Division I, and we got a class of 4 of them here, and I think we got every type, kind, color, and denomination you can make of them here. Mainly a challenging group just to figure out where I want to be amongst the top 2. I thought your class winner, although a little piecey in terms of his top line and his hind leg structure, I liked his extension and his shape. When you got on top of him, a little nicer than the doe in behind, a little later maturing, a little longer in terms of a rump and a stride. Again, he'll get a little weird just right in behind his shoulder blade and at the front side of his hip, and that'll throw off his balance. But I thought that goat came together with a little more quality there from the profile. The paint doe is really, really fundamental, and that's why I thought about switching the pair. You want to tell me she's more functional, a little bigger and bolder bodied, I completely buy it. She too, like your winner, will get a little easy buddy, just right there in the middle of her back, right in behind her shoulder. I read her just a little soft and plain when I get on top of her as well. 3 and 4 had some discussion. I thought the goat in third was just a little bit bolder when you got right on top of him, a little softer in terms of his kind and a bit more moderate in terms of his frame size. He's a little petite in terms of his hip and his stifle for me when I get in behind. I'd like to stouten him up just a little bit there. I like the maturity curve, buddy, and the look here of your goat that rounds us out. His problem for me is he's still very, very skinny for his frame size and his extra length he has. He needs to fluff up just a little bit in terms of his flank and right in behind his blade. If he gets stout enough, he can turn that goat because I like his build very, very well. So if you're still around ringside, this has been a good first division. We're going to work through your drive. Please give him a nice round of applause here if you guys would.
Thank you, Connor. Placing first in Class 3 of our Division I goes to Gracie Reed on a 57-pound goat. Second to Brayson Wharton, also 57-pound goat. Third to Avery Martin, and fourth to Solomon Gobert. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion, Division I.
Go to the backdrop. Please get pictures if you wanted to.
Also today, all of our divisions and reserve divisions, we need pictures at the picture backdrop. We want to thank all of our friends at Sunnybrook Livestock Photography. Go to sunnybrookco.com and you can order all your pictures from today's show off. Again, go ahead, Lane. Go ahead, Lane.
Last class of downs here, I think, again, just another super good class all the way through, but I still think just kind of lines up for me. I think the sheep that we have that goes ahead and wins, I think just a little bit more progressive in terms of where he's at, in terms of his muscle pattern, in terms of just the extra shape that this guy's got. And then probably more than anything, I think I'm just more comfortable with this guy's just combination of build and muscle and just a package that he puts together. In a perfect world, his hind leg could be just a shot more attractive, but I think other than that, that's a sheep that puts a lot of good together. I think that's going to be a very nice heavyweight Southdown as we move down the road. The real super stout ones here in 2. Man, this thing's got big feet, giant legs, and this thing is wound up with just a ton of muscle. You study that one, this shape right here, got a big old turn there to his lower leg and his stifle, probably almost to the point where I'd like to tone him back just a bit. Set these things in motion. He's a little wound up in terms of his skeleton. I just like to lengthen his hip out. I probably like to tone him back just a bit in terms of his condition as well. But man, that thing is awfully stout and powerful, probably just leaning on the edge of a little too much for my taste. Sheep that come next here, big-footed, heavy-duty one that's here in 3. Man, that thing is rugged in his build. You put him in motion, you got to like that sheep quite a bit. He's probably just given up a little bit in terms of his shape. I'd like to probably just crease him up just a bit, clean up his bottom line just a touch to run with these sheep up on the top end of this deal. Again, another one here that's 4th. Extra good in terms of his skeleton. You like those things about that guy. Probably just needs a little more stifle, just a little more punch to match that build. Probably looks like one that's done just a little growing here lately. Maybe when that thing finally grabs another gear and starts to blow out, we can move that guy up in this class. Really good lineup, though. Congratulations.
Placing first in Class 3 of our Southdown division goes to the entry from Briggs Bowers on a 105-pound Southdown sheep. Second to Morgan Hernandez on a 103-pound sheep. Third, Claire White. And fourth, Grayson Williams. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Southdown sheep. Please bring all your first and seconds to the champion, please. Folks, we're getting ready to select our Division I champion prospect goat. Our champion will receive a bag of OptiWise, and we want to thank all of our friends at OptiWise. They will be receiving a bag of OptiWise for all of our division champions. And folks, let's put our hands together for all of our first and seconds from Division 1 in our Prospect Goat Show.
I tell you what, 3 very good classes to get us things rolling here in your goat show. They're all just a little different. If you're watching around ringside online and you tell them, hey, they don't match up just perfect, I completely agree. That's kind of what you get here in a Division 1, especially when we got some does showing in with some weathers and things along that nature. But I really like these goats, and they leapfrog us very, very well into the goat show. We started out with what I thought was a tremendous pair there in the front line. My splitting decision amongst that pair was I thought that was a bad cat in terms of a hind leg, the way he hooks in behind his shoulder blade. And I thought he just came together from the profile a little nicer than the goat that was second. Your goat that was second, he has a freaky head, an awesome ear and front end laid into him. He'll get a little weak still, just right in behind his shoulder because he's still very skinny and green here when you work right in behind his blade. I thought those two really kicked us off in a good fashion there in Class 1. It got deep here as we worked into Class 2, and this thing right here, again, if you've watched me judge, if you've seen me before, I'll tell you what I think and what I see in the stock. You better bring a darn good one to turn this thing here in just a little while. Locked and loaded, that's about as good as you can make one. The call it's going to be on him as we move through the duration of this goat show is how does he move out of his knee? Is he just good enough right in behind his blade? That's what might get him turned, but you better bring a better one there because that thing right there, front foot, forearm, extension, shape, and hip and hind leg is absolutely to die for. The black-headed goat's very skinny and tubular still in terms of his body shape, but I think he is really, really nice pattern and very sheepy in terms of his lines and his silhouette from the outside. We softened his flank just a little bit. We opened up his rib cage. I thought that pair got just a little bit tighter. We concluded with a class of 4 there in Class 3. I thought that was a nice pair, although different. Your class winner, I liked his extension. I liked his shape and terminal value. When you got on top, gets a little piecey from the side. Good brood doe that gets a little plain from the profile. So very good division here to get us started. I think there's discussion for reserve amongst this division. Lights out, dominant Class 1 or champion for me. Again, tight for reserve. My 2 favorites, no questions asked though, come out of Class 2. Young man, young lady, you got them. Congrats to you.
And selected as your Division 1 champion prospect goat goes to the entry from Jay Sparks on a 53-pound goat. And your reserve, was that the reserve in that division?
Yes. Same class.
Same class. Goes to Echo Bartles, your reserve on a 50-pound prospect. Congratulations to both Jace and to Echo. Okay, now entering the ring in our north ring and our sheep ring, this is the selection of your champion and reserve champion, Southdown Sheep. Winning Class 1 was an entry from Caden Klepek on a 65-pound sheep. Winning Class 2 was Karsten Stevenson on a 93-pound Southdown. And winning Class 3 was entry from Briggs Bowers on a 105-pound Southdown. Your reserves, second in Class 1 was also Caden Klepek. Second in Class 2, Staten Silvers. And second in Class 3 was Morgan Hernandez. Entering the ring now in our goat ring. This is the first class, Class 4 of Division 2. Class 4, Division 2. We have an entry from Isabella Stroder, Kelby Blessing, Tyson Hicks, Bristol Lee, Mallory Beck, Holden Wise, Brayson Wharton, and Aaron Rivera. Our weights go from 58 pounds to 62 pounds. 58 pounds to 62 pounds.
Well, a really good south down drive here, makes it fun to look forward to the rest of the divisions. And I think we've got just an outstanding group of sheep out here. I think commendable by these exhibitors and breeders alike. I think comes down to just a pair of them for me. I think they are just maybe a little different in terms of their type and kind, I think, and maybe just the strengths that they bring to the table. But I do think that both of these sheep are extra good. There's probably one that suits me just a hair better, just in terms of the elevation of that one's pieces, maybe just a little neater in terms of his hip and his hind leg and just the extras that he puts together from the side. But two good sheep nonetheless. Our champion come out of Class 2 reserve, be Class 3.
Selected as your champion Southdown sheep goes to your Class 2 winner, Karsten Stevenson, on a 93-pound Southdown, and your reserve champion is your Class 3 winner, Briggs Bowers, from on a 105-pound Southdown. Congratulations to both Karsten and to Briggs. They will be receiving a bag. The champion will be receiving a bag of Optawise from Optawise. Thank you to all of our friends at Optawise. Okay. And the reserves are going to be receiving a tube of 3 hours out and a bag or a tube of attitude adjustment. Okay, entering the ring now in our sheep ring. This is Class 1 of our whiteface division. Class 1 of our whiteface division. We have 4 entries in this class. Kendall Birch, Charlie Williams, Hayden Ice, and Ben Sprayberry. Our weights go from 83 pounds to 96 pounds. 83 pounds to 96 pounds. We have 2 classes of whiteface, and then we will be selecting our whiteface champion and reserve. So these are all of our ring sponsors. Again, it takes a small army to put together a show like this, and we want to thank all of our sponsors that helped put together the inaugural show-off show. All of our ring sponsors include Big O Tires, the Drew and Heather Martin family, Hennessy Livestock, Slinging Stones Show Goats, A&M Show Goats, Bounds and Wheeler, Silvers Livestock, Bow Livestock, Mock Livestock, Dropper Livestock, Center G Livestock, Keys Livestock, Jade and Bauer Show Goats, Stork Livestock, Church Livestock, Hoyle Livestock, Allen Newcomb Club Lambs, Lacey Livestock, Pfeiffer Farms, Miller Show Goats, New Life Vet Center, Newsom Ripley Show Goats, Richardson Livestock, and the Blue Team Weathers. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and thank all of our show sponsors, ring sponsors, for the inaugural show-off show.
as we get going here in our next division of things. We lost one, a victim to the scales, but either way, I don't care if that one's in the mix or out of this lineup. I think this is a wildly and competitive top 4, 5, and down the line group of stock that I'd be very proud to own. And what's fun about judging this time of the year is I can line them up, Lane can line them up one way, and it's probably going to be different long term down the road. I thought the split between second and third originally was just on structure and build of hip and hind leg, and with that, your class winner comes out here, this cape-shouldered one. That is an absolutely freaky one in terms of his body shape. That pin bone turn and wrap to his stifle and posture of his hind leg is absolutely to die for, and it blends together really, really good here from the profile. When he gets going in motion, at times he'll paddle and waddle just a little bit out of his hind leg, but locked and loaded, that is a fresh built one that is absolutely maxed out up high. He fits together with a beautiful balance. I thought he was sounder than the goat that comes in behind, and that was the big decision for me. You get on top of the stock, and this goat here that lands up in second, he is packing some serious heat over his loin edge. That is a deep, durable loin, a very progressively built goat. When you get right in behind him, still extended up front. My call on him, I don't love his hind leg, and that's why I worked it down. Again, I try to stay as committed to hip and hind leg as I can. He's a little vertical. He's a little straight for me and my kind. Up high, though, very impressive piece of stock there. I love the balance, the symmetry, and just the underlying quality and blade length of the young lady's goat there in the green shirt. He is beautiful from the profile. You get in behind him. He's an arist over his loin. He's the most closed up from behind, and a very good quattro of him, if you would, here on the top end of him. I thought he got a little plain when he got right in behind him there. Buddy, I like your goat standing still. He's smooth and very good out of his hip, got a good look up front. Gets a little weak in behind his blade. He's a little bland. When I put my hands on him, I thought standing still, that goat was very, very nice. Young lady in the pink bow there, he's got one that's real good shape. When you get right out of the backside of his shoulder, I like his progressions from end to end there. He's a little petite in his bone for me in terms of his foot size, and it doesn't maybe correlate up high. He falls out of balance just a little bit for me. Black-headed goat's extended. He's a little plain in behind his blade. We conclude with a good-looking doe that runs out of steam when you get in behind there. So excellent class, good class winner, and although we lost a victim, I thought this was a really good group. Please give him a good round of applause if you guys would.
First class of white sheep here. You know, these lighter weight, fine wools and stuff, maybe just a little harder to look at. They're all just read just a little bit greener and where they're at right now, but I still think we got some very nice sheep out here. I probably feel the most comfortable this young lady that goes ahead and wins. Probably not the most, he's probably not the fluffiest one, probably not the bloomiest one that we've got out here, but I do read that guy is the highest quality in terms of his skeleton. I think his muscle matches appropriately. I think that guy is just built just a shot better, particularly out of his hip, and his hind leg is what we have there in two. He's not as grooved up as the one in second, but I like that guy's build. I like his kind. I like his look from the side just a shot better. The one in two, man, this thing is the opened up barrel ribbed one that's got just a ton of shape working up top. That thing is big and square out of the backside of his shoulder. That's the biggest loined one that we've got in the group. That's the biggest hipped one that we've got in the group, no doubt. To me, though, he gets just a little funny there in the way his hind leg is constructed. Gets a little straighter at times, a little unsure in where he wants to set it down. I think just maybe some maturity and let that guy kind of settle down just a bit, and I bet we could show his true colors off just a shot better. Love the build and the presence of the one that's in three. That thing's big-footed. That thing's very correct in terms of his running gear. Like those things about him. Probably giving up just a little too much in terms of his muscle shape. I'd like to square that guy up behind his blade. I'd like to just see him a little more natural curvature there to the center part of his body. I'd like to lengthen his stifle out just a shot as well. Probably the other end of the spectrum here, one that's a little more groovy in terms of his shape, that's going to sit 4. That thing is great in terms of, I like his chest floor. I like the length, the shallowness of his body shape there. A little rounder in terms of his makeup, a little rounder in his hip. I'd probably like to stouten him up to see his balance better top to bottom. Probably like to just strengthen him right behind his blade as well. Good class, though, of fine wolves. Let's congratulate him.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 1 of our white-face division goes to entry from Kendall Birch on an 83-pound white-face sheep. Second goes to Ben Sprayberry on a 96-pounder. Third was Caden Ice, and fourth, Charlie Williams. In our goat ring and our first class of Division 2, first goes to entry from Bristol Lee on a 59-pound prospect goat. Second to Mallory Beck, also a 59-pound goat. Third goes to Isabella Stroder. 4th, Tyson Hicks. 5th, Kelby Blessing. 6th, Aaron Rivera. And 7th, Brayson Wharton. In the ring now, this is Class 5 of Division II in our Prospect Goat Show. We go from 65 pounds to 70 pounds, 65 to 70 pounds. We have an entry from Kinley Uckman, Creighton Scott, Jalen Swainer, Kennedy Johnson, Mallory Beck, Solomon Gobert, and Holden Wise. In our second and final class of our white-face division in our Prospect Sheep Show, we go from 106 pounds to 129 pounds. We have an entry from Claire Cadell, Sutton McMahon, Stella Sprayberry, Rayleigh Zabalik, and Bodie Altum. Also, if you are here at the show and you have loved ones maybe that couldn't make it to Stephenville this weekend, we are streaming live on Kennedy Ventures and Walton Webcasting. So we want to thank all of our friends at Kennedy Ventures for supplying this service, and also Walton Webcasting. You can go to kennedyventures.com, log on and watch, and tell all your friends and family at home to watch us online, or you can go straight to Walton Webcasting as they are carrying the service. Again, thank you to Kennedy Ventures and Walton Webcasting for supplying live coverage from Stephenville, Texas, here at the inaugural Show-Off Show.
One more thanks that I haven't made yet, and that's to my good friend and lifelong friend Jeff Dodd there. Jeff's sheep and goat superintendent at Rodeo Austin, and we brought Jeff in to help us with class breaks and waybacks so that nobody involved with TLMG was a part of that. Jeff is donating his couple of days here to help us do that. So Jeff, we really appreciate you there, and thanks for all you do for kids.
You know, again, I said it earlier, right, when we got kicked off and rolling as a show judge. You get on a plane, you drive to a show, you don't know what you're going to get here. I'll tell you, each and every one of our class winners so far have hit me really, really good. This goat's a different version, a different speed than a few of them we've used so far. A baby little fat steer, a chunky one, if you would. You get up in front of him, and that head, chest, arm, and squareness from nostril to toe is absolutely lethal, and then he turns absolutely huge. When you get on top of him, not a lack of power, not a lack of punch. When you get in behind him there, a big broad loin, a good wrap to his stifle there. You're going to nitpick and dime on him just a little bit like we're going to all day. I'd clean up the edge of his chest and his shoulder just a little bit here from the profile. He's a little peakant there. He's a little round and steep in his rump structure. That is a powerfully balanced piece of stock that is extra, extra dense from end to end. A little more extension comes in the goat ear in second. I do like his length and his lateness and maturity a little nicer. He's more youthful at the base of his sternum and his chest floor than the one we lead with. He gets a little weak just right in behind his scapula and his shoulder blade. A little piecey in motion. If he comes together right in behind his blade, he's got a stout head, a good look, a good hind leg, just a little raw, a little piecey right in behind his blade. Another stouty comes here in third. Man, I like that guy's head shape. Although a little mature, he's very wide-eyed and very stout in terms of his head and his noggin. Big power when you get onto him as well. Man, young man, like the goat directly in front of you, he gets a little weird in motion for me, a little round, a little piecey, and just a little coarse in the way he balances in motion. But I thought power and stoutness there is why he landed here in the 3 spot. Of the remaining 3, I thought the goat that lands in 4 just had the most shape and turn up when he got up on high of him. Big back, very broad over his loin edge. He's a little mature and just a little waisty up through his front end for me. I'd like to make him a bit more youthful for where we're at in a weight development. I like the cutability here. He runs out of bone and just a little bit of rib right in behind his shoulder for me. We conclude with the sandy-headed one that I like in terms of design and extension. He's very, very flexible. With that flexibility, he's the smallest in his foot. He's the plainest in his back. I need just a little bit more horsepower there in that particular goat. So once again, a wonderful class capped off by a good class winner here. This goat show is getting really, really good as we keep working through it.
Thank you, Connor. Placing first in Class 5 of our Division II Prospect Goat Show goes to entry from Mallory Beck. Mallory's goat weighed 68 pounds. Second goes to Kinley Uckman on a goat weighing 65 pounds. Third, Creighton Scott. 4th, Kennedy Johnson. 5th, Solomon Gobert. And 6th, Jalen Swainer. In the ring now is Class 6 of Division 2. Class 6, Division 2. We have entries from Kennedy Lawson, Sadie Allen, Kelby Blessing, Avery Martin, Pace Paget, Kinsley Lawrence, and Audrey Bettiga. Our weights go from 71 pounds to 75 pounds. 71 pounds to 75 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 2 champion and reserve champion goat.
There you go, Mr. Hoffman.
Well, the heavyweight finals here, very, very nice class. And, you know, again, probably, you know, you get to these jackpot shows and we get one that's, you know, a little different flavor of each kind. But I think we got 3 really nice sheep that come to the top of this deal, or 5 really nice sheep, really. 2 that maybe just aren't as progressive. But up on the top end, I think that there's definitely some differences. We kind of got pretty versus power here, or beauty versus the beast, if you will. And to me, I think the young man that's going to go ahead and win for me, just a little bit more my speed in terms of that one's pattern, in terms of that one's extension. I like that guy's underline just a shot better. I like that guy's length of hip just a shot better. And to me, that's the difference. I think that guy's got plenty of muscle shape to run at the top of this class. I'd probably like to square his knee up just a bit, but I do think that guy suits me just a little better in terms of his look and build, just presence as he goes. The young ladies here, man, this thing is awfully stout and powerful. This guy is wide open. He is absolutely huge down the top side of his skeleton. That guy's got a big hip, a big square leg, working in him from behind. Probably, though, I'd like to clean that guy up. He's pushing a little extra in terms of his condition. I'd like to tone him back. I'd like to trim him up just a bit. I'd like to lengthen that guy all the way through, but kind of comes with the territory. If you're going to make him that stout, that's kind of some of the territory that you got to cover, and that is a pretty stout rascal there that's going to sit second. This sheep here, 30 days from now, I bet this whole lineup gets a little different, because this guy is built right. I like this one's skeleton. I think this one is dead level up top. I like this one's proportionality. I like this one's relationship from his chest back to his flank and how this guy is going to feed. I just see that guy getting better all the time. Today, he's not as stout as the one we have in 2, and he's not quite as neat looking as the one we have in 1st, and so he's going to settle in 3rd place for me. But I think that's a sheep there that could surprise everybody as we move forward. The one that's here in 4, I told this young lady I understand why she's got to get a little bit bigger sheep, because she's got some pretty long legs and she's pretty tall. But sheep here, I like this one's running gear. I like his basic build. A sheep that's probably doing just a little more growing up than out right now. I think once we can get this guy's skeleton shut down, get him to really bulk up, I bet we like this sheep a lot better. The young lady that's going to round out our class, really shapely, really groovy, muscled one. To me, that one, when we set him in motion, that's where I pose the biggest concern. That sheep wants to run downhill just a bit, gets a little high in his loin, a little off in his hip, not quite as attractive there in the way his hind leg operates. But very, very nice class, though. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 2 of our white-face division goes to Bodie Altum on a 129-pound white-face sheep. Second to Rayleigh Zapolak on a 120-pound white-face sheep. Third to Sutton McMahon. Fourth to Claire Cadell. And fifth to Stella Sprayberry. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion white-face sheep. If you would, please bring your first and seconds to the ring, please. We will be selecting our champion and reserve champion white-face sheep.
Well, We're shaping up to have a very challenging yet fun Division II here to work through. We got a pair of them I thought were just a little tougher in terms of their build, a little more muscular in terms of their kind. When we get the stout ones that are thick up, again, like I said earlier, I'm going to try to use the ones I like from a skeleton and a basic balance perspective. That's where we land on. The Spot Hawk goat over there to be your class winner. His top line integrity, his hind leg posture and build in motion suits me really, really well. I thought that was a sheepy, athletic one that's very up and out and very, very fresh. And the way he comes to us here, the call you got to make on him, he's a little hatchet-butted still in terms of his side stifle from the profile, and he's got a lot of flank in him, so being just a little tighter in terms of his butt joint, just throws off his balance at times there in his rear third, but up front, hind leg, really, really good. He's going to add a lot of value to this lineup here in a second. The real far-reaching one from a power and a stoutness perspective resides here in 2. We haven't seen one bigger at their loin or bigger at their tail. Hit the ring so far today. That is a genuinely wide, powerful, stout-built type of livestock. He's a little piecey for me there. You can see it in his top line. He'll swivel as you study him there in motion. If that goat smooths up and comes into his skeleton, there are some far, far-reaching pieces in that particular goat. I like the basic fundamentals of the goat that resides here in 3. Really, the same can be said about 4. Just a very nice balance. Smooth-built goat that's got enough muscle when you get onto him. Young lady, of these top 3, he becomes the frailest and the most generic in terms of his toe and his hind leg build, and gets just a little bit more general, if you would, in terms of his balance from the side. That's a very fundamental, rock-solid goat that I think still has muscle. I thought he was bolder right in behind his blade and over his loin edge than the Cape Shoulder goat that comes in behind, and that was the decision for me. This Cape Shoulder goat really got nice in terms of length of rump, and he too has got some extension up front, and really, I do like just his width over his loin edge. You get right in behind his shoulder blade. He's just a little plain and a little piquant and flat for me in terms of his forerib design. The best touching one of those 3 actually comes in the black-headed goat. He's real athletic in terms of his shape and his definition. Young lady, while I ran you down, his back feet budding me just a little bit in terms of his pastern and just the way his rib cage is constructed. I like his extension, a very sheepy, good touching one. Rear feet bug me just a little bit. Another smooth, fundamental one, buddy, gets a little soft. When I get on top of him and study his handle quality, we round out with a paint goat that I like from a maturity curve perspective. He needs to open up just a little bit for us and stouten up in his foot size. Good goat here to round out this division. We got a good drive to put together. Please give him a nice hand here if you guys would.
Real quick, your Class 6 placings. First went to Sadie Allen on a 71-pound goat. Second to Audrey Bettiga on a 75-pound. Third, Avery Martin. Fourth, Kelby Blessing. Fifth, Kennedy Lawson. Sixth, Pace Paget. And seventh, Kinley Lawrence. We're now ready to select our division champion and reserve Division II champion and reserve champion market goat.
Final ring here, I think it's only 2 classes, but I think some nice ones for sure that come to the top. I think the discussion for champion, I think there's one that probably suits me pretty decisively. I think after that, I think that there is just a little discussion, maybe just on where you want to draw the line at where they're at in terms of the maturity. Maybe if you want to read just a little bit more future into one, maybe where you lay those priorities. But I do think a very nice set of fine wolves here. I'm going to go with these 2 right here out of this heavyweight class. They'll be champion and reserve.
Selected as your champion, white-faced sheep goes to entry from Bodie Altum on a 129-pound sheep. And second, reserve champion, second out of that class, that's Rayleigh Zapalik on a 120-pound white-face. Congratulations to both Bodie and to Rayleigh. Over here in our goat ring, our judge is currently evaluating all of our first and seconds. First in Class 4 was shown by Bristol Lee on a 59-pound goat. First in Class 5 was Mallory Beck on a 68-pound goat. And first in Class 6, this is Sadie Allen on a 71-pound goat. In the ring now, In the ring now on our sheep ring, this is our whiteface cross division. This is Class 1 whiteface cross. We have an entry from Caden Klepek, Braylon Brandenberger, Stella Sprayberry, and Collins Brandenberger. Our weights go from 79 pounds to 91 pounds. 79 pounds to 91 pounds.
As we get here through Division 2, I thought this lineup, I like our first division winner, and he's going to be in the thick of it here later on, but I thought as far as depth, all the way down the line amongst the classes in division, I really, really like this grouping of them. We got 3 class winners on the front line that I think are absolutely lethal, and yet they're all different in terms of their type and their kind. Talk about your seconds, though. Your second there in Class 1, big shaped up high. He's a little straight for this particular judge. I really like the extension and just the skull shape and design there of the goat that resides in second out of Class 2. Still a little green, little juvenile in behind a shoulder blade, so he maybe doesn't blend everything together. Very nice built goat. Different story, second place. Class 3, he's got all the chunk and the muscle you could ever want. With that, he's a little wound up, a little piecey for me. On the front line, though, we got 3 heaters that I think are very, very good. We started out there with that Cape shoulder goat, and I'll tell you what, I think that goat is very, very spicy. That hip turn, wrap a stifle, and that gorgeous look up front, capped off by a beautiful skin quality, a wonderful touch when you get onto him. I think the world of that particular goat. Where you can get onto him just a little bit, he's not perfect at his loin edge and the way it ties into his hip joint right now at this stage of the game, and he'll do some weird things at times where he'll sink back on his hind leg and look just a little sharper in the build and assembly to his hind leg when she rocks him and gives him one more half pop or 2 there, and he stands up. That's right, what show goats should look like in my opinion. Wedgy, youthful, athletic, square built. I like that goat quite a good deal. Got into Class 2, different version there. That's a chunky, moderate one. I like his width. I like his punch and his squareness. The call I got to make on him, man, just where we're at in a maturity curve, he's a little longer bladed. He's a little rounder and rougher at the edge of his shoulder blade there, and he hits me just a little pudgy, for lack of better words, and a little plain balance from the outside. If that goat had a little more extension up front, a little cleaner shoulder, I think he's right there for your champion lineup. Different version comes out of Class 3, Spot Hawk goat. He's the more up and out one amongst the trio. I love his extension, his athleticism when the stock take to the chain. That's a long body goat that's beautiful in terms of his hind leg in motion. Call you got to make on him is amongst the top 3, he's at a detriment for booty and cheek. When you get in behind him, he's a little plainer crotched, he's a little plainer stifled, and then up front, maybe just twisting out in his breastbone just a little bit there. So I think there's true discussion for reserve. In my opinion, there's one that I think puts everything together, and he is a bad, bad cat. When you talk about athleticism with progression and making stock square, I do not know how he gets touched amongst this group. Young lady, Class 1, you got your champion. Congrats to you. Well, as I've kind of alluded to, I think it's a really tight race for reserve, and I don't know that any 3 of these just look exactly similar. If you want to try into the chunk, the boxiness, the muscle of Class 2, go for it. If you like the build and the design of Class 3, then there you go. Again, I stay true to the kind I like as much as I can. I like the extension, the youthfulness, the chest placement, the hind leg, just a little bit nicer out of Class 3. I got her reserve. Congrats to her.
Selected as your champion Division 2 market goat goes to the entry from Bristol Lee on a 59-pound goat, and your reserve champion Sadie Allen on a 71-pound goat. Congratulations to both Bristol and to Sadie. Entering the ring now is Division 3. This is Class 7 of our Division 3. This is our final division of our Prospect Goat Show. And we have an entry from Kennedy Lawson, Alexis Guthrie, Aubrey Mays, Stanton Whitman, and Briscoe Black. Our weights go from 77 to 78 pounds. Just 2 pounds difference in these 6 entries.
This class of crosses here, I think, a nice class. Obviously, some differences within this particular lineup, but I still feel the most comfortable with this young lady to go ahead and start. Sheep looks like his neck hurts maybe just a little bit, maybe needs it popped or something, kind of wanting to suck back on you just a bit. But man, I think you get past that. I think that sheep is really good. I like that one's just foundation, his basic build, and just all the good that that thing puts together. I do wish that he would show himself off just a little bit better, but I do think that past that, I can really buy into this sheep. I like that one's shape. I like that one's hip and his hind leg posture. Maybe just needs to get his neck popped and maybe he'll settle down. The 1 and 2, extra long, extra extended. That thing's neck sets really high up off the top side of his shoulder. You like those things about that guy. Reads a little raw, reads a little green there in his loin and how it transitions into his hip. To be expected, though, at this particular weight. I think that guy is going to do nothing but get better with a little maturity, a little more grocery in him. But I think that he's got the right kind, a good start on that guy. I think the better days are going to be ahead of him. A little more progressive in terms of his muscle shape. This young man's ewe lamb here, really grooved up in terms of her back shape. That thing's got a monster hip and a big turn to his leg. That one just comes in a little more conventional kind of style for me. A little straighter there in terms of her hock and how that thing operates out of it. A little rough there in her hip loin. Maybe just a little, I just like to lengthen that one out. Maybe just like to lengthen that one's growth curve just a shot as well. Another kind of skinny green one that's going to round out the class that I think's got the right kind of parts and basic build to be successful down the road. Today, though, we're going to have to discount him just a little in terms of his muscle shape. That one there just gets a little plainer, a little rounder there in terms of his hip, but I do think that one's better days are ahead of him as well. Congratulations to these 4.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 1 of our white-faced cross division goes to the entry from Stella Sprayberry on a 85-pound sheep. Second goes to Braylon Brandenberger on an 83-pound sheep. Third to Caden Klepek, and fourth to Collins Brandenberger. Entering the ring now is Class 2 of our white-faced cross. This is Class 2 of 3. We have 4 entries in this class. We have an entry from Carson Schaefer, Riley Kidder, Ben Sprayberry, and Avery Walton. Our weights go from 96 pounds to 115. 96 pounds to 115.
Well, man, this goat show has been a lot of fun, and I was fortunate the last 2 days to spend some time in Reno working through about 900 or so sheep, and I did not see a single animal amongst those 900 that got me as fired up as what we've had in each one of our class winners here as we worked through your goat show. Hey, you study this thing in motion, and I just don't know if you can build them any better. That is a proud-fronted, beautiful 4-on-1, and that hind leg can absolutely take to the surface with some athleticism there. What I like about this goat is he's still very, very good propped up. He's wonderful from a 3/4 view. You take the stock on a roll, and that to me is where he strides into your class-winning roll there. That is a beautifully built goat. That is so smooth, fresh, athletic. He gets a little weird right in behind his shoulder, and he'll twist his left rear. When you get behind him, if you're going to call a spade, build me one that looks like that on the go and give me a call there. I think that one's pretty special. From the hock joint up, hey, this goat in second pushes him really, really good. He's even freakier through the base of his shoulder, his neck. He's got more real steel and shape working over his loin point edge than what your class winner does. And I like that goat's underline and just the way he proportions here from the profile. In relation to your class winner, he's not as big at the base of his crotch and his stifle. He's a little sharp and a little petite in the angle of his hip and hind leg. So when that pair goes on the chain there in motion, I read him a little rigid versus what your class winner is. I like both those goats very, very well, and I think they fit in the mix nicely. From the shoulder blade back of the black-headed goat, he's darn good as well. That is a big barreled rib cage, really, really wide pin bone one that's really, really square when you get in behind him. My big glaring issue in a trio of this magnitude and quality, right in behind the shoulder blade. He'll get a little weak and easy. He's a little more mature and prominent to the base of his shoulder and his breastbone. Big, big pipes, big, big shape, a little piecey for this particular judge. I like this goat in 4. He's really, really strong down his top line. He's a lean, expressive goat as well when you get onto him. Runs out of detriment in terms of bone and foot size. He's a little longer pasterned as well. I just like to stouten him up at the surface to match what he has up high. Got a good productive goat that's bold in terms of his body and big in terms of his foot. He'll get a little plain in his breastbone, a little soft in behind his shoulder. But that was a marvelous class of 5, capped off by a good pair. Dominant class winner there when you study him there in motion for myself.
This middle class here, these white-faced cross sheep, really nice. I think it's kind of a 2-horse race in this particular division, and I think just a little bit differences that sort them for me. I think the biggest difference, though, I think the sheep that wins for me is just a little more dynamic in terms of his build. You talk about just his elevation through his chest, how his neck sets up off the top side of it. I love that guy's hip and hind leg when he's parked there on profile, a sheep that's really grooved up and shapely. I think just a really nice place to go ahead and start. The alternative here is the one that's just probably got a little more to him, a little more guts, a little more body, just a little more body width all the way through. You study those things, that thing is really wide down the top side of his skeleton. I don't think he's quite as neat. I don't think he's quite as attractive. I don't think he's quite as weird looking up front for me, but I do think that those are 2 really nice sheep there that have some contrasting strengths, but I like the one that wins just a shot better. 2 that kind of round out the 2 that comes next. Both of these sheep, I think, are really good in terms of their build. The young man's here in 3, I think, has got the right kind of hip shape, got the right hind leg posture. Man, that guy just looks like he's given up just a little too much. He's a little plainer there in his stifle. I think some maturity, I think, is going to help that guy. I think once he bulks up and shapes up, we can move that guy up because he's got the right kind of build. He's just not there yet in terms of his muscle. Excuse me, the one that's going to round out the class for us maybe does have the edge just in terms of some stifle shape, some back width, just some body dimension all the way through. That guy there has got a little extra bump up there on his chest. I don't think he's nearly as attractive there in terms of his front third of his body. I think he gets just a little deeper, just a little plainer in terms of his bottom line. But an excellent class, though. Let's congratulate him.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 2 of our white-faced cross division goes to Carson Schaefer on a 96-pound sheep. Second to Avery Walton on a 115-pound white-faced cross. Third to Ben Sprayberry, and fourth to Riley Kidder. Placings in Class 7 of our Division 3 of our Market Goat Show. First went to Bristow Black on a 78-pound wether, and second goes to Alexis Guthrie on a 77-pound goat. Third was Aubrey Mays. Fourth was Kennedy Lawson. And fifth, Stanton Whitman. In the ring now is Class 8. This is Class 8 of Division 3. Our weights go from 79 pounds to 85 pounds. We have entries from Paisley J. Atkins, Sadie Allen, Avery Martin, Morgan Hernandez, Kinley Uckman, Alexis Guthrie, Kinsley Lawrence, and Echo Bartles. In the ring now in our sheep ring is Class 3. This is our third and final class of our white-faced cross. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion white-faced cross. Entries in this ring are Riley Kidder, Brett McRae Mock, and Bodie Altum. Our weights go from 122 to 139.
A really nice trio of sheep here to round out the cross division, and I think just lines up pretty easy for me. I think pretty logical. The one that wins, I think you just study that one up top, or just close your eyes and go touch them. That thing just kind of overwhelms the rest of these in this particular lineup. That thing is insanely stout and wide, very opened up, very massive down the top side of that one's skeleton. Does that one move absolutely perfect? No, but pretty hard to whenever you got that big of a hip, that big of a stifle laid in that thing. That one is awfully stout and still fits together really nice. The young man's here, a little bigger footed option, one that probably gets just a little more comfortable in his hip and his hind leg. I like those things about him. Probably just a little plainer. I'd probably like to tone that one back just a bit. He's just a little softer than what we have there in our class winner. I think he's carrying just a little extra shoulder. I don't think he's nearly as neat in his bottom line or his front skeleton, but I do like his foot, his bone. I like the extra athleticism that one's got. I probably just like to change those things. The young lady here that's going to be third, man, that thing's probably got just a little more shape than what we have there in two. That thing touches just a little creasier, just a little firmer than that one there in two. Probably just not put together quite as good. I'd like to lay that one back in his shoulder. I'd like to set his neck a little higher up off the top side of it. I'd just like to make him a little more comfortable there in his top line and his hind leg whenever he goes. But that is a creasy one there. Just like to maybe smooth him up just a bit. Congratulations to these three.
And this is a tremendous class, and I've said that many times, but I truly mean it. I know it's Sunday and I'm churching it up, but I thought this pair of them in a group of 4 or 5 absolutely separated themselves in a quick hurry. I like their build, their skeleton a little bit nicer than what comes in behind. Amongst the pair of them that draw you in from the outside, the beast from the east is your class winner. That thing right there is as burly and as stout and as well balanced as you can make a piece of livestock. Start at his nose, work to his tail, and continue down low. That is an up-fronted, big-chested one that's super square built. I like his rear pastern from the ground up in relation to the goat in second. With that, he's got more pop and flair to his stifle. He's bigger over his loin and ties in smoother. So to me, those are the small differences I see in what I think is a wickedly good pair. That class winner up front there, he's going to be in the mix here as we keep working through your show. This is a freaked-out thing up to his front end, and he drew me in. And if you know me, a couple years back, this is the kind I like to gravitate towards. Waspy up front, great bladed. Turns good in behind his shoulder. In relation to what your class winner is, he's not as big and manly at his loin. He's not as big at his tail. His lower stifle, he's a little weak pastern for me as well. So I just didn't think his rear third blended together like your class winner. That's a lethal pair of heavyweights. I like them both very well. If the hip and hind leg was better on the goat in third, he also makes a push, because up front, that has a beautiful forearm, a broad chest, a good look to him there. I like this goat's muscle. I like his punch. I like his stoutness. Push comes to shove, and a trio that can absolutely run with the best of them. His tail, his hip, and his hind legs, just a little bothersome for myself. I wish that goat would get out and travel just a bit more athletic there from the profile. We knock his loin down, we pull his tail up and see his hind leg a little more athletic. That trio gets really tight. I like all those goats, very well presented there on the front end as well. The red goat's a tricky one because from his hock up and really his flank up, he is right there in the thick of things. He has got a beautiful head, an awesome body shape, and he is so good from a 3/4 view. When you talk about wedge and progression of muscle, he's a little dry flank today. He's a little petite in his bone work, so the curtains don't really match the drapes, and he becomes just a little off balance. Up high, though, good stock in that particular red goat. Like the boxiness, the stoutness, the burly goat here coming in next. He gets a little straight in his hind leg, a little plain up to his shoulder for my liking. Young lady in the green brings us one that's real athletic in terms of his build, a little flat in terms of his body shape in relation to a few ahead. Big, stout, wide one. He gets a little coarse and a little soft for me when I get on top of him. I like the paint goat's extension. He closes up a little too much from behind for me. So once again, a marvelous group. I think we got one more class, but that was a dynamite group with a great class winner there on the front end.
Let's put our hands together for your Class 8 Division III Market Goat. Your results from Class 3 of our Whiteface Cross first went to Brett McCrae Mock on 122-pound sheep. Second goes to Bodie Altum on 139-pound sheep. Third was Riley Kidder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion, White Face Cross. Here's your comments from our judge, Mr. Lane Hoffman.
Well, this white cross division, I think, has been real fun, and I think we got some real outstanding specimens out here on this front line. I think that we got some really nice sheep that I would be awfully interested to see how they do down the road and what their respective endpoints are. To me, it kind of comes down to a two-horse race, in my opinion. I think that we've kind of got some contrasting kinds, and I don't think good ones have to look exactly the same, but I do think that they have to be good. And I think we've got some differences out here, no doubt. I think, in a sheep that I think is maybe just a little more intriguing in terms of his look. I think just a little bit neater there in terms of his bottom line and how his skeleton is put together. We've got a sheep out here that I think is absolutely massive, cracked open, insanely huge in that one's cage, and just back shape and hip and all those things that you got to like about that one. To me, I think it gets close. Personally, I like the one that's just a little more, that's just a little neater, just a little more my speed. This young man out of Class 2 will be your champion. Young lady here will be reserve.
Selected as your champion, Whiteface Cross goes to Carson Schaefer on a 96-pound sheep, and your reserve champion, Brett McCrae Mock on a 122-pound. Ladies and gentlemen, we need all of our champions and reserves to the picture backdrop, please. All champions and reserves to the picture backdrop, please. Class placings from Class 8 of our Division 3 Market Goat Division. First went to Echo Bartles on an 85-pound goat. Second to Paisley J. Akins on a 79-pound goat. Third to Sadie Allen. Fourth, Alexis Guthrie. Fifth to Kinley Uckman. Sixth to Avery Martin. Seventh, Morgan Hernandez. And eighth to Kinsley Lawrence. In the ring now is our Class 9, our Division 3. This will be our last final class of Division 3. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 3 champion and reserve champion, followed by the selection of our grand and reserve grand market goat in Ring A. In the ring now is Class 9. Class 9, our final Division 3, we go from 91 pounds to 124 pounds. 91 pounds to 124 pounds. We have entries from Kylie Altum, Echo Bartles, Braxton Mock, Briscoe Black, Blake Burns, Caroline Kane, Bodie Altum, Aaron Rivera, Kylie Altum, and Aubrey Mays. Again, 91 pounds to 124 pounds. In the ring now, in our Dorper division, we have two classes of Dorper sheep. This is Class 1 Dorper sheep. We have an entry from Henry Slaw, Kinley Land, Cashley Kilker, and Cotton West. Our weights go from 82 pounds to 101. 82 to 101.
The first class of hair sheep, you know, there's always some differences in these things, and pretty interesting lineup here for sure. And I think, you know, the one that wins, you know, if that thing will soften up just a bit in terms of his full rib, you know, as that one gets older, I think that guy gets pretty interesting. Not many hair sheep are that absent in terms of their chest and the length of their blade, and how they just progressively get bigger from their back. That's a big hipped rascal. He's a little raw to the touch right now, but I think that one's pretty interesting and pretty progressive in terms of his width. I think just puts a little some hard pieces together, especially for this hair sheep division. The one that's in twos, maybe a little more traditional, if you want to call him, just in terms of that one's just bulk and spread and mass and all those things that you like about him. That guy is huge up top. That thing is very sound, very flexible. Just probably doesn't have the extra look, doesn't have the extra neatness that we have there in our class winner, but that's a good kind of sheep that you're not going to go wrong with. The one that's here in three is a little bubblier muscled. That one there is just a little creasier. That one there has got an extra turn there to his leg and his stifle. With that, though, I think he's got a little extra bump up front. He's just a little rounder, just a little coarser in every aspect that you look at him. Do like the shape that he's got. I probably just like to smooth him up and just clean him up just a little from the profile. The one that's here in fourth, extra good built. I really like that guy moving around. Just comes a little plainer option in my opinion. Gets a little peaked there right behind his blade. I probably just like to shape that one up, trim him up just a little as well, and I think that we could move that guy up in this class. But four really nice hair sheep. Congratulations to him.
Placings in Class 1 of our Dorper sheep division. First went to Henry Sloth on an 82-pound sheep. Second to Cotton West. Cotton's sheep weighed 101. Third was Kinley Land, and fourth, Cashley Kilker. In the ring now is Class 2. This is Class 2 of our Dorper sheep. Yeah, we're missing one. Scratched? Huh? Oh, you show.
We have had a wonderful goat show, and I've said it many, many times. And hey, I'm all right to say it. I don't claim to be the goat god. My word's not the Bible. I'm a sheep guy at heart. I'm not afraid to say it. But hopefully you can follow along with where I'm at here as we work through your goat division. Again, I'm not telling you it's got to go my way or the highway. But what I will tell you is I think the world of what your class winner is there up front. I think you picture what a head should look like on a show goat. There you go. That is a beautiful head shape, a wonderful chest and arm. And to me, he combines the things I like. He's sheepy, yet he's goaty in terms of his feature and his shape and his squareness. To me, he's rounder in his body. He's bigger right in behind his shoulder, and he has more engine and more steam when you get in behind this particular pair. For a goat of that weight, he is so fresh and tuned in terms of the crest of his neck and the shape of his back. I love that goat, and this lineup's about to be a whole lot of fun. The real oddball in terms of this grouping, in terms of extension and up and out look, is the one that resides here in second. Good built goat in terms of his design. A little flatter in terms of his body shape, a little skinny over his loin edge still. Push comes to shove. You get him behind that pair. I didn't read him just as dense and as tough from end to end. If this goat gets wide enough and fluffy enough down his back line, hey, he's got a wild look to him. That thing is beautiful up through his shoulder, underline progression, and hind leg posture is so good. In this trio, just a little flat and a little skinny still over his loin edge. I think if that goat blows up enough when he goes home and you keep feeding on him, there's a very high ceiling there as far as skeleton and look. This goat's a little gangly and a little racy for me, the black-headed one, but of the remaining grouping, I thought he was the next freshest in terms of his composition. A little long-bodied, a little weak pastern, but I like that goat's shape really well. Got a good-bodied one that's real productive in terms of his type and his kind. Young man, the black brings us, he's a little soft, a little mushy when you get onto him. Big-shaped one, a little stale. This one's a little over the hill, but I like his balance. Like the look here, buddy, a little soft behind his shoulder. Good top-line one that's a little plain shape. Like the look here, need just a little bit more muscle. That was a tremendous class, and again, a wonderful class winner. I look forward to the drive.
Just a pair of hair sheep here, I think, but a nice pair. I think a little contrasting in their type and kind. I think the biggest difference that comes down for me, the one that wins, I think's just got a little more turn, just a little more shape, just a little more pop when you get your hands on that guy. I think study them both. I think they're very good in their basic build. I like both of those sheep. I think they balance up very good. I think the biggest difference, again, is just the extra spread and the extra punch that this guy's got to go ahead and lead off the class with. But those are two really nice sheep there. Congratulations to them both.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 2 of our Dorper division goes to entry from Riley Kilker on 110-pound Dorper sheep. Second to Quinn Kane on 116-pound. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Dorper sheep. Your class winner from Class 1 is Henry Slough on an 82-pound Dorper, and your class winner in Class 2, Riley Kilker on a 110-pound Dorper sheep. Your class placings from Class 9 of our Division 3 Market Goat Show. First went to Echo Bartles on a 91-pound goat, and second was Briscoe Black, and Briscoe's goat weighed 94 pounds. Third, Braxton Mock. Fourth, Kylie Altum. Fifth, Blake Burns. Sixth, Aaron Rivera. Seventh, Aubrey Mays. Eighth, Bodie Altum. Ninth, Caroline Kane. And 10th, Kylie Altum. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our division champion and reserve champion in our heavyweight division. Your Class 7 champion was an entry from Briscoe Black. Briscoe's goat weighed 78 pounds. Class winner from Class 8, Echo Bartles on an 85-pound goat. And Class 9, Division 3, your champion was also Echo Bartles on a 91-pound goat. Following selection of our Division 3 champion reserve, we will be selecting our overall champion and reserve champion market goat. Could we get our division and reserve divisions from classes Division 1 and 2 to the makeup ring, please?
The drive a hair sheep here, very nice. I think these are always interesting for me to sort. I think that they're a really cool breed to look at, and my hat's off to the breeders. I think this breed's probably made more strides faster than probably any other breed in history, and I think that it's really cool to see the progress that's been made. I think I'll keep it brief. I think these two on the front line I think are very nice. I think that those are the two that are definitely in contention for me. I think there's one of them that's just a little more my speed, maybe just a little more progressive. We'll see how he grows down the road, but I think he's just a little neater in terms of his look and in terms of his extra presence. To me, this young man out of your Class 1 will be your champion. Young lady out of 2 will be reserve.
Selected as your champion Dorper sheep comes out of your Class 1, exhibited by Henry Slough on an 82-pound sheep, and your reserve champion is your Class 2 winner, Riley Kilker, on a 110-pound Dorper. Congratulations to both Henry and Riley.
We come to a conclusion here, your heavyweight drive, before we get you 3 of them overall. Man, again, I told you last class, I'm man enough to admit it. I don't claim to know goats better than anybody else out here in this building. There's a lot of smart goat people. But I'll tell you, I think this group and this lineup of 6 of them is one of the better I've ever gotten to judge, regardless of species. You should be very, very proud of the stock you brought, how they've been presented and shown all the way through the divisions, especially here in your heavyweight grouping of them. There are so many goats, and I'm sure it'll be the same on the sheep side, that may have been 3rd in class, but might win a big one. So keep grinding, keep getting after it. We started this division with what I think's a really, really good one in motion. You study stock in terms of athleticism, proudness of front, and just looseness of build. I think he is right there in the thick of things. The call you got to make on him, there are 2 absolute monsters standing in classes behind him. Is he just manly and grizzly enough behind his blade? Is he just big enough at his twist? And mainly, for being the pretty goat, he still kind of twists and bows his left rear when you get in behind behind him, but I like that goat's skeleton from the profile there. A really interesting one that wins Class 1. Getting there in the Class 2, and that guy really bumped the stats up real quick. That's a long-fronted goat. That's big up high, same from behind, and still very, very fresh. I like his underline balance as much as anything out here. With that, in relation to maybe a couple others, maybe isn't just as broad, right? In behind his shoulder are just as stout and as tough in his front foot and forearm, but that goat standing still is really, really competitive. We just concluded with the last class, and again, I know he's the big boy, but man, he still looks immature and youthful there through his shoulder and his front end. And we talk about stock that are antagonistic. That head, that front foot, body shape, and hip and hind leg does not correlate anatomically to me, and he looks like a baby fat steer, but yet still handles it with athleticism, handles it fresh. I love that goat, and I love what he represents. Your seconds there, I thought were all really, really good. Second behind Class 1, a little rigid in his hind leg, but awesome up high. Same can be said there at a Class 2. I love that thing's front end and head carriage and motion. Loin edge, rear foot isn't as broad as what your class winner is. We've got a really nice pattern one that goes second in Class 3, a little bland when you get on top of them. This was a wonderful division, and I think there's a dynamite class winner and champion. Once again, I think this goat out of the last class is absolutely lethal, and he'll be your champion.
Selected as your champion out of Division 3 goes to your heavyweight champion, Echo Bartles, on a 91-pound goat. Congratulations, Echo. We're missing Claire Cottle from our natural sheep division. Claire Cottle, we need you to the makeup ring immediately.
We drop in that second. Again, he adds value to this lineup. It becomes between Class 1 and Class 2 for myself. Very different in terms of their type and kind. One of them's more extended at the base of their neck, yet still more shapely up high, same from behind. And I just love the way his underline balance is up for us. Great division. We're going to leave some good ones out of it, but I thought this one was real hard to turn as well. I like Class 2 to be reserve as well.
And selected as your reserve champion division as out of Class 8, also selected and shown by Echo Bartles on an 85-pound goat. Congratulations, Echo, for your champion and reserve champion out of Division 3. Entering the ring now in our sheep ring. This is our natural division. We have two classes of natural sheep. Our Class 1 naturals, we have an entry from Claire Cottle, Cade Schaefer, Shep Silvers, Sutton McMahon, and Taylor West. And our weights go from 90 pounds to 104 pounds. 90 pounds to 104 pounds.
So we're going to fix and select our champion prospect goat here out of Ring A. And what we'll do here, guys, we're going to take pictures of those before we start the breeding show. But want to go ahead and thank everybody again. Want to thank Lacopa Show Goats, D&D Trailer Sales and Nexus. The grand champion here in Ring A is going to receive a popper that's over here at the backdrop, courtesy of Exis D&D. Want to thank those guys a whole bunch for what they do for everybody. The reserve champion prospect goat is going to receive a Weaver Pro Air blower. And man, we're really excited about this and to get the goat show going on. Again, if you win here in a second, grand reserve or third overall, make sure we go get our backdrop pictures of any of the goats. All the division champions, if you would, go get your backdrop pictures. As soon as the backdrops are over, we'll start the doe show. And I forgot to mention there, our third overall champions will receive a $100 Show Right gift card.
As our judge is making his final selection in our Market Goat Prospect Show, your champion from Division 1 is exhibited by Jace Sparks. Jace's goat weighed 53 pounds. Reserve in that division was shown by Echo Bartles on a 50-pound goat. Your champion from Division 2, Miss Bristol Lee, goat weighed 59 pounds, and your reserve champion, Sadie Allen, on a 71-pound goat. And your champion from Division 3, shown by Echo Bartles on a 91-pound goat, and your reserve champion also shown by Echo Bartles on an 85-pound goat. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our champions and reserves from our Market Prospect Goat Show.
Again, the grand champion here in this ring is going to receive a popper, courtesy of Exis and D&D. The reserve grand will receive a Weaver Pro Air blower, and the third overall, a bucket of Starshine, and a $100 online Show Right gift card. So I want to thank our sponsors. Please put your hands together for them. They'll be the same in the Sheep Show.
We'll get through here through your drive here, so Lane doesn't have to wait on us too much. I said it each and every class, I thought this goat show was wildly good. And I know we have some does to come after this, but what was fun about this show, as I alluded to a few times, you could have been third or fourth in class, and if someone grabs me and says, hey, he won a major, regardless of what state he's in, I'd believe you, because I thought they were really deep all the way down the line. I'm not telling you it's got to go my way or the highway. That's why we're running 2 rings here today, but I'm very proud with your champions and reserves here. We're going to get rolling through them here. I think there's a pair of them that team up really good with a real unique one for third that's maybe just a little stilty off either end. We're going to leave 3 really nice goats out as well. So we'll get you 3 of them. I sure appreciate you guys bringing them to me. I wish you luck as you keep taking them down the road. Please give them a nice big round of applause here if you guys would around ringside, and we're going to grab you 3.
Selected as your grand champion, Market or Prospect Goat goes to your Division 3 champion, Echo Bartles, on a 91-pound goat. Echo also had your reserve grand on your reserve Division 3, and your third overall is your Division 1 champion, exhibited by Jace Sparks on a 53-pound. Congratulations to both Echo Bartles and Jace Sparks. We're now going to go to our picture backdrop. We're going to get pictures of all of our champions, and then we'll begin our doe show.
Well, man, we'll kick this natural show off here when I think 2 pretty neat, 2 pretty waspy ones that I think come to the top of this lineup. And I do think that there's trade-offs between them. But I think at the end of the day, I just felt the most comfortable with using this young man to go ahead and win. I think just in terms of that one's chest to flank relationship, that one's hip and hind leg posture, and how all that stuff blends together, I think is just a little more my kind. I think that sheep still reads pretty raw. I still think he reads pretty green, but I think at the end of the day, that guy's better days are ahead of him, and he looks pretty good right now. And so I'll be impressed to see that guy down the road. The one that's in 2, man, that thing hit me pretty hard whenever he hit the ring. I love that one's just foot and bone, and just how smooth that guy reads all the way through. I probably had the hardest time just really trying to put into words, what's going to get that sheep beat for me. I think just his body shape, I think his hips just a little bit off compared to our class winner. He wants to roll his hock just a bit. I don't think he's just nearly as up and out or just up off the ground and streamlined as what we have there in our class winner. But no bones about it, that's a really nice sheep that I think will be fun to see down the road. The one that's in 3, that one there's just given up a little bit compared to those 2 up front. That thing's not as opened up. That thing's not as bulky there in terms of her chest. I do think that one's got a really, really neat look to her. I like how her neck sits right off the top side of her shoulder. That thing's got a pretty neat hind leg posture. That one there is just giving up a little. You get on top of that one, just a little peaked there in terms of her loin. Just doesn't have near the spread, near the dimension that those two sheep have up front. Two sheep that kind of come next. This one here, big hipped one, super big in terms of that one's hip. Probably to the point where it throws off his balance. It doesn't tie into his loin nearly as good. That sheep's not as opened up. But man, that thing is a stout rascal when you get in right behind him. I just wish he had a little different hind leg posture. I wish the rest of him blended together just a bit better. Really green sheep that's going to be here that rounds out the class. I like the shape. I like the grooviness that one's got. Very shapely. That one there is just, neck comes just a little lower. I just like to see that one. I like to see that one soften up just a little bit. I like to see that one's hip shape just a shot square. Really, really good class though. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 1 of our natural division goes to Shep Silvers on a 97-pound sheep, and second to Cade Schaefer. His sheep weighed 90 pounds. Third goes to Sutton McMahon, fourth Taylor West, and fifth Claire Cottle. We're now ready for Class 2 of our natural division. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion natural sheep. We have 4 entries in Class 2 of our natural division. We have an entry from Brett McCrae Mock, Caselin Etheridge, Henry Slough, and Javen Sparks. Our weights go from 106 to 130, 106 pounds to 130. Folks, in our goat ring, we're going to take pictures of our champions, our first, second, and third, our grand reserve and third overall, and then we will begin the doe show at 12:30. Doe show will start at 12:30.
This class of naturals here, I think, is really nice. I think 4 sheep here. I think they're all just a little bit different, but I still feel the most comfortable with how they're lined up right here. The young man's ewe-lamb here, I think, is pretty interesting. You start up front, that thing's just chest and forearm all the way down to the ground. You love that thing's foot size and just how genuinely square she is from her chest all the way back. That thing is big and stout in terms of the top side of her hip. Really like her hind leg posture. You know, you put those things in motion. I think she's very acceptable there in terms of her skeleton. I think that's a sheep that just fits together really good and just nothing looks out of place, and I think it's hard to just knock a real big hole in that one. The 1 and 2 here, the longer that we were out here, the more I like this sheep. I think maybe right at first, maybe just didn't give me just the look that I was after, but the longer that we're out here, I think that a guy can really start to appreciate this guy even more. That thing is big and stout up high. I like that one's hind leg quite a bit. That thing's got just a lot of genuine shape and stoutness to him. Maybe at times the off part of him, he just gets a little dippy right behind his, right there in the middle part of his back. Maybe just gets a little plainer there in his lower third when you study that one in terms of his underline. Just a little shorter, just a little lower to the ground, and maybe that's what throws him off. But the longer that you out here, the more that you got to appreciate that guy. I just kind of ran into one at the top of this class that I think is pretty hard to knock a hole in. The young ladies here, man, I'd like to see this one here in about 60 days. I think that one will do all the good. You go get your hands on that guy. Very creasy, very correct in terms of his shape. I think that's a guy that's got a really neat look from the side. He's up off the ground. Very correct there in terms of his skeleton. He just doesn't have the extra bone and feature and all that extra fuzz that some have. But I think that's a nice sheep that's better days are coming down the road. Probably the alternative here, one that does have some extra bone and foot and feature. That one there's got just a real big shape to him up high. Probably for me, though, it just gets a little coarse. He's a little open and round in his shoulder. You see those guys go. He gets the most limited in terms of his stride. I think he just the tightest in terms of his hip. I'd just like to smooth him up. I'd like to lengthen him out. I'd like to correct him there in terms of that. But a nice sheep there to go ahead and round out that class. Congratulations to them all.
Placings from Class 2 of our natural division. First went to entry from Javen Sparks on a 130-pound sheep. Second goes to Caselin Etheridge on a 14-pound sheep. Third was Brett McCrae Mock. Fourth was Henry Slough. We're now ready to select your champion and reserve champion natural sheep. Your Class 1 champion was Shep Silvers. Shep Slam weighed 97 pounds. And Class 2, your champion was Javen Sparks on a 130-pound sheep. Again, we're going to start the doe show at 12:30. That's in 15 minutes. So we need Class 1 of our doe show to the makeup ring here in about 10 minutes. We're going to start at 12:30.
If you had a reserve division champion today so far, we forgot to give you your.
Attention in the barn. If you have had a reserve division champion market or prospect goat, we need you to come up here to the announcer stand. We've got so much stuff to give away. We're not giving it all away. Or reserve sheep. If you've had a reserve division, any breed of sheep, or reserve division, any division of the prospect goat show, come up here to the announcer stand, please. Reserve champions. We got to give this stuff away.
Well, there's only 2 classes of naturals, but man, they're pretty stout. And I, obviously replicated by, the ones that we have out here, I think these representatives are awfully good. I think a really nice set of them here. I think that it just comes down to some differences, some personal preferences for me. To be 100% honest, it's between these 2 up here on the front line. I think that those 2 sheep are awfully nice. I think that there's some minor differences that sort them. I wish that they were just a little bit closer in terms of their weight, just to get just an honest read. But man, I think both those sheep are awfully good. To me, I'm going to take one more look at them, and then I'll go show you the ones I like best. But an awfully good set of them here. Let's congratulate them.
Here, I can tell you.
I'll go get one. I'll get water.
I'm good. And selected as your champion natural sheep goes to your Class 1 winner, Shep Silvers, on a 97-pounder, and your reserve champion goes to entry from Javen Sparks, a 130-pounder. Congratulations to Shep and to Javen. Yeah. Entering the ring now is our Class 1 of our medium wool division. We will have 7 classes in this medium wool division, the biggest division of the day. And this is Class 1 of our medium wool division. Our weights go from 57 pounds to 79 pounds. 57 pounds to 79 pounds. We have entries from Joe Richard Andrews, Henry Sloth, Sage McMahon, Johnson Wise, Braylon Brandenberger, Kelby Blessing, Caselin Etheridge, Kendall Birch, Hayden Ice, and Sadie Allen. Again, weights are 57 to 79 pounds. Attention in the barn. I need Echo Bartels up here, please. Echo Bartels. Can you please come to the announcer stand again?
Ain't it? We'll kick this medium wool drive off here. I think some bigger classes here, but a really nice set of them, though. I know we lost one of them to weight, but I think a really, really nice way to kick this deal off. I think it's just a pretty easy a place for me to go ahead and land to win. I think this sheep, you really study that guy, can't really knock a hole in that one. I think just very correct. I think everything fits together very good, very balanced, and yet still I think is progressive enough in his muscle. I think is really neat in terms of his look. That guy just needs all gas and no brakes, and I think he'll make somebody a very, very nice show project on down the road. The one that's next, man, if we could fix this guy and his top line just a touch, I think that we could like that one more. I like his bone. I like his feature. I like the extra ruggedness he's got to his skeleton. Gets a little softer right behind his shoulder than I thought he was going to be. Gets a little break there, right there in his loin into his hip. Maybe some maturity I think will help that as much as anything. But that's a nice kind of a sheep there that's going to sit second. Probably as green a one as we've got out here is going to be 3. That sheep is up off the ground. That thing's got a really neat look to him. I like how his neck sits really high up off the top of his shoulder. Hind leg posture is really good. Just a little skinny, just a little raw. But man, that thing's got the right build, got the right parts and pieces, I think, to go on down the road and be extra successful. The one here in 4, probably just a little more progressive in terms of his muscle shape and condition. A sheep that's a really expressive up top, got a big hip laid in him. Probably just like to fix this guy's skeleton just a bit. As you can see, he gets just a little vertical there in terms of his hock. I'd like to lay the angle of his blade back just a touch, fix those things, and we can move him up just based on his muscle alone. But we got to be just a little bit better in terms of his build. Sheep on down the line here. This is a real groovy backed one that's got just some big feet and legs that I probably just like to soften up just a little bit. Comes a little moderate, comes a little conventional for me. I just like to lengthen that guy out, see him go just a little freer. Some sheep down the line here that's got some neat look, just need a little more power, just a little raw, and kind of just like to see that guy just a little more progressive in terms of his underline. Good set of sheep though. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 1 of our medium wool division goes to Miss Sadie Allen on a 79-pound sheep. Second to Caselyn Etheridge. Her lamb weighed 73 pounds. Third was Kendall Birch. Fourth, Kelby Blessing. Fifth, Joe Richard Andrews. Sixth, Braylon Brandenberger. Seventh, Hayden Ice. Eighth, Henry Slough. And ninth was Sage McMahon. In the ring now is Class 2. This is Class 2 of our medium wool division. Class 2. Our weights go from 80 pounds to 87 pounds. 80 pounds to 87 pounds. We have entries from Addie Fee, Carson Schaefer, Solomon Gobert, Kaysen Newell, Rayleigh Zapolak, Caden Klepek, Harper Ice, Kylie Altum, and Avery Walton. Again, this is Class 2 of our medium wool division. Okay, as we begin our Prospect Doe show, I've also been asked to announce that we will be doing weighback on the does also. There will be a weighback on the does. We have 6 classes of our Prospect Does. We will not be breaking for division. We will show all 6 classes and then pick our champion, reserve, and third overall. In Class 1, our weights go from 32 pounds to 43 pounds. We have entries from Isabella Stroder, Kylie Burns, Bryce Kane, Paisley J. Akins, and Joe Richard Andrews. Again, this is Class 1 Prospect Doe Show, and we will be doing weightbacks as we did in the weather show.
We had a lot of fun working through your market goat show, and we lead off in a good fashion in your doe show. I love this doe in motion. She takes to the chain very proud and fancy and elegant up through her front end, hip and hind leg work. Super athletic and very square to the surface. I'd like to lengthen her hip out and pull it up just a little bit and maybe make her a little broader right in behind her shoulder. But that one is very sleek and attractive, yet very athletic when she takes to the surface. I thought these next four, man, box of chocolates in a lot of different ways you could line them up there. I thought the next two were both very, very stout. The next two also don't like to walk, so you need to figure out where you want to be there. I thought you got right on top of them, and this black-headed doe is just a little broader down her back, a little bigger in her forearm, although a little shorter in terms of her cannon length. Standing still, I do think this doe is probably a little more up and out through her front end, a little later maturing. At the same time, I read her a little flatter right in behind her blade, and you get on top of her a little hairy, a little plain in terms of her touch and her shape. I struggled with this doe because I think she's as fundamental as any of them there amongst 2, 3, and 4. At the same time, she probably doesn't get me as excited there through the base of her shoulder, her knee set, and the way her body's shaped up high. She hit me a little deeper, a little flatter, and a little plainer in terms of her type and her kind. She draws up probably just a little sounder than the pair in front. This paint doe is really, really conventional in terms of her size. She's a long-bodied doe that's very sound in her structure. With that extra size, buddy, where she's at in age and maturity, I'd just like to open her up a little bit down low. So, good class to start your doe show. Some discussion between 2, 3, and 4. I really like your class winner.
Well, again, another good set here, and I think the top end of this class, I think it kind of comes up for me pretty easy, and after that, I think it does have some sort to them, but I still feel the most comfortable landing on this young man to go ahead and win. I think, of the top 3, I read that guy to be just the most correct and proportional in terms of his build and his look. I think compared there to 2, I think he's a little smoother there into his shoulder and how it blends onto his forerib. I love that guy's hip and hind leg posture. He's not blowing you away just in terms of his stoutness or how powerful he is, but I think that sheep is awfully correct in terms of his build. I think he's very high quality in how he's put together. To me, he becomes the pretty safe spot to land. The one that's in 2 here maybe does have just a little bit more of a chunky side. That one there has got just a lot of shape and power up top. That one's got a good shape there to his lower leg. That one just comes in a little rounder package. He's got a little more shoulder, a little rounder at the point of it. I don't think his hip shape is nearly as level and quite as attractive as what we have there in our class winner. But man, that thing is a stout rascal there that you got to appreciate that keeps that guy in the hunt pretty good. If we could just hook this ewe lamb up just a little better from her hip into her loin, keep her top line laid up in her just a bit, we could really like this thing. Love that one's chest, blade relationship. I like how her neck sets up off the top side of her shoulder. That thing's got a neat posture there to her back leg. Just those things, though. That hip needs to tie in better relative to her flank line just a bit. Just kind of throws her off in the middle part of her body, but you got to like that sheep. The ewe lamb here that's in 4th, the longer that she's out here, I think the stronger case she makes to work herself up, because you can't knock just a huge hole in that one. But at the end of the day, I don't know the extras that she brings to the table to go ahead and elevate her in this particular lineup. That's a good built, sound made sheep that I think's got the right kind of basics. But at the end of the day, I think she comes just a little more basic in terms of her look and proportionality. A big-footed, heavy-structured one that's got a ton of shape's going to sit there in 5. That sheep's just a little rougher in terms of her top line, a little raw there in terms of her loin edge. I'd probably just like to open her up, soften her up there in terms of her body. But an awfully good lineup, though. Congratulations to them all.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 2 of our medium wool division goes to Carson Schaefer on an 80-pound sheep. Second, Kylie Altum, 87-pound sheep. Third to Avery Walton. Fourth, Harper Ice. Fifth to Caden Klepek. Sixth to Addie Fee. Seventh to Rayleigh Zapolak. Eighth to Solomon Gobert. Congratulations to all in Class 2. Your placings in Class 1 of our Prospect Doe Show. First went to Paisley J. Akins on a 43-pound doe. Second to Isabella Stroder on a 32-pound doe. Third to Kylie Burns. Fourth to Bryce Kane. And fifth to Joe Richard Andrews. In the class now is Class 2. Class 2, we have weights of 45 to 49 pounds. We have entries from KJ Anthony, Madison Wilson, Briar Sherrill, Kelby Blessing, Kinsley Lawrence, Kennedy Johnson, and Avery Martin. Again, weights 45 to 49 pounds. In our medium wool division, this is Class 3 is coming in the ring. Class 3 is coming in the ring. We will have weights from 89 to 97 pounds. 89 to 97 pounds.
Changes to your cards for ring B. Huh?
They can change their breed.
No, wait.
Just wait. No breed. They would
Wait to change it.
They could go, they'll scan a QR code, change it, and then we would tear all the old weights down, replace it.
Again, we will re-break classes for ring B if you have changes to your weight card. On the sheep or goat ring for ring B, we have a hard cutoff of 1 o'clock for that. So go to the office and you can change your weight card if need be for ring B. That will be a hard 1 o'clock cutoff.
Entries for Class 3 in our medium wool division. Entries for Class 3. We have an entry from Cade Schaefer, Jaylee Sparks, Brewer Birch, Harper Ice, Collins Brandenberger, Karsten Stevenson, Jaylee Sparks, Shep Silvers, and Cade Schaefer. Again, our weights in Class 3 of our medium wool division from 89 to 97 pounds. Once again, if you would like to change your weights for ring B, for the ring B show, you have till 1 o'clock. You have about 17 minutes yet available if you want to go to the office and change your weights for ring B.
Well, I really like this second class, a lot like your first one. A lot of discussion, truthfully, can be had as you move second, third, fourth, and even fifth down the line. They were always chasing. Your class winner up front there, that dip-tailed doe is absolutely wacky to study. As you study her in motion, again, I like does that are proud and charismatic up through their front end, but more importantly, her hip length, where her tail sets and how her hind leg bends and flexes as you travel the stock. She reads feminine to me, but she's still got shape and turn when you get onto her. Her progression from behind is really really good. I like that doe very, very well. Again, I don't know what we have coming in behind, but you better bring a screamer to turn that thing right there. This doe here worked her way up into the 2-spot. And young lady, why I had you third, her breastbone and her chest plate bothers me just a little bit from where we're at in a maturity perspective. And she's just a little rounder in her rump structure as we study her in motion. Her positives, though, are she's a long-bodied doe that's got some turn and some shape when you get on top of her. I liked her stoutness of feature better than the doe I had ahead of you. I thought she was bigger at the ground. My call is I read her just a little round in her top line, a little plain in terms of her shape. I thought you did a great job getting her put together for us. We worked down the line. The young man here in the purple's got one standing still as far as shape and turn and definition up high is why I have her over the 3 coming in behind. She's a little stilty in her knee. She's a little tight in her flank. Probably hits me just a little more terminal maybe than maternal in terms of her look, but I liked her body shape and her muscle a little bit better than the ones coming in behind. This paint doe is probably a little sounder built and a little safer in terms of her kind. She's feminine up front. She's good body. She's very sound in her structure with that extra extension. And look there from the profile, you get right in behind her shoulder blade, and she's a little piquant and a little flat for me. I just like to stouten that doe up a little bit. I like this doe's terminal shape. When you get onto her there, she's got a firm muscle, a skinny neck, and a good look to her there. She gets a little straight in her hind leg for me and just a little stilty as I study her around the ring here in motion. We conclude with kind of a sandy-headed doe that's real feminine and classy there through her front end. She, too, with her extra length, just became a little flatter in terms of her muscle shape. She'll get a little weak in her back line as well. So another nice class there all the way down the line. And again, I'm a big fan of the one we deem your class winner.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 2 of our Prospect Doe Show goes to Miss KJ Anthony on a 45-pound doe. Second was Avery Martin, 49 pounds. Third was Briar Sherrill. Fourth, Kennedy Johnson. Fifth, Kinsley Lawrence. Sixth was Madison Wilson. In the ring now is Class 3. This is Class 3 of our Prospect Doe Show. Our weights go from 52 pounds to 56 pounds. We have entries from Audrey Bettiga, Alexis Guthrie, Vicent Scott, Madison Kazuk, Madison Wilson, Kennedy Lawson, and KJ Anthony. Again, weights 52 to 56 pounds. Again, ladies and gentlemen, if you are within the sound of my voice, you have 11 minutes. You've got till 1 o'clock to change your weights for Ring B. If you have want to change your weights on any individual that you showed in Ring A to Ring B, you've got 11 minutes, 1 o'clock to change those weights.
Well, a nice class here, probably one that for me had just a little bit more sort to it. Maybe not just the one that jumped out and said, this is my class to win, but I think the longer that we work through it, I still feel the most comfortable with this young man to go ahead and win. I probably not just like the geekiest or the cleanest one up front, but I do think that all of his parts and his pieces fit together. In this particular lineup, I think he becomes the option that is really good in terms of his build. I think that is definitely the one that's got as much shape and his power and as much power as anything that we've got up here. Just fits together really nice. Like I said, he's not just the wildest looking thing in the world, but I do think that they all go together and all of his parts match. The one that's here in 2, the longer that one was out here, that one probably just gave me the most fits on exactly what read that guy wanted to give you. At times he looks like the real trendy, neat looking one that's got just that wild, exotic look to him, and then at times he looks like one that maybe just needs a little bit more to him, and that's why he's going to settle in second for me. I think the big ring presence of that guy is awfully good, but you get that 3/4 shot of him. He comes off a little flatter at times, not quite as much bulk and power as what we have there in 2, and in our class winner, but I can like that sheep quite a bit. The one that's in 3, man, propped up and parked, I think a guy's got to really appreciate this one's build and skeleton and just the future that this guy reads with, because I think that all those things are really good, and I think his better days definitely lie ahead of him. Probably of the top 5, that guy's probably given up the most muscle shape of anything that we've got out here. He's a little flatter there in his stifle and in his leg. He's not quite as, doesn't have quite as much pop and punch up in the top side of his skeleton. Moving around, he's still just a little unsure, but I think that guy reads with a ton of future, in my opinion. I like that one's build. I like that one's look right here. The one here in 4, man, if this thing would settle down, I don't know if he's kind of stressed out or wigged out or what's going on, but man, if that thing would just get out and take a confident step, I think that we could really get into this sheep and move him up, because right here, you got to like that guy. He is big and opened up. That guy has got a big, bold turn out of the backside of his blade. I like his hip and his hind leg posture from here. Just going, man, that guy gets a little outside his body. He's a little unsure in his step, wants to roll his hock just a bit, gets a little broken there in his loin. I think maybe just a few more outings will hopefully help that guy as much as anything, because that's a really good sheep there that can work up in this class pretty easily. The one that's going to be in 5, man, that thing is awfully stout. That thing's got a ton of punch, a ton of power. That thing's got as much just shape and expression as anything that we've got. Probably a little bit to her detriment. That sheep just gets a little wound up for me. She just gets a little wound up in her skeleton, gets a little short in her step, a little straighter there in her hock. I read her just a little bit more conventional in terms of her kind, but you can't deny all the power and the shape that one's got. Sheep on down the line here, a sheep that's real stout, and another one that's got just a ton of shape. We just got to redesign that one structurally. I need that one to go, get a little freer. That thing kind of wants to get real rigid off of both ends of her skeleton. A sheep here that's got a really neat look that just needs a little more punch, and some sheep down the line here that I think just need a little more time and groceries, I think, to benefit them. But a nice job. Congratulations.
We're back in action on your doe side, and I'm telling you what, I really, really like your class winner there. To me, that is very well balanced livestock. I don't think she'll blow you away just for the exotic length of neck or the wild shape, the ginormous legs, but man, everything just blends and fits together so well up front. Her top line, the way her hip and her hind leg work to the surface. What I like about that doe, she looks broody, she looks maternal, but she's not wasty. As you break her down there and get on the top side of her, she is so good as far as just squareness from end to end. Her width progression's really good. I thought she was bigger from behind, square in her rump, deeper in her stifle, and more opened up than the doe coming in behind, yet still does that with a really attractive look when you study that doe in motion. Big forearm, big noggin. I like that doe a lot, and I think she's going to be hard to turn. I like this doe up front. That lands here in second. She is real cute and feminine there through her front end. Shoulder lays in her good. She's a long-bodied doe that's very athletic as well. Push comes to shove, you get right in front, right in behind behind this particular pair. She's a little flatter and plainer in terms of her body shape, but the big reason is right here at the top of her hip, the base of her stifle isn't as thick, isn't as bulgy as what your class winner is, but those two does are marvelously presented. They're both fresh. They're both attractive. I thought the splitting difference was when you got right in behind them there. The next three were tough for me to figure out where I wanted to be. I resided with the paint doe in third because I thought she was sounder out of her front end than the two that come in behind. She's more ladylike and classy there through her neck and her shoulder, set back better in the angle of her knee as well, and I like the shape over her loin edge. My issues with her and why she comes in third, a little tighter flank, but mainly it's her hip. She's a little short, a little round in her hip, and a little choppy from behind, but I like the front 2/3 of that doe really, really well. I had these two switched about 5 times throughout the class duration. There's more muscle in the doe in 5, but I like the skeleton of hind leg a little nicer of the doe coming here in 4. She'll get a little tilted in her hip, a little weak past her, and a little plain from the profile, and she's not as stout when you get in behind her there, but I liked her length and just the structure of her hind leg a little bit nicer there. Buddy, I had your doe anywhere from 3rd to 5th, and where you landed up here, because I really like her muscle, her stoutness, and her power. She's a little shorter coupled for me, a little earlier mature in there in terms of her cannon length, her neck length, and a little tighter in terms of her build there. If she was freer and sounder, her muscle can get her in the 3 spot. I thought she was a little tight built when I studied her on the go. You know, this doe here that comes in next here in 6 really has a nice look to her from the profile up front, a long-necked one that's real long and loose in terms of her spine set. She'll open in her top of her shoulder a little too much for me and get a little weak and easy right in behind it, and just kind of piece together the look I wanted her to, but I like her extension. We got one that ties in better right in behind her shoulder coming in next. That's still very sleek and attractive up front. I get right in behind her. She's just a little flatter in the shape of her rib cage, and I'd like to open her up at the top of her hip there. But that was another marvelous class here as we keep working through your doe show. Once again, we've landed on a class winner that I really, really like there from the 3/4.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 3 of our Prospect Doe Show goes to Miss Alexis Guthrie on a 53-pound doe. Second to KJ Anthony. Her doe weighed 56 pounds. Third goes to Audrey Bettiga. Fourth, Kennedy Lawson. Fifth, Vicent Scott. Sixth, Madison Kazook. Seventh, Madison Wilson. Entering the ring now is Class 4. Class 4 Prospect Does. We go from 57 pounds to 63 pounds. We have entries from Brayson Wharton, Audrey Bettiga, Gracie Reed, Cannon Johnson, Brayson Wharton, and Caden Upman. Class placings in our sheep show in our medium wool division. First in Class 3 went to Caden Schaefer, a 97-pound sheep. Second to Karsten Stevenson on a 92-pound sheep. Third was Shep Silvers. Fourth, Jaylee Sparks. Fifth, Jaylee Sparks. Sixth, Cade Schaefer. Seventh, Harper Ice. And eighth was Brewer Birch. And ninth, Collins Brandenberger. In the ring now, this is Class 4 of our medium sheep show, medium wool division. We go from 98 pounds to 105 pounds. 98 pounds to 105 pounds. We have entries from Kennedy Lawson, Holden Wise, Crimley Birch, Karsten Stevenson, Kix Lee, Briar Sherrill, Shep Silvers, Addie Fee, and Carson Schaefer. Again, 98 to 105 pounds. Okay, attention in the barn. It is about 1 o'clock or right at it, and we will be closing. If you'd like to change your weights from ring A to ring B when we start the ring B show, if you would like to change those weights on any individual, we need to get that done right now.
They're past the point. It's past 1.
Oh, it's past 1.
Past 1. Blake's going to go break them.
Okay, Blake is on his way up there to break them. So if you didn't get that opportunity, I'm sorry.
Maybe a tougher class just to get a grip on where you want to be. At the end of the day, I think the one that's the most fundamental up front and right in behind is the one we lead out with. No, just a little rounder in terms of her body shape, and mainly it's you get right in behind her, just her set and squareness of her hip, her hind leg, and her power from behind I really, really like. I'd like to lift her up front, and she's maybe just a little plain when you get on top of her there, but very wide, very dense, very stout, still a little longer hip than the doe that comes in behind. I thought this doe here, second and third, was a debate for myself amongst the group. I thought this doe was just a little leaner in terms of her condition, and mainly right over her loin edge, just a little more shapely and square in terms of her touch and her tone. She'll get a little easy right in behind her blade. She'll get a little weird in her top line, and I'd like to free up her hind leg when I study her there in motion. This doe's probably a little safer, if you would, in terms of her structure and her looseness. A feminine doe that's very long-sided, and I like her length of step. With that refinement, she'll open in her blade. She's pretty plain right in behind her shoulder blade. I just didn't think she had the shape up high and just the stoutness through and through as the doe directly in front of you. So I thought you could do what you like. Amongst that pair, I like the wedge and just the shape and touch and tone of this doe a little nicer. This paint hip doe is another long body broody doe that's bold in her body type. She's a little plain up there through her neck and her shoulder, and just a little longer and deeper in her chest floor. I'd like to freshen her up when I get on top of her there. The next two I thought had some discussion. I like the set of the knee and the soundness out of the front end of the doe coming in next. Buddy, she's a little straight out of her hind leg and just a little flat when I get on top of her there. This doe's probably got a little bit more steel and muscle down her top line and from behind. It's up front, her knee, and just the way she's built there in her front structure. I'd like to tuck her back a little bit there in her angles there. So probably one of the more challenging classes to get a grip on where you wanted to be there, but a good group all the way down the line there. My compliments to them.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 4 of our Prospect Doe Show goes to Caden Utman on a 63-pound doe. Second to Audrey Bettiga on a 57-pound doe. Third goes to Gracie Reed. Fourth, Brayson Wharton. Fifth, Brayson Wharton. And sixth, Cannon Johnson. Entering the ring now is Class 5. This is Class 5 of our Prospect Doe Show. Our weights go from 65 pounds to 71 pounds. We have entries from Pace Paget, Stanton Whitman, Abigail Groen, Everly Anishtet, Isabel Stroder, and Sarah Beth Decius. Once again, I'd like to take this time while our judges are evaluating our young people and their livestock to give a big shout out to all of our sponsors for this year's show-off, the inaugural show-off show. And all of our, especially all of our ring announcers, or ring sponsors, including Big O Tires, the Drew and Heather Martin family, Hennessy Livestock, Slinging Stone Show Goats, A&M Show Goats, Bounds and Wheeler, Silver's Livestock, Bow Livestock, Mock Livestock, Droppert Livestock, Center G Livestock, Keese Livestock, the families of Jade and Bowers, Stork Livestock, Church Livestock, Hoyle Livestock, Allen Newcomb Club Lambs, Lacey Livestock, Pfeiffer Farms, Miller Show Goats, New Life Veterinarian, Newsom Ripley Show Goats, Richardson Livestock, and all of our friends at the Blue Team Weathers. Once again, folks, let's give our big round of applause for all of our ring announcers. Also, a big shout out to our corporate sponsors, of course, the Livestock Marketing Group for putting on this show, Kelly Hair Sheep for sponsoring our sheep show, and La Copa Show Goats for sponsoring our goat show. Also, a special shout out to D&D Trailer Sales and Excess Trailers, Weaver Livestock, Dura Firm, Optawise, and ShowRight. We want to thank all of our major corporate sponsors for their generous participation and donations for this year's show-off.
Well, man, these classes are getting tough, and just a testament to the quality of the sheep that we have out here. And I hope that you bear with me to get through these things, because I want to make sure that I do them the way that I want to. And if that means I have to take just a little more time, then so be it. But man, I really like the top end of this class. I think that both of these sheep that come to the front, I think, come up for different reasons. And I'll just try to break them down as best I can for you. Man, the sheep that wins, this view right here, him stuck, parked on profile, it's hard to not get into that guy. Just the raw muscle, just the extra spread and roundness to that guy that he's got, the squareness that he has from the top of his hip down to the ground. That guy just looks like an athlete when he's standing still. You put him in motion. I do wish that his hock worked just a little bit better. He gets to swinging it just a little bit. He's a little choppier in terms of his stride, especially than what we have here in 2. But man, I just like that guy's just extra spread, the squareness through his body cavity, just the extra stoutness that he's got to his hip, and how he parks up there on profile. Man, this guy here in 2, extra big-footed, extra big-legged. You get that guy in motion, you got to love that guy's build and how he goes and how flexible and free he is and how correct he is. I don't think he's got nearly as much punch up top as what we have there in our class winner. I think when this guy gets just a little smoother up top, I think gets just a little creasier, I think that you'll like him even more, because he's got the right parts down low. I just don't think he has the extras that our class winner has at this particular day and time. The one that's in 3 here, man, I had this one. I kept working her up, and I think the longer that we're out here, the longer that you have to, or the more that you have to appreciate this one. I think this one's big advantage of why she lands in third. I think that one's just a lot better built than the ones that we have in 4 and 5. I think that one's a lot more comfortable and correct in the angle of that one's blade. I think that one's a lot more correct in terms of her hip and hind leg posture. I don't think that Weather's got as much bone and fuzz as sheep or probably have anything in the top 5. I don't think that one's got as much flair as anything in the top 5. But I do think that sheep is really correct. I do wish that he had a little less bump up front, not quite as neat up front, but I do like that sheep a lot, and I think the longer that you break him down, the harder it is to pick a major hole in that one. The 2 sheep that come next, man, these are stout, pretty powerful rascals that come next. I think both of these sheep hit me as a little more similar than they are different. I think the things that get these guys down is I think you put these sheep in motion. They both have a tendency to run downhill just a shot. They both need more reach out of their front skeleton. They both need more reach out of their rear skeleton. I just wish that both of those guys could be redesigned structurally. Parked on profile, you got to like them. But I think that that's what's going to get those guys down for me. I'd like to see them just a little better built to get them worked up in this particular class. Sheep on down the line here, a neat looking one that just needs a little bit more when you get in right behind him. Real expressive, shapely one that's just a little too round and raw everywhere you look at him. Big legged one there that I'd like to trim up in terms of his bottom line. Good class though, congratulations.
Your class placings from Class 4 of our medium wool division. First goes to entry from Briar Sherrill on 103-pound sheep. Second to Shep Silvers. His sheep weighed 104 pounds. Third was Addie Fee. Fourth, Carson Schaefer. Fifth, Kix Lee. Sixth, Karsten Stevenson. Seventh, Kennedy Lawson. And eighth, Crimley Birch. In the ring now, or coming in the ring now, this will be Class 5 of our medium wool. Class 5 medium wool division. In the ring now, we're getting ready for our class placings in Class 5 of our Prospect Doe Show.
I really like this class, and I very, very much like your class winner. Sweetie, we got to do something to get her moving because, again, I'm a guy that likes studying stock and motion, and she just does not want to get out and go there for us. Why she beats the doe in second, you get right up in front, and just the shape of her head, her chest, and her forearm, the way she turns right in behind her scapula is right where I'm after, and I'm telling you what, she doesn't need to be braced up. That is a massive, deep, durable loin edge that's packed with power when you get in behind her. She's not the sleekest neck, the sleekest shouldered one that we've had in the ring, and we got to get her out and get her moving here for me, just to call her an easy class winner. But I like that doe quite a good deal. From her shoulder blade back and just the look and extension here of this doe is really, really good, and she takes to the chain great. She is athletic. She's loose in her structure. I like her elegance. I like her look. For me, she's a little easy and a little flat in behind her blade. I just don't like her head shape as well. She's a little long and a little flat in terms of her head shape and just not as stout. From end to end there is what your class winner is. That's a great built doe that's really flexible when you study the stock on the go. Standing still, I like this doe in third quite a good deal. She's an extended one. She's better in her head shape than the doe that comes in front, and that's why I thought about switching the pair. I like her forearm. I like her head. I like her turn up high. Very nice standing still. She takes a gait in motion. She's a little choppy for me off either end. She's a little stale and vanilla when I get on top of her. Want to loosen that doe up just a little bit. This is a real safe one. The black-headed doe coming in next, and I had her ran anywhere there from 2, 3, and 4 because I thought she was very fundamental in terms of refinement, good underline, loose in terms of her top, sound in terms of her structure. She probably takes it to a bit of an extreme where she hits me a little plain and just more generic here from the outside. Like to strengthen her right in behind her shoulder, give her just a little bit more real shape and muscle as she walks away from me. I just thought that was a nice balanced doe there. Coming next, the little guy in the green shirt's got one that's real strong in terms of her lines, and I like her shape. When you get down her top line, she's a little weak in her rear pastern, a little tight in terms of her flank for me, but I like the way she ties in up high really, really well. We conclude with a real refined doe that's very late in her maturity curve. She's nice in her chest floor, sound enough in terms of her structure. Just need to open her up as we get right in front and right in behind that particular doe to switch that pair there. So once again, another very, very good class, and I really like your class winner if she gets out and goes there for us.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 5 of our Prospect Doe Show goes to the entry from Everly Anishot on a 69-pound doe. Second, Abigail Grown on a 68-pound doe. Third, Sarah Beth Desches. Fourth, Isabel Stroder. Fifth, Pace Paget. And sixth, Stanton Whitman. Entering the ring now is Class 6 and our final class of our doe show today. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion, reserve champion, and third overall prospect doe. In this class, we have entries from Kelby Blessing, Paisley J. Akins, Everly Anashot, Cooper Davidson, Sarah Beth Dacius, and Mallory Beck. And our weights go from 74 pounds to 100 pounds. 74 pounds to 100 pounds. Attention exhibitors, I need all first and second place. If you were in first or second place prospect doe from classes 1 through 5, I need you to the makeup ring immediately. Again, classes 1 through 5, if you were a class winner or second, I need you to the makeup ring immediately. as soon as Lane has selected his champion prospect after Class 7. So we're in Class 6 or Class 5 right now. So after Class 7, we're going to take pictures of all of our champions and reserves after the breed drive, and then we will move right into our U show.
I believe our last class of does here. I took a little while on them. We got plenty of time, and I want to make sure I'm good with where I'm at. If you want to switch the top pair and tell me I'm wrong or indifferent, I completely see it. Here's what I see in the stock. I see a fresher, more youthful doe up front, mainly up there through the crest of her neck, the base of her shoulder, and with that, she's longer, she's looser in her spine, and her hind leg step, when you watch that doe go in motion, I don't know if she's as crisp and as shapely and as stout in terms of just her basic build as the doe coming here in second, but to me, she embodies what a brood doe should look like. Fancy, elegant, smooth, attractive, loose, sound, all those adjectives to me weigh in that doe's particular favor. Now she'll get a little easy behind her shoulder. She's not just as shaped up as the one in behind, but I think that doe in terms of structure, looseness, and looking like a lady up front has a distinct advantage over the doe coming here in second. This doe ties in just a little stronger in terms of her shape over her loin edge. She is just a click stouter in terms of her basic build and foundation. My problems are this doe hits me just a little shorter and more conventional up front. She's a little staler in the way she's shaped when you get onto her, and then we get the stock out and study that pair in motion. She's a little choppy out of her front end. She too will break in behind her shoulder and just a little straighter in terms of her basic build there. Again, you can switch those two if you'd like. I've tried to stay true to feet and leg structure and making them look right from the profile. That's where I made my call in this particular pair. We get into this freckle-eared doe here in third, a really, really stout one in terms of her head and her forearm. She's a little weathery, maybe even more than what your class winner is, and fits there with your second place doe. She too, for me, just in terms of her breastbone and the way she's shaped, right in behind her shoulders, a little piecey, and it's more exaggerated. When you study that doe there in motion, just a little choppy, a little tight off either end for me. I like this doe's length and strength of line. She's a little tight flanked and just a little narrow from behind. Good basic brood doe here. She's a little short stepping and a little plain made for me. I like this doe's look from the profile. She's a little flat when I get on top over there. Good class to bring us to the end. We're going to have a tough drive here. My congratulations to all of them there.
Well, I apologize if I'm slowing down here a little bit, but I thought this class was pretty tough to get through, and I just wanted to make sure I had my head screwed on, and I really know what I want to do in this class. And so probably not one in this lineup that just jumps out and hits you in the mouth, but I do think there's some very nice sheep in here, and they've all got some parts and pieces that I think a guy can really tie into. The sheep here that I'm going to use to win, I think this look right here is what seals the deal for me. I think that sheep is really, really attractive from this straight profile shot. I like that one's chest to blade relationship. I like that one's flank line. I like that one's hip and hind leg posture. I think that one's really, really neat from the side. You put that guy in motion, you get off that 3/4 shot. I do think he has a tendency to get a little close at his hock. He gets a little close at the ground. His hock's not perfect, and I'd probably like to make his pin set just a shot bigger. But I didn't think that there was one that confidently fixed all those things and still took it to the extra, and that's why I like this one to go ahead and win. The one that's second, that thing is a hind leg away from me using that one all day long. I think that one is from there forward, or from his hock up and forward. I like that sheep. I like his hip. I like his progression of width. I think he reads very genuine, very honest in terms of his shape. I like his width up front. I like his rib cage. To me, though, that hock gets a little outside his body, wants to roll it just a bit, just hits me as a shot more unattractive in that regard. But we fix that guy's hock, that guy probably wins the class for me. This one here, this is the stoutest option of the top 4 or 5. This guy is awfully opened up, big and square out of the backside of his shoulder. That thing is huge pinned, got just a ton of thickness from behind. I just got to redesign this guy a little skeletally. He comes up a little short in his step, his hock's a little straight. He wants to get a little lower in terms of his head carriage. I think it's because his shoulder blade's just a shot straighter. So when we put those guys in motion, that's where I got to fix that one the most. The one here in 4, this one's just a few bells and whistles away from being real good, because this guy's very basic, very fundamental in terms of his build. Probably as sound as any sheep that we've got out here in the top 5. He just gets a little plainer in his look, a little plainer in his muscle. I didn't think he had some of the extras to run with the top end. Didn't push the envelope far enough to go ahead and make that push up. The real big-legged stout one here in 5, that thing is wide open, that thing is burly, and that thing is bold. That thing's just a little too conventional for me, a little low to the ground, just a little jammed up in terms of his kind. Good set of sheep, though. Took me a little longer to get through it, but I found the ones that I like. Anyways, congratulations.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 5 of our medium wool division goes to the entry from Landry Lane on a 109-pound sheep. Second goes to Shep Silvers, also weighing 109 pounds. Third to Braxton Mock. Fourth to Kendall Birch. Fifth to Kaysen Newell. Sixth to Kaylee. I don't have your last name, Kaylee. Sorry. I'll get that. Seventh to Kixley, and eighth to Solomon Gobert. In the ring now, this is Class 6. Class 6 of your medium wool division. Our weights go from 115 to 129, 115 to 129. We have entries from Staten Silvers, Landry Lane, Kelby Blessing, Javen Sparks, Cade Schaefer, Sadie Allen, Javen Sparks, and Blake Burns. Again, this is Class 6. Your weights are 115 to 129. In our goat ring, we are now ready to select our champion, reserve champion, and third overall prospect doe. Your Class 1 winner was Paisley J. Akins on a 43-pound doe. Your Class 2 winner, K.J. Anthony on a 45-pound doe. Class 3 winner, Alexis Guthrie. Her doe weighed 53 pounds. Your Class 4 champion, Caden Uckman on a 63-pound doe. Class 5, your champion, Everly Anashot on a 69-pound doe. And your Class 6 champion, Mallory Beck, on a 100-pound doe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our class winners and seconds in our Prospect Doe Championship.
We'll get out here for your overall drive here in our doe show. I thought we had 6 nice classes with a lot of challenge, truthfully, here. And again, I'm one of those guys, I'm very passionate about judging and I'm very convicted in what I do. But I'm not here to tell you it's my way or the highway. This is just what I see in the stock here. And I'll tell you, when I think things are challenging and trying to find the threshold or the margin of difference for myself in a couple areas in a breeding doe show can be just a little challenging for myself here. We started out with a good class of them, and I like your class winner. I thought she set the mold really, really well. She's another one of the lineup that's very sleek and attractive and athletic in terms of her skeleton. I think her feet and legs are built for the long haul. She's very slim up front. She's maybe not just as gassed up in terms of her forerib and where she's at her loin edge and from behind, but I like that doe's kind. And I thought she kind of set the tone for the type of female that I like here as we work through your doe show. We got here into class 2, and I thought this dip-tailed doe, another one that's just super captivating. When you study her on the chain there, loose and agile in terms of her skeleton. I like her flexibility really well. Call you got to make on her, she's a little sharper in the angle of her hock standing still, and where we're at in development in the age of life here, she's maybe just a little plain at the crest of her neck and the base of her shoulder. For me, I'd maybe like to make her a little rounder in terms of the actual shape of her rib cage, but I like that doe quite a good deal as you study the stock there in motion. I was a big fan of this paint doe that came out of class 3, and I still am, and I think she's right there in the thick of this particular lineup. Of a couple of them here that are in contention for me, she's probably the one that I'd strike as a little more weather-esque and a little clubbier in terms of her basic build. That doe is very, very stout from end to end there. I love her forearm shape, turns great up high, big and powerful from behind. You know, she's maybe just a little coarser there up front as you study her, and I'm not going to tell you her left rear is perfect there. As you get right in behind, she'll kind of twist and kick out there in her left rear, but I love that doe sculpt. I like her balance, very streamlined and very shapely when you get on top of her there. Another tough-built one came out of class 4, big and muscular in terms of her kind. She's a little lower set for me, a little quicker in her maturity curve. We came next to class 5 with a doe that is just an absolute knothead to get out here and study there in motion. She's a little conventional in her length of body for me, a little shorter measuring if you would, and a little plainer up front. That doe's loin edge is absolutely ginormous, and it's deep, it's durable when you get into her, and I thought as far as shape up high and squareness from behind, that doe is right there in the thick of it. You know, I made the comment about class 1 just for myself and just being as honest, as blunt as I can, finding that line of where we're going to call a weather-esque one versus what I call just a basic brood doe that takes things to another level. That's the call you had to make amongst this pair. If you're sitting around ringside and you want to tell me my class winner out of the last class is a little plain and a little easy in her back line, I'll buy it. But at the same time, I think that doe represents refinement, classiness through her front end, looseness, flexibility to the highest degree. And where that doe's at in the game of life and her condition, she is super fresh and true and honest when you get on top and right in behind her. I thought when the does took to the chain, she was high-headed, she was proud, she was ladylike, yet still she has some punch and shape, and I loved her movement and her flexibility. She gets a little easy in her back, but I thought the doe that was second got a little tight in her back. So that's the kind of differences you have to ask yourself there. The doe that was second in the last class, big shaped up high, probably just a little more expressive and a little tougher built and stouter in her feature than the doe we led with there. As we said, she'll maybe get just a little forward in her knee, a little off in behind her blade, and a little tighter there in motion. But those two right there, although very different, and I'll never tell you they look the same, I think they represent very, very good livestock that are very hard to build. So again, I thought this doe show was very challenging. You don't have to agree with me. Hopefully you can see what I see in the stock. There's a pair of them I think are hard to split, and I'll never tell you they look the same. There's one I was enamored with there to be third overall. If you guys would, please give him a good round of applause, just like we've done here. I had a good goat show. I wish you guys the best of luck in Ring B. We'll get you 3 of them here in your doe show.
Selected as your champion overall prospect doe is your Class 6 winner, exhibited by Mallory Beck on a 100-pound doe. Congratulations, Mallory. And your reserve champion prospect doe is second in that class, Sarah Beth Dacius. Congratulations, Sarah Beth. And third overall is your Class 3 champion, exhibited by Alexis Guthrie. Let's go get photographs, all of our top threes. Let's get pictures over there. Please go to the picture backdrop and get your photographs. Thank you.
Well, I think a really, really nice top five here. I think that has some sort to them for sure, and I think there's a ton of differences between them, but I still probably still like these top two to just go ahead and elevate just a shot better. I think these are the two better built kind of sheep that have just a little bit more ring presence to them. And with that, I still think that the one that wins is just a little more dynamic for me. That one there is just a little more up off the ground. I think that one is awfully, awfully neat when you step off to the side of that one. And then you still directly compare these two. That one still got the edge just in squareness up high, just in total bulk and mass up high. And that one's got just a shade more wrap down low. I read this one here in two. Honestly, I read that one as just a little greener in his kind, honestly. I think that sheep is perfect in terms of his skeleton. I love that one and how he's put together. I think just a ton of quality to that sheep. I think he gives up a little mass up high. I don't think he's quite as out there in terms of his pieces as what we have there in our winter, but that kind works every time, and that kind's always going to find its way to the top. The one here in three, this is the powerhouse. This one is awfully bulky. This one's so big-footed, kind of a grizzly bear-looking sheep, a one that has just a ton of spread and mass and bulk. That thing is so wide and powerful. At the same time, it kind of comes with the territory. He's not as slick up front. He's a little lower in terms of his neck placement, not quite as neat in terms of his bottom line and his hip and his hind leg. But man, that thing is built right. Tons of power, tons of stuff to that guy. Just needs to be a little neater for me to go ahead and run up. This thing parked here is awfully cool. That thing is up-headed. That thing is shallow. That thing has a very nice look to him. His biggest problem to me is when we put these guys in motion. He gets a little stilty off of his back wheels, gets a little straight in his hock. needs to go with more reach, with more flex to his lower joints. To me, that's what's going to set him forth. Neat looking one, just got to move better. This one here has got as much bone and power and ruggedness to him as anything. He comes off just a little bit rounder to me. A little rounder in his shoulder, a little rounder in his hip. Just doesn't put it together quite as neat as what we have in the top end of this deal, but that's a good built sheep that's just a little round for me. Down the line here, we got some sheep that have some really, really stout pieces to them. Man, this thing's got a burly rib cage. It's just the loin to hip to hind leg posture that throws them off for me. Same story on this guy. Meat wagon, just got to be better in terms of his hind leg. Good looking one here that just needs a little bit more to him. Congratulations to them all.
Attention exhibitors, I need all first and second place medium wool exhibitors. If you are classes 1 through 6, I need you to the makeup ring immediately, please. 1 through 6. If you are a class winner or second, I need you to the makeup ring immediately.
In the last class of the day here, ending on a good note. I think a nice set of them in this drive. We get these bigger sheep out here, and I think we still got just a ton of quality in these guys. I think the top three are really nice. I think the top two, though, I think have just a little bit more sort, in my opinion. And to me, the biggest difference is I think the one that goes ahead and wins, I think still just a little bit better in terms of his skeleton. I think those two sheep have plenty of stoutness and plenty of power to them. With that, though, I think our class winner is just a little more comfortable in his hock. I think he's got more reach out of his front skeleton, and I think it consequently shows up. We put those things in motion. The one in second is pretty neat looking. That thing's up off the ground. I like that one. Runs uphill, neat shouldered, good looking. I like his hip and his hind leg from the side. Like I said, though, we put these things in motion. I think he gets a little tight in his hip. I think he gets a little restricted down there at the ground. And to me, that was a deciding factor there between those two. The one that's in third, man, this thing is a draft horse. This thing is huge. This thing is way up off the ground. Really, really neat in terms of his look. One that's a little bit maybe past 12 o'clock for me, that maybe one that just reads a little plainer in terms of his muscle. Maybe one that I don't read as fresh and as dialed in as some that we have up front. But man, that thing's got a really neat look to him. I just like to change those things about him. A big structured, big footed one here that's going to be fourth. Gets a little easy in his top line. Maybe just a little loose in terms of his build. I just like to clean him up, tidy him up, maybe see him just a little bit neater. A real stout, wound up one here that's got a ton of shape. I just got to make that one a little bigger footed, make that one just a little sounder. A blue one here that rounds out the class that's got a ton of width to him. I just got to redesign that one's hock. Maybe make that one balance up just a shot better. Good class, though. We'll get them first out here, and we'll find you a champion medium wool.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 7 of our medium wool division goes to entry from Carson Schaefer on a 132-pound sheep, and your second place sheep was Landry Lane, also 132 in weight. Third was Aubrey Mays, fourth Kylie Altum, fifth Porter Parsons, and sixth Ainsley Kilker. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion medium wool sheep. If you would please bring all your first and second place class winners into the ring, please. Okay, our final class, our final division of the day in our sheep show. Your Class 1 winner is entry from Sadie Allen on a 79-pound sheep. Your Class 2 winner is Carson Schaefer. Your Class 3 winner is Cade Schaefer. Your Class 4 winner is Briar Sherrill. Class 5 winner, Landry Lane. Class 6 winner, Sadie Allen. Class 7 winner, Carson Schaefer. These are your 7 medium wool champions. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our champions here. Your second in Class 1 was Kaysen Etheridge. Second in Class 2, Kylie Altum. Second in Class 3, Karsten Stevenson. Second in Class 4, Shep Silvers. Second place in Class 5, also Shep Silvers. Second in Class 6, Staten Silvers. And second in Class 7, this is Landry Lane.
Well, man, what a fun sheep show to get to sort through this medium wool division here. I thought was awfully good, but I thought it had just a ton of sort to it, and it'll be fun to run these back here in just a minute at Connor and see the differences that we see, because I think that there is a ton of differences to them, and that's what makes this deal fun, and that's what makes it interesting for us to do as evaluators, is to get to come out here and sort through these rigs and get to tell you what we think, because I think there's a ton of quality in all these sheep. I really like this lineup. I think it represents just high quality stock, and I hope that you've been able to at least follow me through that one, that I at least like something that's good, that's built right, that has the right kind of skeleton and just represents some presence and some quality to them, some stuff that's maybe just a little bit harder to make. When it comes down here for champion, I think I've got one in my mind that maybe just suits me, that's just a little bit more my speed in terms of its look, in terms of its big ring presence, and how that thing kind of comes together, just in terms of having some shallowness to him, some extra neatness, some extra hard to make pieces. And then I think after that, I think it gets just a little bit tougher, in my opinion, for reserve. I think that there's several of them in contention. If you would, though, let's congratulate these guys one more time. I'll show you which ones that I like the best.
Selected as your champion medium wool sheep is your class winner from Class 6, shown by Sadie Allen on 129-pound sheep. Congratulations, Sadie. Second to her in that class, exhibited by Staten Silvers on 115-pound sheep. And selected as your reserve champion comes out of the same class exhibited by Staten Silvers on 115-pound sheep. Congratulations to both Sadie and to Staten. Okay, you champion reserve, don't go far. We're getting ready to select our grand, reserve grand, and overall market lamb. Okay, here we go, folks. In your Prospect Sheep Show, your champion Southdown was exhibited by Karsten Stevenson, 93-pound sheep. Your reserve champion Southdown, exhibited by Briggs Bowers on 105-pound sheep. Your champion Whiteface was exhibited by Bodie Altum, reserve champion Rayleigh Zapalek. Your champion Whiteface Cross, exhibited by Carson Schaefer. The lamb weighed 96 pounds. Reserve champion, exhibited by Brett McCrae Mock. Her lamb weighed 122. Your champion Dorper, exhibited by Henry Sloth on an 82-pound sheep. Your reserve champion Dorper, Riley Kilker, weighing 110 pounds. Your champion Natural was shown by Shep Silvers. Shep's lamb weighed 97 pounds. And the reserve Natural exhibited by Javen Sparks, weighing 130. And your champion Medium Wool, exhibited by Sadie Allen. Sheep weighed 129, and the reserve champion in that division, exhibited by Staten Silvers, weighing 115. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all of our champion and reserve in our champion prospect lineup. Your champion prospect will be receiving a popper exhibited by or donated by D&D Trailer Sales and Excess Trailer. Your reserve champion prospect sheep will receive a Weaver Pro Air Blower. Your reserve or your champion will also receive a bucket of Right Time from ShowRite, and your reserve champion will receive a $100 online gift card from ShowRite.
Well, a great lineup here, and I know I'm sure some of y'all are cussing me in the back because I took a little longer, but hey man, I'm having just as much fun as these kids are to get to come out here and sort through a high-quality set of sheep and work with these young folks. And you know, it's what I like to do. You know, we could be doing other things on a Sunday, but this is what we all chose to be here. And so I hope you've enjoyed your time with me. I've enjoyed my time with you for sure. I think the quality of the stock out here is excellent. I think it's going to be fun to watch some of these go down the road and see how they perform at their respective endpoints, because I think all these sheep have just a ton of good to them. And I think it's just as a breeder, I think it's interesting to watch them grow and see how they grow out and shape up, and that's just part of the game that we love. I think, you know, I always try to make mention of something every time that we get to the end of a show. You know, just I tell all these exhibitors, man, just don't take this kind of stuff for granted, because not everybody gets to do this. You know, it's not cheap to do. You know, your parents or your grandparents, your ag teachers, or whoever's getting to go with you, just make sure y'all don't ever take this stuff for granted, and that's my biggest takeaway from this whole business. It's been a great set of sheep. I've got 3 of them in my mind that I like, that I think come to the top, and I feel pretty confident in. If you would, let's congratulate these guys one more time. thank Kevin, thank Church, thank the whole group. It's pretty hard to go to some of these shows and find, or I'd be hard pressed to go to some of these other shows and find a reward bucket that these guys are giving away. So kudos to them for giving back to all these guys. Let's congratulate them one more time. We'll find you a champion.
Again, folks, Lane Hoffman from Garden City, Texas. Thank you, Lane. Your champion prospect sheep goes to your medium wool champion, Miss Sadie Allen, on a 129-pound sheep. Congratulations, Sadie. Reserved to her was Staten Silvers. Your reserve champion is your natural colored one. Your natural color exhibited by Shep Silvers. Congratulate Shep. Reserved to Shep was Javen Sparks. Don't forget, we need pictures of all of our champions and our third. And your reserve champion, or third overall, is your reserve champion, colored one, natural. This is exhibited by Javen Sparks. Congratulations again to Sadie, to Shep, and to Javen. We need photos, guys. Go to the photo backdrop, please. Give us just a few seconds here to get some photographs taken, and then we'll move right into our Prospect U show. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're about to start our Prospect U show. We are missing Morgan Hernandez for our Class 1 Southdown. Morgan, if you're showing your Southdown, please make to the show ring immediately. This is also, we only have 2 in our whiteface division. We need those 2 up here for Class 1 of whiteface. And start bringing your naturals up here also. Southdowns, whiteface, and naturals. Let's all start bringing them up to the show ring, please. But we do need Morgan Hernandez. Morgan Hernandez, I need you to the makeup ring immediately. Okay, as we begin our Prospect U show, this is Class 1 Southdown U's. We have 4 entries in this class. Our weights go from 60 pounds to 77 pounds. We have entries from Morgan Hernandez, Cashley Kilker, Brody Benson, and Caden Klepek. This is our only class of Southdown U's, so our first and second will be your champion in reserve.
Well, nice set of downs here. Start this U show off with. I guess this is going to be our only class of downs, so it's going to translate to champion and reserve. And I think two nice U's to go ahead and come to the top. I think both of these sheep, I think, have some quality to them. I just think the young man there that's going to go ahead and win for me, I think that sheep just opens up a little square behind her blade. I think that one's just a little shapelier, in my opinion. Two, I think she's just a little neater in terms of her front skeleton, but that's being pretty picky there between those two sheep. Sheep here in two's probably got just a little stouter hind leg. That sheep there is just a little bit more attractive there in his hip and hind leg posture. Probably one that's just a little bit plainer in terms of her look up front, but those are two nice sheep there to stand champion and reserve. The 1 and 3, man, this thing has got some cool pieces. Big hipped, real shapely, neat look up front. I just need all those pieces to come together in just a little bit better package. I think she's chest to flanks just a little bit thrown off. Her loin edge is just a little bit rough in how it blends into her deal. Just some time, just some groceries and maturity help that one as much as anything. Super sound, functional, kind of a brood ewe here that's going to stand in fourth. That one's got the right basic build. That one's got the right body shape. Little plainer in terms of her kind for me. Just like to shape her up just a little bit, maybe lean her up just a touch at this stage in her life as well. But a good class of them. Let's congratulate them.
Thank you, Lane. Selected as your class winner and your champion South Down ewe is exhibited by Caden Klepek on a 77-pound ewe. Your second place ewe and reserve champion Southdown goes to Brody Benson on a 77-pound ewe. Third goes to Morgan Hernandez, and fourth to Cashley Kilker. We're now ready for our white face. We're now ready for our white face entries. We have 2 entries in this class. These 2 will be your champion and reserve champion whiteface. We have entry weighing 79 pounds and an entry weighing 167. We have an entry from Caden Klepek and an entry from Riley Kilker.
Well, not exactly apples to apples out here. I think, just 2 of these white-faced crosses and little different speeds in both of these sheep. You know, the young lady's big ewe here, I think, just represents a good maternal kind, one that I think is good in terms of her build. That thing is jet level up top. I think that thing just looks like a female, that could go out and be successful in production. You know, probably not like the extra bells and whistles is maybe not quite as clubby as what we have here in this other one, but I do think that that's a good kind of sheep. The other one here, a little bigger footed, a little furrier. That one there is obviously a little different breed type as well, but one that I think not exactly a great comparison. We're probably giving up 100 pounds here, something like that, but a nice ewe here that's got some extra shape and some extra muscle, maybe one that we'd like to redesign just a little bit in terms of his skeleton. Comes down to it, there's only 2 of them out here. Young lady with the big ewe, you'll be your champion. Young man here will be reserve.
Selected as your champion, Whiteface U goes to Riley Kilker, weighing 167 pounds, and your reserve champion in second place in class goes to Caden Klepek on his 79-pound U. Congratulations to Riley and to Caden. Okay, we have two classes of naturals. We have two entries in this first class. We have entry from Brody Benson and an entry from Grayson Williams. Their weights are 62 and 80 pounds. 62 and 80 pounds.
Well, just a pair of them here. Two really nice ones, maybe two that are just maybe a little different in terms of their maturity pattern, but even so, I still feel just a little bit more comfortable. The young ladies here, I think, on top of one that's just maybe a little bit more progressive in terms of her, rib and body and some muscle. I still think, I still read this one just to be just a little sounder in terms of her skeleton. I think that one's shoulder lays onto her body just a little more appropriately. I think that one's hip and hind leg posture is just a shade more comfortable. The one that's going to come second, man, that thing's got a big ripped up back shape. That thing is lean. That thing is shapely. That thing is going to be a neat breeding piece. To me, though, I'd probably just like to lay her back in the angle of her blade just a shot, and then obviously some time and some maturity will help her soften up just a touch. But two really nice sheep there. Congratulations to both of them.
Placing first in Class 1 of your natural division goes to Grayson Williams. And second goes to Brody Benson. Our second class of naturals, we have 4 entries in this class. Again, we have 4 entries in Class 2 of our naturals. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion natural U. We have entries from Brody Benson, Morgan Hernandez, Sutton McMahon, and Javen Sparks. Our weights go from 90 pounds to 130 pounds. 90 pounds to 130 pounds.
the bigger class of naturals here. Pretty easy place to start, in my opinion. A sheep that we saw in the market show a while ago, a sheep that we like a great deal just for the extra pieces that one brings to the table, and still put it together in a really neat package. The one that's in second, man, that thing's kind of mirrors our class winner with some extra bulk and spread through that one's center part of that one's skeleton. That one's got a big shape up high. That one fits very proportional in terms of her look. She's not as wild looking, but I think everything fits together extremely well on that one. The one that comes in here next, man, I read this one with a ton of future. I like this one's neck set. I like this one's shoulder shape. I think this one is just going to get better with time. That one there, I think, just comes off a little more immature there in terms of her rib. I don't think she's quite as far along in terms of her muscle or spread. But, man, I think that's a good-looking, kind of feminine, maternal-looking one that I think has got the right build. The one that's going to round out this class, this young man here, man, that thing's got a big back shape. That thing is super square out of the backside of that one's shoulder. Loin edge is near perfect. That one there just gets a little up and down up front for me. Wants to pull her hock in just a bit. Just doesn't give you the same look as some that we have. But a nice class, though. Let's congratulate him.
Placing first in Class 2 of our Natural U show goes to entry from Javen Sparks on 130-pound U, and second, Morgan Hernandez on 101-pound U. Third was Sutton McMahon, and fourth, Brody Benson. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion, Natural U. Your first place U from Class 1 was Grayson Williams. Second was Brody Benson. First from Class 2 is Javen Sparks. Second was Morgan Hernandez. I've also been asked to announce there was a gentleman that left a blue briefcase with a very sophisticated piece of equipment in it at the OptaWise booth today, and he never came back to get that, and she is packing up to leave. Huh? You found him. Okay.
Well, a nice representation here. Quality sheep that hit the ring for this natural drive. Not a lot of U numbers out here, but I think the quality is good. This front line here, I think, just hits me pretty hard. I think those are both, some sheep that are really my speed. I like them both quite a bit. They'll be champion and reserve. We're going to go 2-1 here. Good job. Nice job.
Selected as your champion, Natural U, is going to go to Javen Sparks on 130-pound Natural U, and reserve Grayson Williams on an 80-pound. Congratulations to Javen and to Grayson. Okay, we're going to start our Dorper division. We only have 2 entries in our Dorper division. These 2 will serve as your champion and reserve champion Dorpers, and then we will move right into our medium wool, and we'll have 3 classes of medium wool ewes. So let's be bringing all those medium wool from Class 1 and 2 to the makeup ring, please.
You're good right there. Pair of nice sheep here. A little different speeds in terms of their type and kind, but I think both nice ones, no doubt. Me personally, we're going to go ahead and land on this young lady here in the blue. She's going to be your champion. That one just hits me just a little more appropriate in terms of that one. Skeleton, a little more maternal, a little smoother in terms of her muscle pattern. That thing just kind of looks like a brood cow right there. That one fits the bill for me. The one that's going to come in reserve, real shapely, a little wound up, feeling kind of rambunctious out here. But that's a shapely kind of a ewe. Just doesn't have the same maternal look to her as what we're going to go ahead and land on. But that's going to be a nice one for that young lady, no doubt.
Your champion Dorper ewe is going to go to entry from Kylie Burns on a 155-pound ewe, and your reserve champion Ainsley Kilker on a 102-pound. Congratulations to both Kylie and to Ainsley. Okay, we're now ready to start our final division of our Prospect U show. This is Class 1. We need Henley Hudson. Henley Hudson, if you're going to show your medium wool ewe, we need that ewe to the makeup ring immediately, or your class is going in the ring. Henley Hudson, we need your ewe to the makeup ring, please.
Well, nice class to start the medium wool show with, and some good sheep in here. I think all 4 of these sheep are nice, and probably still at the end of the day, I think just, you get these things out and move them around. That's the most honest form of evaluation on these things. And I really like this ewe that goes ahead and wins. I think that she's just a little bit more correct in terms of her hind leg posture, just in terms of how that thing stays, just a little more natural and collected in terms of her top line. I think that's a really neat looking sheep there that just kind of looks like a lady, in my opinion. The one that's next, man, this thing's got some outlying pieces. This thing has got a big square shape laid into her. That thing has got some big feet, some furry legs, just kind of a little raw looking for me right now. That thing just get a little smoother with some time. That thing just has maybe a little extra set to her back leg, I think, compared to our class winner. But that's a really neat, round, shapely one that's going to be fun a little longer down the road. The one that's next, a little bit of the same story. Man, that thing is a real grooved up and chiseled. That thing's got a really shallow chest floor. That thing is up fronted, runs uphill. Little vertical in terms of her shoulder, a little over in terms of her knee. I'll probably just like to smoothen her up just a little bit, maybe tone her back, maybe a little too much going on right now. But I bet when that thing kind of gets some fat and smooths up, I bet that one will be fun to look at too. This one here, probably one of the soundest ones that we've got out here. Love that one's feet and legs. That one's got a very balanced, proportional look to her. Doesn't have quite the look that we have in the one right ahead of her. Not quite as stout and grooved up as the one ahead of that one. So she just kind of defaults down here to fourth, in my opinion. But make no mistake, that's a good kind of sheep. That's going to be a great project down the road. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 1 of our medium wool division goes to Lakeland Newcomb on a 79-pound ewe. Second, Karsten Stevenson. His ewe weighed 73 pounds. Third to Grayson Williams, and fourth to Morgan Hernandez. In the ring now is Class 2. This is our Class 2 of our medium wool ewes. Our weights go from 83 pounds to 97 pounds. 83 pounds to 97 pounds. We have entries from Brindley Newcomb, Caden Klepek, Avery Walton, Harper Ice, Jaylee Sparks, Brindley Newcomb, Charlie Williams, and Laurel Christopher. I've also been asked to announce that the class breaks for Ring B, all the Ring B shows are being posted at 3 o'clock, which is in 2 minutes, 1 minute. So you can go up and see your class breaks up at the office. They're being posted at 3 o'clock, which is in 1 minute.
Well, a nice set here. I think definitely some sort in this particular lineup, and I think the top of this deal, I think, gets a little bit closer. I think, but I think the longer that we're out here, I think the stronger the case that gets made for this young lady to go ahead and win. I do wish that that thing was just a little softer in terms of her lower joints. I do wish that her hock worked maybe just a little bit better, but man, when you get her propped up, that thing draws you an awfully neat look. And I think beyond that, I do think that's a sheep that is very correct up front. I think she's put together with just a ton of quality. She has just a really neat look to her, just a ton of presence to her. And then I think on top of that, she's still the outright advantage in terms of just having some spread and some muscle to her. I think that's a nice place to go ahead and start. Man, if we could just smoothen this one up just a little from her hip into her loin, into the top side of her spine, then I could like this one. I love this one's hind leg. I think that this thing is awfully neat. I like her foot size. I like the flexibility that she has down low. I love this thing up front. Really, really neat and attractive up there. To me, she just gets a little easy in her spine. She gets a little plainer in terms of her lower third as a result. We could just clean that up right there. I think we'd have a really sweet looking one because that one there has got really cool pieces. Kind of a groovy shaped up one here that's going to be in third. I think this one's awfully stout. This one's awfully powerful. I just read this one just a little tighter when we get them in motion. She's a little shorter hipped, just a little tighter in terms of her movement. I read her just a little bit rounder off maybe either end of her skeleton, but I think that's a nice sheep there that's got some cool pieces to her. I'd probably just like to smooth her up and lengthen her out just a little bit. One here that I read is maybe just a little more immature in her kind is next. That one there has got some foot and some bone underneath her. That one there has got some extension and some length. To me, that one there just gets a little lower in terms of her neck sight at this stage in her game. She wants to kind of break in her top line a little bit. She's not as attractive in her hind leg set, but I think that's a sheep that's better days are for sure ahead of her. Kind of the same story with this one here. I like this one from this dead profile shot. I think that's her best view. You get off to that 3/4 on either end. I think she reads just a little bit flatter in terms of her kind. She doesn't have the same pop or punch as we have working towards the top of this class, but that's a sweet looking ewe nonetheless. Nice job on down the line here. Ewes that's got some stoutness here that just needs to be a little better in her loin and in her hip. Young man's got a big rugged built one there that just gets a little flatter in terms of her rib. I think just some maturity will probably do that one more good. Perfect built one. That's a good kind of sheep there. Has all the right parts. Just maybe doesn't have the extras to push her up over the next level. But a nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 2 of our medium wool division goes to Brinley Newcomb on a 91-pound ewe. Second to Avery Walton. Her ewe weighed 87 pounds. Third goes to Jaylee Sparks. Fourth to Brinley Newcomb. Fifth to Addie Fee. Sixth to Harper Ice. Caden Klepek was 7th, and Charlie Williams was 8th. We're now ready for our third and final class of our medium wool ewes. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion, reserve champion medium wool, followed by the selection of our overall champion, reserve champion, and third overall prospect ewes.
Well, nice way to end the U show here. I think a nice set of them, and I think the top end up here, I think this got some sort to them. But with that, I still think that this young lady here, I think strikes this pose right here. I think it's hard not to buy into this U. I think very correct and very proportional. In terms of that one's look and presence from the side. One that I think not wild looking, doesn't really push the envelope in any direction really, but I think one that's very problem free, one that I think is a very safe bet there, and one that I think I just feel comfortable landing on. Young ladies here is probably a little more progressive in terms of bone and foot. That one's got just a little bit more feature. That one there, I think, has got some really neat looking pieces about her. At the same time, though, I think you put these things in motion. She wants to get up in her loin just a touch. I think her hock reads just a shot straighter. I'd probably like to lay her back in the angle of her blade just a bit, but I do think that's a neat U there that's got some promise to her. This one here, man, if we could just trim her up front, then I think that we could like this one a lot, because that one's big-footed. That one's really heavy-duty in terms of her skeleton. That one there, I think, just gets a little loose, just gets a little plain for me. Got a little bump up front. I think she's carrying a little more shoulder, a little open at the top side of it. Hawk gets just a little bit wobbly when we send her in motion, but I think that's a good kind of sheep there. I'd just like to make her a little bit neater. Young man's that comes next, real shapely, real expressive. That thing's tight-hided. That thing's grooved up. That thing's just got to be a little bit better in terms of his build for me. I'd like to change her hip and hind leg posture. I'd like to see her go with more reach out of her front skeleton. She's just got to be freer, all in all, for me to move her up anymore. Really a level-made, kind of a brood cow looking one that's going to be next. That one there has got a big opened up a rib cage to her. That one's got some spread. That one's a little conventional in terms of her kind. That need to lengthen that one's cannon out just a little bit. I'd like to lay her black in the angle of her blade as well, but that's a good sheep there to round out the top five. Some sheep here down the line, young ladies here, big scaled, good looking one that just needs some maturity to body down and really bulk up. Kind of the opposite here, kind of a bulkier sheep in terms of this young man. That hip and hind leg posture is where I'd get the most critical of her. She wants to break there in her loin. I'd like to see her have more set, or not as much set to her hock, be a little more flexible and square it up just a bit. But a nice class, though. Let's congratulate them.
Placings in Class 3 of our medium wool U show first goes to Caitlin Etheridge on a 107-pound U. Second, Lakeland Newcomb on a 125-pound U. Third, Kinley Land. Fourth, Brewer Birch. Fifth, Claire White. Sixth, Taylor West. And seventh, Solomon Gobert. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion medium wool U, followed by the selection of our grand, reserve grand, and third overall prospect U. Your Class 1 winner was Lakeland Newcomb on a 79-pound U. Your Class 2 winner was Brindley Newcomb on a 91-pound U. And first in Class 3, Caitlin Etheridge on a 107-pound U. Second in Class 1 was Karsten Stevenson. Second in Class 2, Avery Walton. And second in Class 3, Lakeland Newcomb. Again, following this class, following the selection of our champion and reserve medium wool U, we will be selecting our grand, reserve grand, and third overall. If you are a champion or reserve champion, if you're the champion reserve Southdown, Whiteface, Natural, or Dorper, I need you to the makeup ring immediately.
Well, a nice looking set of sheep here. Medium wool drive. I think, like I said, the ewe numbers were small, but a really good show nonetheless. I think there's a couple of them out here that suit me pretty well. I think we got a great lineup out here. Some showmen that are really getting after it, doing a great job. Let's congratulate them one more time. Our champion's going to come out of this middle class right here. She'll be your champion. Job.
Selected as your champion medium wool ewe goes to your Class 2 champion, Brindley Newcomb, on a 91-pound ewe. Congratulations, Brindley. Second to Brindley was Avery Walton. And your reserve champion and medium wool ewe is the second place female out of this Class 2, owned by Avery Walton on an 87-pound ewe. Congratulations to Brindley and to Avery. Okay, we are ready to select our Grand, Reserve Grand, and third overall prospect ewe. If you would, please. Your champion Southdown ewe is owned by Caden Klepek, 77-pound ewe. Your champion Whiteface ewe is owned by Riley Kilker on a 167-pound ewe. Your champion Natural is shown by Javen Sparks on a 130-pound ewe. Your champion Dorper, owned by Kylie Burns, 155-pound ewe. And your champion medium wool, Brindley Newcomb, with a 91-pound ewe. Your reserve champion Southdown is owned by Caden Klepek, by Brody Benson on a 77-pound ewe. Your reserve champion Whiteface is owned by Caden Klepek on a 79-pound ewe. Your reserve champion Natural, Grayson Williams, on an 80-pound ewe. Your reserve champion Dorper, Ainsley Kilker, on a 102-pound ewe. And your reserve champion medium wool, Avery Walton, on an 87-pound ewe. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our champions and reserves in our Prospect Ewe Show.
Let's wrap up this sheep show here with with a really good lineup of ewes here. I'm not going to go back through and talk them all. We're just going to go out and find you a lineup, but find you some winners. But it's been a great show, and I've had a lot of fun doing it. I hope you have too. Let's congratulate these guys one more time, and we'll name some champions.
Again, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for Mr. Lane Hoffman. Your champion prospect ewe is your Natural, shown by Javen Sparks. Congratulations, Javen. The reserve to him in that class was Grayson Williams. The reserve champion prospect ewe is your Medium wool exhibited by Brinley Newcomb. Congratulations, Brinley. And your third overall was your reserve natural lamb. This is exhibited by Kylie Burns. Congratulations, Kylie.
Grayson Williams. Grayson Williams. Announced the door.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. It's Grayson Williams. I apologize. I was looking at the wrong line here. Grayson Williams is your third overall. We do need photos, so all of you guys that had the top three, go to the picture backdrop. We need to get a picture taken. Class 1 Market Goats, get headed to the ring, please. Our judge will be here shortly, and we're going to kick it off. Ring B. Class 1 Market Goats to the makeup ring, please. We are going to start shortly. Okay, folks, we're ready to start Ring B. We need all of Class 1 Ring B prospect goats to the makeup ring, and Ring B prospect sheep, Class 1 South Down. Class 1 South Down to the makeup ready, please.
If you got lightweights in Ring B, we got about $30,000 here to pay out. Let's get rolling. Cash money. If you see Blake running out of the barn with a box, tackling Michael.
Attention in the barn, we're missing 2 individuals for the first class of Southdown Prospect Sheep. We need Sutton McMahon, Morgan Hernandez, Caden Klepek, Taylor West. Caden Klepek's got 2, and Riley Kidder. Taylor West and Riley Kidder. We need both of you to the makeup ring immediately. We are starting Ring B, guys. As we begin our Ring B show, again, folks, it's my pleasure to serve as your announcer again for this Ring B competition. This is Class 1 Prospect Goat Show. We have weights from 38 pounds to 48 pounds. We have exhibits from Staten Silvers, Aaron Rivera, Bryce Kane, Aubrey Mays, Creighton Scott, Henley Hudson, Cannon Johnson, and Cayenne Kane. And as we start Ring B in our Prospect Sheep Show, we have Sutton McMahon, Morgan Hernandez, Caden Klepek,
You want to say all of our class winners? Here's our payout. Our class winners.
in our Ring B show, all of our first place class winners, all of them, will be receiving $100, and your seconds will be receiving $40. Your reserve champions will be receiving $500. Division champions will be receiving $500. Your reserve divisions will be receiving $250. Your grand champions will be receiving $2,500. Reserve grands $1,250, and third overalls will be receiving $750. Again, it is my pleasure to introduce to you our judges for this afternoon. We're just going to be swapping rings. In our goat ring today, in Ring B, evaluating our goats is Mr. Lane Hoffman of Garden City, Texas. Lane, along with his brother Brody, own and operate Hoffman Brothers. He was a member of the livestock judging teams at both Blinn Community College and Texas Tech University, where he judged and has judged shows all across the nation. He and his wife Jamie are raising their 2 daughters, Josie and Livy. His passion for the youth involvement in this industry continues to drive his work inside and outside of the ring. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Mr. Lane Hoffman, judging Ring B in our goat show today. In our sheep ring, again, is Mr. Connor Brew, originally from Elkhart, Indiana. Connor finally got out of the Midwest and got to God's country. Went to junior college at South Plains College, where then he graduated and went on to Texas Tech, completing his bachelor's degree, and has moved back to coach and the livestock team at South Plains College. He and his wife Mallory currently reside in Lubbock, where he serves as the judging team coach at South Plains College. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Mr. Connor Brew from Lubbock, Texas.
As we get things started here in Ring B on the sheep side, I had a lot of fun working through the goats earlier, but those that know me know I'm a sheep guy at heart, and I like to catch a good gear and have a good sheep show. We got a really nice class of downs to lead us out here. I like Little Buddy's quite a good deal here to be your winner. That is an intimidating view from a 3/4 of a good Southdown ewe. Extra length of spine, yet her body shape's incredible. She's very progressive from end to end. What I like about this ewe is when she gets out and goes, she is very, very flexible and holds it all together. Thought she was better at her loins, stouter down low, low than the ewe coming in second. She's fresher up high than the wether there in 3. I liked her loin and her structure a little nicer than the ewe that rounds you out. So for me, she kind of puts it all together in a good package there with a cute showman on the front end. That's a good way to get the sheep show started. Young lady, I really like the front 2/3 of your ewe here in second. She's equally as good in terms of her body shape, her underline balance, her touch, her tone. Thought she was fresher up high than the wether that comes in behind. She fades at her loin a little bit. She's a little tight and a little timid in the step of her hind leg. It's a very nice pair of downer ewes there. You have a really fundamental wether that lands here in 3. Bold body, big ended, very, very square built, and I like his balance. Young lady, I get on top of him here. He's a little soft, a little plain in terms of his touch, and just a little fragile in his basic build there. More shape, more muscle and tone can be found here in this little ewe lamb coming in next. She's a little early maturing for myself, a little shorter cannon. We'll kind of swivel her hind leg just a little bit when we study the stock on the go there. So 4 very nice sheep, a lot of differences there. I like your class winner, quite a good deal there. Congratulations, you guys. Good way to start the second show there.
We'll kick the goat show off here, and like Connor said, I had a good time doing the sheep, and looking forward to doing the goat show with you today. A nice class to start off with. I think we got some good quality up top. I still probably feel the most comfortable this young lady's goat that goes ahead and wins. I think one that's just a little more my speed in terms of his basic build. I think in this particular lineup, I think this is the advantage in terms of build, correctness. I think that guy's shoulder. I like that guy's hip and hind leg posture. You know, he's not the most blown apart in this particular lineup, but I read that guy with a great deal of future. I think I read him with a great deal of quality. The one that's in 2, man, that thing's the opened up option that's got just a little bit more to him. That one there's a little bolder in the center portion of his skeleton, a little stouter there in his hip. I'd probably just like to redesign that one a little bit in terms of his skeleton. He wants to get a little over in his knee and forward in his shoulder. More than anything, I'd probably like to lengthen his hip out just a bit and see it just be a shot more attractive. The one that's in 3rd, man, this thing's got big feet, big feature. That's a wide open, stout little rascal that's got just a lot of spread. That one comes in just a little bit more of a conventional kind of package for me. That one's a little coarser and open at the top of his shoulder. I think he's too's a little shorter out of his hip, and I wish we could get that guy to get out and travel, really want to show himself off, and I bet we could probably work that goat up. A really shapely, expressive one that's going to be in 4. That thing's got a good turn everywhere you look at him. A little frailer in terms of his makeup. He wants to pull his hock in just a touch. I'd probably like to lay him back in the angle of his blade. I'd probably like to stouten him up from his hock and his knee down just to see him balance a little bit better as well. A real wide, stout one again here that rounds out the top 5. Really opened up, really bold and bulky everywhere you want to look at him. A little too conventional for me. He gets a little a moderate in his kind. I just like to lengthen him out, stretch him out, and I'd probably like to lay him back in the angles of his skeleton as well. But a really good class to kick the goat show off with. Congratulations.
Selected as your class winner in Ring B in our goat show goes to Staten Silvers on a 38-pound goat. Second was Cayenne Kane on a 48-pound goat. Third was Aubrey Mays. Fourth, Aaron Rivera. Fifth, Creighton Scott. Sixth, Bryce Kane. And seventh, Cannon Johnson. In the ring now is Class 2. These are goats that go from 50 pounds to 54 pounds. Your class placings in Class 1 of our Southdown Prospect Sheep Show first went to Caden Klepek on a 77-pound goat. Second, also to Caden Klepek on a 65-pound goat. Third to Sutton McMahon. And fourth, Morgan Hernandez. In the ring now is Class 2 Southdown Sheep. Our weights go from 82 pounds to 96 pounds.
Well, I really like this class, and to me, the real debate and discussion becomes between second and third, two completely different kinds. The sheep I like in terms of a skeletal aspect, and I just love the athleticism and motion, is your class winner there. To me, he's better at the base of his shoulder blade. He's more youthful than the sheep coming in right behind. Same can be said about the Weather in third, and I still think in relation to both of those, he's got plenty of steel and plenty of shape up high. Right there is your look of him there. That is a smooth, perfect balanced one that runs uphill. I love his structure when you study that sheep there in motion. But you get on top of him and just study the firmness and hardness of muscle shape. I think this one's really good here. He's lean-heighted. He's good touching up high, very expressive. My problems are you get off here from a profile, he's a little deeper and a little longer at the base of his shoulder. You get him in motion. He's just a little tighter wound there. But I thought he had just a bit more fresh shape and tone and texture in relation to this sheep coming in next. Now, this one didn't blow me away from right off the bat, but he grew on me quite a bit here on the grouping of them. I read him a little pudgy up front, just in terms of his neck and his shoulder. Hey, a three-quarter view, though, square backed, and I love his hip. That is a big square hip with an awesome stifle and hind leg there. I thought he was a little bland, a little plain when I got onto him there, and just a little thick and basic up front. That's a nice trio, though. I like all three of those sheep. A real bold one comes in next. I like the body type here, buddy. He, too, like the sheep ahead of you, just a little soft. When I get on top of him there, a little plain in terms of his touch. Got a longer-bodied one that's real productive in terms of his center and his flank. I like those things about him. He's a little straight off either end for me, a little plain at his dock. He, too, could be just a bit firmer when I get on top of him there. So do what you like amongst the top three. I thought your class winner kind of put it all together in the most athletic package there.
Class placings from our second class of Southdown sheep. First goes to Staten Silvers on an 87-pound sheep. Second was Karsten Stevenson, weighing 93 pounds. Third, Kelby Blessing. Fourth, Joe Richard Andrews. And fifth, Marley Dion. We're now ready for our third and final class of Southdown sheep. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion, Southdown prospect. We're missing Claire White. Claire White, if you're going to bring your Southdown sheep to the show, we need it immediately. We're going in the ring. Claire White.
Well, another good class here. I think definitely got some quality in this particular lineup, and I think with that, I think we still land on a pretty solid place to start, and one that comes up pretty easy. I think one for the extra bone and feature that he's got. You still got to like how big that guy's loin edge is, how tight his skin is, how much expression that guy touches with. I think he comes together awfully good. I think that's a really nice goat to go ahead and lead off with. I thought there was just a little more sort here between 2 and 3. I think the biggest difference for me, though, is the hip structure, the hind leg posture, and how that thing is constructed up in terms of his blade and right behind it. The goat that's 2, I think, just fits all those boxes just a little bit better for me. I don't think he's quite as round in his cage. I don't think he's quite as shapely to the touch as the one that we have there in 3. But that one, I got to pick that guy's tail head up. I got to close him up at the top of his blade, and I just got to make his parts blend together just a little bit better. The one in 3, that's a wide open kind of a goat that's got just a ton of spread and bulk all the way through. That guy's got to be just a little... has a tendency to overdrive on the young lady just a bit, but I got to stouten that guy up in his bone to make his top match his bottom. I don't think he balances as good from there. I think he's a little plainer up front when compared to those other goats that stand right ahead of him. Shapely, expressive one there that's just a little loose and open at the top of his blade, just a little more ordinary there in terms of his hind leg. And the one that rounds out the class, got some shape to him as well. We just kind of have, he's a little round for me, a little round in his hip, a little round in terms of his shoulder, gets off right behind it. Maybe like to lengthen his stifle out just a bit to help balance the rest of his body. But a nice class. Congratulations.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 2 of our Prospect Goat Show goes to Jace Sparks, your class winner, weighing 53 pounds. Second in that class was Sarah Beth Decius on another 53-pound Prospect Goat. Third goes to KJ Anthony. fourth to Kennedy Johnson, fifth to Jalen Swainer, and sixth to Avery Martin. We're now ready for Division 3. Division 3 Prospect Goats. Following this division, or following this class, we will be selecting our Division 1 champion and reserve champion Prospect Goat. In the ring now is Class 3 of our Prospect Goat Show. These weights go from 56 to 59 pounds. 56 to 59 pounds. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion, Division 1 Prospect.
Well, if we've dozed off a little bit, look in here. We have a tremendous pair of Southdown sheep, and I think both of these things right here are absolute big-time ballers wherever you go. What I see amongst an incredible pair that I'm telling you I think the world of, I see more extension, a better pattern in your class winner. Not only is he more youthful in the way he's shaped and can turn to the base of his chest floor, you get on top of him, he's longer bodied, but he's still just as round in the shape of his rib cage. He is fresh and absolutely dialed in when you get onto him. He's a little sharp, a little rigid in the step of his hind leg, if you're going to call a spade, but I think that thing right there is an absolute bad cat there. As much as I like him, this one's pretty good as well. He's bigger at the ground. He's stouter at his foundation. I like this sheep's balance. I like his ruggedness there from the profile. You get into him, though, he's a little deeper. He's a little shorter at the base of his chest and his neck, a little plainer when you get on top of him there. And I'd like to stretch out his hip just a little bit. I am telling you guys, though, I'm not afraid to tell you what I like. I love those two sheep, and they hit me very, very hard. As much as I like them, 3 and 4, good sheep as well. I like the flexibility of the sheep here in third, a little bit nicer than the one in behind. He's got a good look to him, a very good hip and hind leg. He'll open at his blade, he'll drop in his breastbone. He's not as creased up when you get on top of him there, but he's got a good look there from the profile. We conclude with what I think is a really nice fourth place sheep there. He'll draw up good in terms of his hip design, his hind leg. Got a nice look there ahead of his shoulder. Young lady, I get right in behind the stock. He's just a little flat in terms of his body shape for me. You get over his loin edge and the base of his twist and stifle as well, and that's what gets him in a bit of a pickle here. But I'll tell you, that is an incredible class. So 4 heavyweight Southdowns. I love your class winner there. He starts out in a good fashion there. My compliments to all 4 of you. Good showman and a good class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 3 of our Southdown Prospect Show goes to Briggs Bowers. Sheep weighed 105 pounds. Second to Morgan Hernandez, and her sheep weighed 103. Third was Claire White, and fourth, Grayson Williams. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion. Southdown Prospect sheep, if you would please bring your class winners and seconds into the ring, please. Our division champion will receive $500, and our reserve champion will receive $250.
Well, this was an excellent way to get us rolling here in your sheep show. I don't want you to think I'm just running through it, but when I know what I want to do, we're going to try to catch a gear and roll with them here. I love this division, and I'm not scared to use a white one at the end of the day, so you better bring a good one to turn a few of these. We started out with the two cutest little showmen we've had in the ring all day. We got a good pair of sheep. I love the body shape and just the balance there of your class winner. Got a really athletic, smooth-built one that wins Class 2. He needs a bit more shape. When I get onto him there, and he's a little narrow pin when I get in behind. I like the touch, the tone, a second in Class 2. He's a little shuffly from behind and just a little plain base of his blade. We just finished a class of heavies that I think are absolutely lethal, and they're totally different. A stout, boxy, burly one runs reserve. He's a little plain base of his chest and his shape. Your champ or your class winner there. Extra extension, extra style with big creases up high. I thought that was a tremendous class winner there. So 6 very nice sheep, 6 very good showmen. There's a pair that are absolutely deadly in my opinion. I like these 2 out of the West class to be champion in reserve.
Selected as your champion South Down Prospect sheep and receiving a $500 cash award is Mr. Briggs Bowers with a 105-pound sheep, and your reserve champion is Morgan Hernandez, and she will receive $250 cash. Congratulations to both Briggs and to Morgan.
Third class of goats here I think is really nice, and I think the top end of this class I think definitely has some quality to them, and I think the top 3 here have their sort, but at the end of the day I still just find the most comfort in landing on this kind of cape shoulder one to go ahead and win. You know, the way he uses his hock isn't perfect, but I think that that's a very shapely, very expressive kind of goat. I think that reads really trim and really neat. Up front, I think he just kind of hits you with that real athletic look to him. I think that's a nice goat to go ahead and lead off with. I think if the one in second here had the same bone and foot, had the same extra hairdo and fit job, I bet we could probably entertain switching that pair even more, because I think that is a good-looking, flat-bladed one that is really good in terms of his top line. I like his hip shape, his hind leg. He's a little smoother in terms of his joint work, but he just doesn't have the extras what it takes to get over that class winner, I don't think. But I think that's a super good one there that's going to sit second. The one in third, that's the real big opened up one. That one's got a ton of bulk and spread anywhere you want to look at that guy. I'm just going to have to redesign him a little in terms of his skeleton. He gets a little short in terms of his hip. His hind leg gets just a little bit straighter. I'd like to lay him back in the angle of his blade, just see him go with just a little more reach off of both ends of his skeleton. The one in 4 here, that one actually grabs with a lot more shape and a lot more turn than I originally was going to give him credit for, because just from the outside looking in, he doesn't hit me as the real shapely kind, but man, that guy's got a big groove running down his back. He's got some shape up high. I probably just got to I criticize him the most of our top 4 when we set him in motion. He gets a little off behind his blade. His hock wants to get a little straighter. His hip wants to drop in him just a bit. Change those things about him, and we got a different cat, especially because he grabs with more to him than I thought he was going to. Some goats down the line here, the young ladies here. I like that one's body shape. I like that one when you view him on top of the stock. That one there has got to have a little more foot and bone. I got to be a little more attractive in terms of his hind leg. I'd like to just class that guy up a little from the side. Young man's there is long-bodied, level-made. Just going to have to stouten that one up. Going to have to redesign the skeleton of the one that comes out and rounds out the class, but a really nice job. Congratulations.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 3 of Division 1 of our Prospect Goat Show goes to Miss Bristol Lee with a 59-pound prospect, and second in that class is Isabella Stroder. Her goat weighed 58 pounds. Third, Mallory Beck. Fourth, Tyson Hicks. Fifth, Kelby Blessing. Sixth, Solomon Gobert. And seventh, Gracie Reed. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Division 1 Prospect Goat. Your Class 1 winner is Staten Silvers on a 38-pound goat. Class 2 champion is Jace Sparks. His goat weighed 53. And the winner from last class, Bristol Lee, on a goat weighing 59 pounds. Second in Class 1, that was Kyan Kane on a 48-pound goat. Second in Class 2 was Sarah Beth Decius on a 53-pound goat. And second in Class 3, that is Isabella Stroder on a 58-pound goat.
We're here on the sheep side as we leapfrog in your fine wool division. A tough group here, as you'd expect in a lightweight fine wool class. A lot of different types and kinds. End of the day, the one I think is the most fundamental, from just a stoutness and a width of body and power standpoints, the one we lead with. Not only is he the best heighted, the stoutest featured, I still think in terms of balance from the profile, the way his underline, his top line, and everything comes together, to me, reads with the most balance and symmetry there. He's a little straight, and the tilt to his hind leg, and he'll drop his loin and his hip in motion at times. But I thought up front and right in behind, he needed to be your class winner amongst this grouping of them. If this sheep gets bold enough, just right at the base of his loin and his tail head and his lower stifle, I think he can turn. You're a class winner there. I love the front third. I like the turn of body, and he's very firm when you get onto him. He's just a little round-hipped. He's a little plain hawked, and he'll twist out a little bit from behind there. Young lady, I really like the pattern of your sheep that comes here in third. A long-bodied, up-fronted sheep that's plenty sound in terms of his structure. We set him in motion, although very flexible. He'll drop out in his chest. He is the softest. When I get on top of him as far as his shape goes, I just like to firm that sheep up in terms of his touch. I like the look of your sheep coming in next. It's a tall fronted, late maturing one. I want to give him a little more bone and a little more flank just to kind of balance everything out there. But a good class there to start your fine wool division.
Results from Class 1 in your white-faced prospect sheep show. First goes to Ben Sprayberry, 96-pound sheep. And second, Kendall Birch on an 83-pound sheep. Third, Hayden Ice. And fourth, Charlie Williams. In the ring now is Class 2 white-faced prospect sheep. Followed after this class, we'll be selecting our champion and reserve.
First division here, goats, awfully good. Really good front lineup here. I think three goats that I think pattern very similarly in terms of their makeup and what they bring to the table. To me, I think it's a little bit more routine decision for me. I think there's a pair of them out here that sort at this particular day. To me, this young man out of your second class will be champion. Young lady here, you'll be reserve.
Selected as your champion from Division 1 and receiving a cash reward of $500 is Jace Sparks on a 53-pound goat. He's your Class 2 champion. And your Class 3 class winner, Miss Bristol Lee, on a 59-pound goat will be your reserve division. She will receive a cash reward of $250. Entering the ring now is Class 4. Class 4 of our Division 2. This is our first class of Division 2. These goats weigh 61 to 68 pounds. 61 to 68 pounds. In our sheep ring today, in our Ring B sheep show right now, our judge is evaluating Class 2 of our whiteface, or Class 2, of our whiteface sheep. Their weights go from 106 to 129. Judge?
Well, nice group here of heavyweight finals, if you would. I think second and third's where the real discussion lies. I'd like to shallow up your class winner just at the point of his chest and his shoulder if you're going to call him out for anything. But I think you get to the three-quarter view. That is a very, very genuine type of a fine wool sheep. Broad in his chest, big up high, matches it from behind and still square as you get down to the surface. I thought that was a very smooth, nice, balanced animal who's maybe not just freaky shallow or freaky shaped, but everything fits together really, really nicely. And he is the soundest when you ask him to go there. But I like the look and the design here of your sheep that lands in 2. I thought he was better in his structure and his flank than the one coming in behind. He's a little plain shouldered, and I wish he was just a little bolder right in behind his blade when I got my hands on him. But as far as extension, flank, structure, I thought he deserved to be here in the second roll. You get on top of him, though, and I think the young lady sheep here in third builds a good case here. He's real lean and true when you get on top of him, and I do like his muscle shape and expression, probably just a little nicer than what's directly in front of him. Young lady, we set him in motion for me and the kind I like. He'll get a little off in his underline, a little tight in his spine, a little long pastern, and a little shuffly as we study the stock. I like this sheep just as far as width and power when you get on top of him. He handles as good as any of them. He's a little round-shouldered and round-hipped in motion to me, and we'll get just a little bit piecey when we study him in motion there. I like the silhouette of the young lady sheep that's going to round you out. Long body, late maturing one with some extra extension. Get right in behind him and study his body shape. Just a little peak and a little flat there. So good group there of heavyweight fine wools. We'll work through your drive here. A challenging division, but a lot of good differences to talk about.
Selected as your class winner. Selected as your class winner in Class 2 of our Whiteface show is Rayleigh Zapolek on 120-pound sheep. Second, Bodie Altum. His sheep weighed 129. Third was Stella Sprayberry. Fourth, Claire Cadell. And fifth, Sutton McMahon. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion Whiteface prospect. If you would, please bring your class winners and seconds into the ring, please. Your Class 1 Whiteface winner is exhibited by Ben Sprayberry, 96-pound sheep. First in Class 2, Rayleigh Zapolek on 120-pound sheep. Second in Class 1 is Kendall Birch. Second in Class 2, Bodie Altum.
Class here with maybe just a little more flavor, a little, different types and kinds, and I think sort through there and figure out, where you want to lay your priorities. I think the one that wins for me, I'd probably like to lengthen him out just a bit, but man, that thing is chock full of muscle. That thing is way wide, way stout, way powerful. Probably in a perfect world, I'd just clean him up in his bottom third. I'd lengthen him out just a touch. But that thing just kind of overwhelms the rest of them in this particular lineup. That's why he's going to win for me. The black goat here, black-headed one, is a little probably on the opposite end of the spectrum. He's a lot taller, a lot leaner. That goat's got a little more growth, got a little more a stretch to his build. With that, though, you go get your hands on that guy. He's a little more peaked right behind his blade. He's not as shapely. His loin edge tends to fade just a little bit. I think that guy's just taking a little longer to get where he needs to be. I bet that guy's going to show in a little bit heavier weight for sure, but that's a nice, good pattern goat there that's going to sit second. This one here, if we could just clean him up front, lay his blade on smoother, clean his neck up just a bit, we'd like this goat a lot more because I think this goat's got some shape. I like his foundation. I think his basic build is really good. He just gets a little plainer in his look for me, a little plainer to the touch as well. We could class that guy up just a shot from the side, make a little bit better run at it. The one that's next here has got a little more shape and a little more expression than what I initially thought he was going to have. At the same time, though, I still read that guy just a little rounder in his shoulder. I read him a little dippy right behind it. I don't think his hind leg is quite as secure. I don't think he puts himself together nearly as well from the side. The young man's doe kid here, wide open, stout, got a lot of spread in the middle part of her body. Just a little more moderate, a little shorter in terms of her kind, a little short hipped, a little shorter necked and shorter shouldered, but that's one that's really wide and stout. Congratulations to them all. Let's get the next one in here.
Real quickly, your class champion in that class 4 of our first class of Division II goes to Mallory Beck on a 68-pound weather. Second to Aaron Rivera, 62-pound weather. Third was Creighton Scott. Fourth, Kinley Upman. Fifth, Brayson Wharton. Sixth, Jalen Swainer. Seventh, Kennedy Johnson. And eighth, again, Brayson Wharton. Connor?
There were 2 good fine wool classes, and it's been fun just to kind of kick back and work through some good fine wools again. We've had a lot of nice ones hit the ring. I don't know if there's been a perfect one, and I don't want that to be too harsh, but that's just kind of what I see in the stock there. I thought your Class 1 winner from his hock joint up is a really, really big-time player. His cage quality, his skin, his touch, his width progression, I think is really, really good. The call you got to make on him, if he's your champion today, how do you interpret his hind leg structure? Your second there, I like that one's front 2/3. He'll tighten in his spine. He'll duck his hip when you study the stock in motion, but I thought that was a nice pair in Class 1. Got into Class 2, and from a shoulder back in terms of structure and design, I like your second place really, really well. He's a little long, a little plain bladed for me, and just a little bit vanilla and flat when I get on top of him there. Class winner, just super smooth and bold and massive everywhere you study him. Won't blow you away through his lower chest there, up through his neck set, but it all fits together and it balances really, really well. So I think there's a nice champion, some discussion for reserve there, but a very good fine wool division. If you guys are still around ringside here towards the end of the day, join me. Congratulate young lady here out of Class 2. She's got your champion. Young man up front will be reserved. Congrats to them.
Selected as your champion, Whiteface Sheep, and $500 prize goes to Rayleigh Zabalik on her 120-pound sheep, and your reserve champion and a $250 prize to Ben Sprayberry on his 96-pound sheep. Congratulations to Rayleigh and to Ben. Currently in our goat ring is Class 5. This is our second class from Division II. Our weights go from 70 pounds to 74 pounds. 70 to 74 pounds. We're now ready to start our Whiteface Cross division. We have 3 classes in this division. Our weights in our first class of Whiteface Cross are 79 pounds to 91 pounds. 79 to 91.
as we progress through the day here, I just want to make sure that we've give credit where credit's due, and thank everybody here who's helped us out and put this show on. Just can't say thank you enough. One guy that we haven't thanked, and that's Kent Jakey here, my good buddy here from Stillwater, Oklahoma. Jakey works all of our events with us, and he actually donated his time last night working the ring for the show, and he's donated his time here doing the MC for all the events. He does announces the show at Louisville. He announces a show at Simmental Junior Nationals. He announces a show at Denver and at Fort Worth, I believe. And Jakey's a great friend. He said if it's all going to the kids, just throw my money in the pot. And so we appreciate that. I believe we got another class to talk here, but go ahead and give those guys a round of applause. Thank you, Judge.
Well, I think a nice pair here of to come to the top, and I think it'll just a little bit different in terms of their speed and maybe what they bring to the table. And I think they're both really nice. I think probably when they first hit the ring, I probably had this pair switched, and then the longer that we're out here, I just feel just a little more comfortable with this goat to go ahead and win. I think just in terms of extra bone and feature, just how rugged they are in terms of their skeleton. I think the general spread in terms of their chest, back through their rib and out to the top side of their hip, I think is the general decision for me. I think this goat up here, I think it's just a little burlier. I think it's just a little bulkier all the way through. I would like to clean him up a little in his lower third. He's not as slick-necked. He's not as geeky up front as what we have there in 2. But I do think that that's a really nice goat that goes ahead and wins. I think the 1 and 2 is the alternative. He's a little neater in terms of his chest. His neck sits just a little skinnier up off the top side of his shoulder. He's a little trimmer there in terms of his bottom line. With that, though, I don't think he's as powerful out of the top side of his hip. I think his stifle's just a little bit shorter. I don't think he's quite as broad and opened up front. As a result, I don't think he opens up as bold right behind his shoulder. Close pair there that I think takes some sort, but I think those two are really good. Young lady, your black-headed goat here is just a little extra bone and feature away from being in the conversation, because that thing's body shape, that thing touches really good, his hips really level. You like those things about him. I just got to stouten him up from his hock down, from his knee down, mostly to make his balance top to bottom just a little bit better. I do wish that he still was had a little more set to his hock. At times he wants to drive it just a shot straighter, but man, from his hocks up, that's a goat that we can really buy into. The goat, the spot backed one here, that one touches very firm, very expressive, very shapely. That's one that I think has a good lean build to him. Kind of looks like an athlete. You get off in front of that guy, he's a little more closed up in his chest. His blade angle's a little forward. His hock's a little more up and down. To me, that guy just comes in a few more parts and pieces, but that's a lean, shapely one there, no doubt. Young lady's caped one here, big-chested, big-ribbed, got a big square shape working down the top side of his skeleton. Again, that one, I need to stouten that one up down low in his lower skeleton to make his top match the bottom. Just not put together quite as neat as some in the lineup as well. Young man's here, good built, good skeleton one. I just got to shape that one up. I just got to give that one just a little more punch and power, but a good lineup. Let's congratulate him.
Well, good class, yet there's a lot of differences over here on the sheep side of things. The way I see it, just kind of split in, shaking out here. To me, the first two have more muscle and more stoutness and power than 3 and 4. Once we got the muscular ones up, I like the structure of your class winner when we set them loose and take the showman out of them. She's better in the slope and angle of her front end, a longer bodied option that's square at the top side of her hip, and I just thought she was more flexible the longer we took them out and walked them around the show ring here. Again, she's probably not just as big and square at her loin edge as what the sheep is in behind, but I thought as far as build and balance and structure and motion, and still very, very square. I thought she was a good place to begin. As much as I like that one, again, this one's a very square built, powerful one in terms of back and butt. When you get in behind him, I let him out and I study him in motion. To me, he's too straight. Off either end of his body, he'll kick up there in his spine and drop his hip, and I just don't read him as flexible as what your class winner is. I like the silhouette, buddy. I really like the silhouette of your sheep coming in next. Good looking, very, very true and fresh when you get onto him. I didn't think he was stout enough today, just in terms of his foot size, his loin. And when I got right in behind him, I think his best days are certainly well ahead of him. He's a little skinny still today to look at. There's actually more product and more muscle found in the sheep that rounds you out. You get right in behind him, big and powerful in terms of his back and his muscle. Young lady, as big as he is up high, I wish he was a little stouter down low in terms of his foot size, just to balance everything out there from the profile. But a nice group of 4 of them here as we start your speckle division. Once again, I thought your class winner took the ticket as we asked him to walk there.
Thank you, Connor. Placing first in Class 1 of our white-face cross class goes to Caden Klepek on a 79-pound sheep. In your white-face cross, second to Stella Sprayberry on an 85-pound sheep. Third, Braylon Brandenberger, and fourth, Collins Brandenberger. Next in is Class 2 white-face cross. Our weights go from 96 pounds to 115. Class placings from Class 5 of our Division 2 in our Prospect Goat Show. First went to Holden Wise on a 70-pound wether. Second goes to Sadie Allen on a 71-pound goat. Third, Kennedy Lawson. Fourth went to Avery Martin. Fifth to Kelby Blessing. And sixth to Pace Paget. In the ring now is Class 6. This is Division 2. This is our final class in Division 2. Following this class, we will be selecting our Division 2 champion and reserve champion market goat or weather prospect goat.
Well, just a single entry here. A young man here in the teal shirt brings us one. Got a good outline to him. I like the silhouette this sheep brings to the table. Up front, good in terms of his underline progression, and I like his hip squareness for his breed type and influence. He's a little posty in terms of his hind leg. We could stouten him up in that regard, and at times he will kick up there in the center of his back when he's standing still or in motion, but a very nice single entry. Good job to you, man. You're a good showman as well there on the front end.
Single entry. Pretty easy way to cash in a little money there. That's Ben Sprayberry on a 100-pound white-face cross. He will be back for our champion drive. This is our third and final class of white-faced crosses. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion white-faced cross. We have 3 entries in this class. We have Riley Kidder, Brett McCray Mock, and Bodie Altum. Their weights go from 122 to 139. 122 to 139.
Well, nice lineup of them here. Goats up here on the top end, I think takes some sort. For sure, I think that there's a pair of them here that I think I could go either way. But I think at the end of the day, I feel just a little more comfortable with this weather up here. I think just the angle of his blade, I think the way it lays onto his body, I think the way his hip and hind leg is constructed, I think just fits me just a little bit better. I think this goat is I like his bone, I like his foot size, or I like it on this side anyways. The other side is not quite as stout, but a goat I think is put together pretty correct in terms of his build. I like his structure, I like his presence, and I like his touch. He's not overwhelming and just in terms of his muscle, but I think that's a very nice goat that goes ahead and wins. I had this one kind of pegged to win when we first hit the ring. I like this one's shape. Probably you go close your eyes and touch him. I like this one better. I think this one's real groovy up top. I like the fresh shape that this one's got. To me, though, the longer that we're out here, this one's shoulder starts to come apart just a bit. This one's hock starts to come in and gets just a little bit straighter. I just like to blow that one apart in terms of his upper hip just a bit. But those are 2 nice goats. The black-headed one, that one is wide open. That's a big-chested, a pretty meaty-looking rig there that's got just a ton of bulk and spread. That one there, though, maybe a little too much. I think his shoulder lays outside of his body. I'd like to lean it back. I'd like to smooth it up, and I'd like to fix him right behind his blade. We fix that guy's front skeleton. That changes the dynamic of this class entirely. The one here, man, if we could just give this one a little extra bone and feature, we'd like this goat. This guy's body shape, this guy's handle, this guy's hip is really good. I like this one's skeleton extremely well. He just kind of gives up too much. It throws his balance off top to bottom. I don't think he's quite as progressive in some areas as some ahead of him, but that's also a goat that's not messed up, and that's why he for sure is going to stand ahead of some of these down the line. The one that's come next, extra stout and bubbly, that one there is just going to have to be redesigned structurally speaking. For me, that one's a little too up and over in terms of his front skeleton. Hip and hind leg just needs to be redesigned. The one that comes next got a lot of bulk, kind of the same story there. Just got to stouten that paint goat up just a bit, but congratulations to them all.
You got the money, Brawley? Get first and second, each of 2 for something. Give it all away.
A really nice trio here of big crosses, and truthfully, I think you could do some different things amongst the initial 2. And why I think you need to roll with what you do here in your class winner. If we give your class winner the leg fuzz and feature here of second, I think he wins very handily. You get to a 3/4 view, that is an impressive sheep. He is opened up, big and round in his back shape, and same can be said when he gets right in behind him. I thought he was rounder, more powerful up high than the sheep coming in second, and still did it with a leaner and a fresher composition as well when you get onto him. Again, I'd like to stouten his foot size up just a little bit, and I won't call him the most youthful shouldered one to hit the ring today, but that's a balanced, stout, powerful piece of stock there to lead you out. I like the foot size, the flexibility here of the sheep that comes second, runs uphill, very fresh, very smooth when you get onto him. But I get to a 3/4 view, he's just a little flatter. In terms of his body shape, he's a little narrower set when you get in behind him, and with that, you get off here from a distance, a little plainer at the base of his breastbone, but that's a nice pair of big heavyweight heavyweights there. The leanest, best touching one does come here in third, truthfully. This guy runs uphill. He's really creasy right in behind his shoulder, and I like just the look and extension he gives you there. He's a little straight in terms of his hind leg for me, a little tilted forward in terms of his shoulder, and he'll drop his hip in motion when I study the stock on the go there. So 3 very nice sheep, well shown, well presented, a lot of differences. I thought your class winner right in behind him needed to be where he was. Congratulations, young lady, and the rest of them there on a good class.
And thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 3 of our white-faced cross was entry from Brett McCrae Mock on 122-pound sheep, second to Bodie Altum on 139-pound sheep, and third to Riley Kidder. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion white-faced cross. If you would, please bring all the class winners and seconds into the ring, please. Placings in Class 6 of our Division 2 in our GOAT show. First went to entry from Briscoe Black on a 78-pound weather. Second to Alexis Guthrie on a 77-pound weather. Third goes to Aubrey Mays. Fourth to Kennedy Lawson. Fifth, Audrey Bettiga. Sixth, Stanton Whitman. And seventh, Kinsley Lawrence. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion from Division 2.
The goat side here in division. Little differences in terms of type and kind up on the front side of this lineup, but I think good stock nonetheless. I think some goats that have some presence and some quality to them for sure. To me, there's probably one that suits me just a little better, just a little more my speed in terms of his elevation, in terms of his feature, and in terms of his look. I think it gets just a little bit closer in terms of a reserve, but let's congratulate him one more time, and we'll show you the ones we like.
Selected as your champion from Division 2 comes from Briscoe Black on a 78-pound weather. Congratulations, Briscoe. He wins the banner and a $500 cash award. Second to Briscoe in that class was Alexis Guthrie. And your reserve division champion and winning a $250 cash award goes to Miss Holden Wise on a 70-pound goat. Congratulations to both Briscoe and to Holden.
What kind of a Duke's mixture type of a lineup here in your Speckle division? I don't know that there's one that says I have to be a champion. I don't know if there's one that says I have to be reserved, but I do like all 5 of these sheep very, very well. Your first class, I like that ewe lamb. She's in contention. She'll get a little round at the edge of her shoulder and then her spine and loin, and the way they'll hold together at times will get a little piecey. Awesome body shape, big square pin bone and a good hind leg though. That's why she's in the mix there. I like the second class winner there. It's a good pattern one that's just a little petite. We just concluded a big class of heavies. Like the smoothness and the stoutness of feature of your second. He's a little flat, a little plain when I get onto him. Class winner needs a little more bone if you're going to call a spade, but you get on top of him, big rib cage, square built, and still very, very flexible there. So I think you can go a lot of different directions here. To me, one of them is the most fundamental, and then I follow up with one I really, really like that's maybe just a little piecey today. So good Speckle division. My favorite one's the little young lady here out of the last class. She's holding your champion. Young buddy up front with the glasses has my second favorite. He's going to be reserve.
And selected as your champion white-faced cross sheep goes to Brett McCrae Mock on 122-pound sheep. Brett McCrae, congratulations. $500 reward and a $250 cash prize to your reserve champion white-faced cross, Mr. Caden Klepek. Congratulations, Caden. Walking in the ring now is Class 1 of our Dorper division. We have 2 classes of Dorper sheep. This first class, we go from 82 to 90 pounds. 82 to 90 pounds. We have Henry Slough, Kinley Land, Braxton Mock, and Cashley Kilker. In our goat ring, this is our first class from Division 3. Our weights go from 79 pounds to 83 pounds. Our contestants include Paisley J. Akins, Sadie Allen, Avery Martin, Morgan Hernandez, Kinley Utchman, and Alexis Guthrie. Again, 79 to 83 pounds.
I think this is a very, very good pair of lightweight Dorpers here on the front end, and they are polar opposites. And I guess the way I see them is the one that lands in second is probably just a little more traditional and a little safer, if you would. I like the Freaks, and that's why we land on your class winner there. That is one wild-fronted and short-bladed, shallow-made type of a Dorper, and you get onto him. His hide quality and his turn and creases and definition up high is really, really good. And still, for being the pretty one amongst the pair, I'm not sure that they're very comparable in terms of their hip, their stifle, and their base width from behind. Gorgeous look, awesome shaped, and that thing is very athletic. That's the type of stock I really, really like. Congratulations to you, my guy. That's a good class winner for me. I like this white one very well. And again, he's probably a little more modern and conventional in terms of his size, a shorter bodied option, but man, big rib cage and really powerful from behind. I like his depth to his flank. Very productive type of a sheep, no doubt about it. He's a little shorter measuring for me, a little deeper through his chest floor. I didn't read him as fresh and as dialed in when I got on top of the pair. I like both those sheep very, very well. As much as I like him, man, we got a nice one in third as well. He's as bubbly and as lower stifle and as good hided as any of them there. He's a little round in his hip for me, a little short from behind, and I thought he got just a little straight off either end of his skeleton. I like the length and just the boldness of body found in next, kind of the dappled up one that rounds you out. Long-bodied, big-ribbed one with some extra dimension. Young lady for me, amongst the four, he's the softest and the plainest. When I get down his top side, a little plainer through his breastbone and his shoulder as well. But a good group of them. Man, that's a nice class. So 4 Dorpers to work through. The one I think's the freakiest. There's your class winner. I thought he was the most unique in a good class.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 1 of our Dorper division goes to Henry Slough from an 82-pound Dorper sheep. Second to Braxton Mock on a 90-pound sheep. Third to Kinley Land, and fourth to Cashley Kilker. We have one more class of Dorper sheep, and then we'll be selecting our division champion and reserve.
Well, I'm in a class here with just a little bit more sort, but I still think the top three, I feel pretty comfortable with the lineup here. I think this young lady goes ahead and wins. I think a goat that at times wants to get just a little looser in his spine, maybe wants to overdrive on her just a touch, but I think that's a goat that at the end of the day, I can buy into that guy just in terms of his skeleton, just in terms of his look and his presence from the side. And still, when you touch those things, I mean, that guy's got more than enough power to him. Loin edge maybe doesn't blend just exactly right, but I think that's a goat that ends up just kind of being the default for me. The red one here, man, from that one's hip forward, you're kind of hawk up, really. That one there is pretty neat. That one is big and opened up in his chest. That one's got a ton of spread in terms of his rib. His rack shape is big and square. That one probably handles as good as any of them do out here. With that, though, he gets just a little more ordinary in the set to his hind leg. He wants to get just a little more rigid in terms of his lower joints and the way that hawk's kind of constructed. But if we could change that about him, I could buy into Big Red there on a lot of those things. The extra bone and feature of this guy is intriguing at first. I think when that one hits the ring, you think that, man, this is the big stout one that I can latch onto and win. The chest shot of this guy is opened up. His body shape is really broad, has a lot of spread. To me, though, he just gets a little too round, a little off behind his blade. He works up in his loin. His hip gets a little off. His hind leg gets just a little more ordinary, in my opinion. But that's a really stout, kind of a burly one there that's just going to have to be redesigned for me from the side. This spot-backed one here, if we could clean this guy up front, I think that we could buy into that one, because that one's body shape, that one's hip, that one's hind leg is really nice. That one just gets a little plain up front for me. He's carrying a little extra shoulder. He's a little open at the top of it. He's got a little extra neck. His head maybe is not quite as attractive. This one here, that one's got a big hip. That one's got a square set to his hind leg. That one there just gets a little, I need to open that one up in terms of his chest. That one's knee wants to rock just a little bit forward. That one's shoulder blade kind of comes forward in that one. Young lady, we just got to stouten that one up. That one's a good looking, good built one. We just got to stouten that guy up. Congratulations, though.
A very nice pair here of heavyweight Dorpers, and we're going to have a good lineup of 4 of them here to piece together. I love the shape and just the body turn and creases of your class winner. He out-freshes and handles the sheep coming in behind. Good height, a good touching, and he's more powerful when you get in behind him as well. Young ladies, maybe showing a little more wear and tear and maturity through his chest floor and his breastbone for me, and we can make him just a bit more youthful up front, but from his shoulder blade back, I thought that was a really, really nice one. You know, I love just the width and the boldness of body and the softness of flank that your sheep brings to the table here. Another loose spine one that's plenty flexible in terms of his build. I get right in behind him. He's a little narrower in terms of his pin setting, but the big thing, why I go the way I do, he's just a little soft and plain when I get my hands on him. But a nice pair of heavyweight Dorpers there to round us out. I haven't asked anybody around ringside yet. We're trying to catch a gear in a good pace. If you would, give them both a nice big round of applause here. We'll work through your Dorper drive.
Selected as your champion in Class 2 of our Dorper division goes to Miss Riley Kilker, 110-pound Dorper sheep, and second to Quinn Kane on 116-pound Dorper sheep. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve Dorper. If you would, please bring your Class 1 champion and reserve in. We will select your champion and reserve Dorper. Again, our champion division winner receives $500 cash, and your reserve will receive a $250 cash reward. Your Class 1 winner was Henry Slough on an 82-pound Dorper, and your Class 2 champion, Riley Kilker, on 110-pound. Over here in our goat ring in Division 3, this is our second class in Division 3. Class 8, our weights go from 84 pounds to 97 pounds. Connor?
Maybe our numbers weren't just super high here in your Dorper division, but I think these four could all be very competitive wherever you take them. I like all four and what they represent. I think your front line of class winners come with a little more crease and shape and maybe just a little more freak. Your back line, or maybe just a little more fundamental. You need to figure out where you want to be amongst these there. I think there's a non-negotiable champion amongst the lineup. And again, I love watching this thing go. And you study him in motion, youthful, athletic, very good shape. We're going to follow for reserve with one I think is just a little more youthful than the other option amongst the pair. Very nice balance, very smooth, and I do like the point of his breastbone a little bit nicer. So congratulations to all you guys here in the Dorper division. Four very good showmen, four very good sheep. We're going to keep a pair out of the first class together. They'll be champion in reserve.
Selected as your champion Dorper sheep goes to an entry from Henry Slough on an 82-pound Dorper, and your reserve champion to Braxton Mock. Congratulations to both Henry and to Braxton.
Well, a pair of really nice goats, I think, that go together really well in this particular lineup. I think just a pair of them that's got some sort between them. To me, I think it just comes down to, I think our class winner is probably just put together just a little bit neater from the side. I think just in terms of the angle of his shoulder, the way his neck comes off of it, I think his hip and his hind leg posture is just a shot better. And to me, that's the biggest difference. Both of those goats are waist out. They're very creasy when you get your hands on them. To me, that's just the biggest difference. Like I said, the 1 and 2, man, this thing is grooved up. That thing's got a ton of shape. I probably like to lay that guy back in his blade just a bit. Probably more than anything, it's his hip and his hind leg that just gets a little rounder, just got a little extra set to it. But I think those are two nice goats that come to the top of that class. The old black-headed dapple thing here, again, one that's big-chested, very opened up in terms of that one's body shape. That one there just gets a little plainer. Unfortunately for him, that thing's color pattern's just throwing him off just a bit. Kind of takes away from his look just a bit, but more than anything, I think that guy just gets a little off behind his blade. I don't think he's got quite the same quality that we have at the top of this lineup. Young lady with the caped one there, good built, good looking one, just going to have to be a little stouter for me, but a nice job all the way through. Congratulations.
Results from Class 8 in Division 3 of our Prospect Goat Show. First went to Echo Bartels on a 91-pound goat. Second also to Echo Bartels on an 85-pound goat. Third to Kylie Altum, and fourth to Kinsley Lawrence. We're now ready for Class 9. This is our final class of Division 3, and following this class, we will be selecting our Division 3 champion and reserve, followed by the selection of our Grand, Reserve Grand, and third overall Prospect Goat. In the ring now in our sheep show, this is Class 1 of our naturals. Class 1 natural sheep are in the ring. Our weights go from 90 to 104 pounds.
You know, like I said in the GOAT show, I'm willing to tell you what's on my mind. And when I think stock are good and stock are hard to turn, I will tell you, when this thing took 3 steps in the ring, there were shivers down my spine. That is an absolute bad mamma jamma. When you study him in motion, the big legs that are extra flexible, runs uphill, got plenty of punch. I like that sheep, and I like him quite a good deal. We're getting into this one in second. As good as he is, man, this one's no slouch. So that sheep really, real good skinned. He's probably even a little thinner skinned and hided than what your class winner is. Real aggressive when you get up top on him. Long-bodied sheep that's still got some extension up front. He'll funnel to his hip. He'll round in his dock. When you study him in motion, and I read him just a little rounder hocked and a little plainer as we studied him on the go. I like both those sheep. They're both very, very nice and very well presented. This is a really, really good built ewe lamb that I think has a lot of value from the side here. Young lady, she is skinny-necked and real, real ladylike and attractive in her type and her kind. With her extra extension, her length of body and size, she's just a little flatter in terms of her rib shape in relation to what's in front of you. I'd like to soften her in her flank just a little bit there. You get the most out of her from the side, though, and really get her running uphill. You show her highlights very, very well. We conclude the class with one that's got a great skin and shape when you get on top of her there, and I still think, as far as length of spine and elevation, she's very, very good. She'll get a little tight in her back in motion, a little drawn up there in her flank, and I just like to soften her up there. So, good way to start your blue division. I tell you, I think the world there of your class winner. I thought he was a pretty nice one to start.
I think the last class of the day here on the goat side, and I think a good way to end. I think, we start to push these goats up here to heavier weight, a little age, a little maturity on them. It gets a little more challenging to feed. And with that, though, I like our class winner. I think he still holds himself together. Pretty youthful look, and I like that one's basic build and skeleton. I mean, obviously, he's not just super shallow and tucked up, but these goats that get a little more age on them. But I think that guy still held together very well. I like his basic build. I think he's still got just a good deal of quality about him. I think that's a nice place to land on. Hip forward, I like this goat a lot. Big spread up top, ton of bulk, big chested dude that's got just a lot of width of body, a lot of width of skeleton. Hip back, though, I'd like to change him. I'd like to pick him up in his tail head. I'd like to stouten up his hind leg just a bit, see it set down just a shot more attractively. Man, this thing on the that comes in third, that's an opened up dude that's got just a ton of spread up high. He gets a little wedgier towards the backside of his pin set. I'd probably just like to move his head to the other end. I think that would help him out just a bit. He gets a little plainer there in his lower third and in his stifle. But man, that's a big chested opened up dude that's got just a ton of width. The one that rounds out the class there, a long-bodied, level-made one that's got a neat look, one that's just a little staler for me, just a little past 12 o'clock. I just like to shape that guy up and freshen him up in his look. But a nice job. Congratulations to them all.
Placing first in Class 9 of Division 3 goes to entry from Bodie Altum on 100-pound weather, second to Aaron Rivera on 102-pound weather, third to Caroline Kane, and fourth to Kylie Altum. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our Division 3 champion in reserve, followed by the selection of our Grand, Reserve Grand, and third overall market goat. Results from Class 1 of our natural sheep show. First goes to Shep Silvers on a 97-pound sheep. Second to Cade Schaefer. Cade's sheep weighed 90 pounds. Third to Sutton McMahon. And fourth to Claire Cadell. In the ring now is Class 2. Class 2 natural sheep are in the ring. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion natural sheep.
Then we will take a break.
In our goat ring, as soon as our judge has selected his Division III champion and reserve, we will be going into our champion, reserve, and third overall, followed by pictures of our champions, and then we will go into our doe show.
Well, back on the natural side, again, we're going to have a really fun drive to put together here in a second. I like this ewe lamb, quite a good deal. One that's got some extra extension all the way through with a beautiful underline. Her shape and crease and definition when you get onto her, spot on with progression. Absolutely incredible. She's a little round in the shape of her hip when you study her in motion, and I don't know she's the most flexible one ever, but goodness, right there's your picture. Everything fits together. Big, big shaped and very, very fresh. We're going to have a very good lineup here to put together. Of the remaining four, the one I kept coming back to from a youthfulness and a skeleton perspective is the one we land on here in second. He's a little skinny and a little gangly here amongst the four of them here, but I thought youthfulness up through his front end, length, athleticism, and continuing to be able to get better each and every day. I thought if he opens up enough from behind, that sheep's got a lot of merit there from the profile. The real moderate, chunky one comes in third, and if you want to switch those two, I'm okay with that. I like this sheep's punch. I like his power and his width from behind. He's a little deep for me, up through his front end. He's shorter cannon, lower set to the ground, and just a little stale as well when I get on top of him, but I do like his muscle very, very much. This guy's just a little past 12 o'clock. For myself, a little too big, if you would. That thing's big, stout, and opened up, and very, very muscular. Just too far over the hill for me in terms of his composition. A little plainer there through the base of his shoulder and his blade. We conclude with one that I think's got a really good shape. Very fresh, very true when you get on top of him, buddy. He's a little round built in motion for me. He'll kick up in his top line. He's a little straight in the set to his hind leg there. You got a great handle in one to round out a very good class here. Looking forward to your natural drive. It's about to be a good one.
Set of heavyweight goats here. Pretty nice. A pretty solid division to end on, and I think some goats that I think ought to be commended. Breeders, showmen alike. I think these goats look really nice. I've had a good time getting to sort through them for sure. And I think that we've got just a good deal of quality if you'll stay with me a little bit longer. I think it's a pretty close call out here, to be real honest, in terms of our heavyweight division. I think that we've got a handful of goats. They're definitely in contention. I think goats that I think tend to elevate some quality, tend to do a few of the extra things right in those particular areas. But I do think it comes down to just a few of them. If you'll congratulate them one more time, I'm going to take one more look, and then I'll show you the two that I like the best.
Selected as your champion Division III goat goes to Miss Echo Bartels from your Division III Class 8 on a 91-pound wether. Congratulations, Echo. Reserve in that division was also Echo's goat, an 85-pound goat. And your reserve Your reserve champion is also Echo Bartels on her 85-pound Division III second place. Okay, over here and go ahead, Coach.
Hey, we get your natural drive back out here, and again, if you've dozed off, you better look in here. We got 4 really, really good sheep that I think bring a lot of value. Second place, Class 2's got a wild look. He needs more gas in the tank when you get behind him. Second place, Class 1's a good extended one with a great skin and a great shape. He's a little squatty for me when I study him in motion, a little plainer to the base of his chest. Your 2 class winners, man, I think these are good stock. And again, we don't know what's coming behind in your medium wolves, but you better pack a lunch to turn these 2 things here. What makes it challenging, 2 completely different sheep in different stages of their life. We got a little skinny wether that's got a future ahead. We got a big ewe lamb that's ready to rumble. Figure out where you want to be. I think they're both immaculate, and I think they both have enough muscle. The one that absolutely enamors me when he takes a gate and study him in motion, I don't know you can build one any better on the go. Little guy up front, Class 1's holding your champion. Congrats to him.
Selected as your champion natural sheep goes to your class winner from Class 1, Shep Silvers, on a 97-pound sheep. Congratulations, Shep.
If you want to tell me that one's a little plain-shouldered and needs a little more gas from right behind, I'm not going to thumb wrestle you there. But again, if you guys look up the stock I like and the stock I'm known for using, athletic, big-legged, and look good from the sides, the kind I like, we drop in that second. I still think that's a good sheep. I'd be darn mad if I brought this class winner out of 2 and didn't get a bite. I thought she was a little shuffly off either end when I study her in motion, a little plainer to the base of her chest there. A darn nice sheep and a good pair there in her natty division. Congrats to him.
And your reserve champion natural is going to go to Javen Sparks on a 130-pound sheep. Congratulations to both Shep and to Javen. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our grand, reserve grand, and 3rd overall.
Their payout.
Selected as your champion from Division 1 is Jace Sparks on a 53-pound goat. Reserve champion Bristol Lee on her 59-pound goat. Your champion in Division 2 goes to Briscoe Black on a 78-pound goat. Reserve champion goes to Holden Wise on her 70-pound goat. Your Division 3 champion goes to Echo Bartels on her 91-pound goat, and her 85-pound goat was reserve champion. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our division and reserve divisions champions. Your champion goat will receive a cash award of $2,500. Your reserve champion will receive $1,250, and your 3rd overall will ring $750. And come right here to the announcer stand to get your checks.
Well, I'll tell you, a real neat show to get the opportunity to be able to sort through. I think that this has been a real fun one, no doubt. I think the stock has been extremely good, both across the way and here in this goat ring. I like both of them. Both rings have had a ton of fun getting to sort through them. It is a lot of fun when you get to be able to come in here and play and get to sort through some really good stock and get to work with some outstanding showmen nonetheless. When it comes down to them, I couldn't be happier with the three that we have on the front line and the 6 that are generally represented. I think all these goats, represent a good kind of stock, and I hope that if anything, you've at least been able to follow me through that I like good ones. I don't always necessarily think that they have to come in every shape and size, but I do think that good stock is hard to find and hard to make, and I think it should be rewarded accordingly. Again, I've had a lot of fun. I was told that I think the Chicago Bulls are playing tonight or something. Maybe the Indiana Pacers? I don't know, maybe some team from Oklahoma. Is it like volleyball or something? Anyways, but Goat Show's been great, guys. I've really enjoyed it. My hat's off to the breeders, hats off to the showmen. It's been an outstanding show. I'm going to take one more look, and I'll show you the 3 I like best.
Well, despite how mouthy our judge is, I think he's done an absolutely fantastic job today. Let's put our hands together and thank Mr. Lane Hoffman. Thank you. Your champion is Jay Sparks. Your reserve champion, Briscoe Black.
How much?
Just for the class, so 100.
Got those?
She's bringing 4.
Here's Briscoe's.
And your third overall goes to Miss Echo Bartels. Congratulations to all three, Jace, Briscoe, and Echo.
We're here on the sheep side as we get the gears rolling here in your blackface division. I liked all of our blues very, very well. I'll tell you what, though. This thing up front is right up my alley. That is a wild underline and a big shape up high, and he takes a go, and that is athletic stock to his finest. I like that one. Quite a good deal. I don't know at the long run if he's just going to be perfect right there at the base and edge of his shoulder, if he's going to be just the most massive everywhere you study him, but that is one fresh, youthful, athletically built one. I think it's built for the long haul, and I like him. Quite a good deal there. I thought second and third really had some discussion as well as 4, 5, and 6. I like this sheep's flexibility really well. He is loose and natural in terms of his spine. I liked his hind leg posture, a little nicer than the sheep coming in behind. In relation to our class winner, I didn't read him just as fresh and as tuned in terms of his loin edge and his shape. He hits me just a little plainer there through his lower shoulder and his chest floor. That's a nice pair there to get us rolling in your black faces. This sheep right here from his hock up has a lot of merit. I like his width of body. He is square and big and stout in his pin set when you get in behind him, and I do like the shape he has when you get onto him. My problem is, sweetie, he's a little straight in terms of his hind leg structure, a little vertical up front. I'd like to make him more athletic in his build. Same can be said for the young lady in the pink bow here. I worked this one up because I just like his balance. And in terms of his top line, his hip has a nice look up front and plenty of muscle. He too needs to be sounder out of his hip and hind leg. Different story here. I like the crease and the shape and just the skin quality here. He'll get a little tight in his spine. He'll round in his hip just a little bit. Front 2/3 of this sheep are really nice. He's good looking and shallow made. Get in behind him. He's a little shuffly in his hock. He's a little cut up in his crotch there. Got a good skin one, good shape that's square from behind. I wish he had a bit more bone there. I like the structure here. I wish he had a bit more shape, but he's got a muscular one that's just a little straight from me off either end. So good class there to start, and leapfrog us in your blackface division. Wish you guys the best of luck as you keep holding them down the road.
Our first class of medium wool sheep, your class placings first goes to Miss Sadie Allen on a 79-pound goat or sheep, and second to Caitlin Etheridge. Her sheep weighed 73 pounds. Third to Hayden Ice. Fourth to Kelby Blessing. Fifth, Henry Slough. Sixth to Kendall Birch. Seventh, Braylon Brandenberger. Eighth, Sage McMahon. And ninth, Joe Richard Andrews. In the ring now is Class 2 of our medium wool division. Class 2 medium wool. Our weights go from 80 pounds to 87 pounds. Okay, we are missing 2 entries for Class 2. If you are in Class 2, you are late. Rayleigh Zaplak and Avery Walton. Rayleigh Zaplak is a scratch. Nose. Okay, folks, this is first call, Class 1, our Prospect Doe show. Class 1, if you weigh 32 to 43 pounds, I need you to the makeup ring, please. On.
Hey, maybe the most important and helpful announcement that we've made today, and please spread the word. If you made a mess today, take it with you or clean it up. If not, me and my kids will be out here doing it this week. And again, this is all a payout for your kids. So please, if you made a mess, if you see that your neighbor made a mess, take it with you. There's a dump trailer over here that you can put your trash in. But pile up your stuff, please, and help us do that if you would.
Another very nice grouping of them, and I guess I probably found the most discussion to be had amongst second and third of two completely different types and kinds. Your class winner to me just kind of puts it all together. I don't know, he's a bells and whistles type of sheep, if you would. Don't just blow you away up to his front end or crazy shape or crazy muscle, but it all just makes sense. From front to rear and down low, an athletically built one that's good in his spine. He's level in his rump, got a good look up front, and just a very, very complete type of a sheep to lead us out there. I thought he was bigger pinned and just a little cleaner shoulder than the one in behind. I like his hip design, a little bit nicer than the one that lands there in 3. Better rib cage in 4, stouter than 5. So to me, he kind of put it all together in a really good package there up front. Buddy, your sheep kept growing on me because at first I read him a little plain through his shoulder and right at the top side of his hip. I wish he had just a bit more expression all the way through. That's the negatives, but man, the positives are a long-bodied sheep that's very, very flexible and smooth and athletic when we study him in motion. And I thought he just kept working his way up in terms of fundamentals of structure and build there. That's why I got him in the 2 spot. This sheep's probably a little more extreme in terms of his look up front. Really, really fresh and tuned in terms of his shape. I like the turn of his lower stifle and the stoutness of his hind leg. He gets out and goes in motion. To me, he'll separate in his loin. He'll round in his hip. Just a little too much for me from behind to move him up there in the 2 spot. Buddy, I like the flexibility of your ewe there in motion. She's a long-sided, pretty pattern one that's very flexible. She's a little flat and a little tubular up high. She needs to be bigger at her loin edge as well. This is an interesting one because today he's pretty slick-legged and kind of hard to get your look at. He's big-shaped and square-built. I read him just a little short-bodied, a little pus-gutted, and a little fragile in the way his hind leg will work to the surface. Coming next to a very smooth type of a ewe lamb that's a little deep-chested for me. I like the muscle shape, but Buddy's here. It's going to round us out. Gets a little off in terms of his top line for me. So another good class, a lot of differences there. I thought your class winner just had no major faults there to lead us out there. My compliments to all of them there in class 2. Good job, dude.
Winning Class 2 in our medium wool division is Carson Schaefer on an 80-pound sheep. Second goes to Johnson Wise on an 82-pound sheep. Third goes to Kylie Altum. Fourth, Caden Klepek. Fifth, Kaysen Newell. 6th, Harper Ice. 7th, Solomon Gobert. Again, that is Class 2 medium wool. In the ring now is our medium wool Class 3. Class 3 medium wool. Our sheep go from 89 pounds to 97 pounds. 89 pounds to 79 pounds. Or 97, excuse me, I'm dyslexic.
We'll kick the doe show off here. 4 nice goats. I think probably just comes down to a pair of them up here on top. Some baby goats that we got out here for sure. To me, though, I like the black-headed goat. I think she looks pretty nice. I think that's one that will be fun to watch grow up. One that I think is really neat in terms of her blade and her chest, how that thing progresses from there back, the hip and hind leg posture she's got. She's just a little baby at this point, but it'll be fun to watch her grow. The one that's next, I think, has some similarities to her just in terms of the look she's got up front. That one's got some big feature. That one's got a lot of hair. That one's got just a little stouter look to her. With that, though, I think her hip's just a little more off. I don't think she's quite as attractive in the set to her hind leg, but that's getting nitpicky there on the top end of that class of nice goats. The young man's that's next, opened up, big ribbed one that's got a ton of spread. Maybe one that's just not quite as neat and attractive as the two that are right ahead of him. But, man, you got to like the power that one's got. Kind of the opposite story here, young man's paint goat. That one's got a neat look. Just going to have to power that one up, stouten that one up all the way through. But a nice class. Congratulations.
Class placings from Class 1. First goes to Isabel Stroder on a 32-pound goat, on a 32-pound doe. Second to Paisley J. Akins. Her doe weighed 43 pounds. Third goes to Bryce Kane. And fourth to Joe Richard Andrews. We're now ready for Class 2. Class 2 prospect does are coming in the ring. Our weights go from 45 pounds to 49 pounds. Again, we're in Class 3 of our medium wool. Our weights are 89 to 97. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to reiterate what Kevin mentioned a little bit ago. If you have made a mess, we kindly ask that you pick up your mess. Again, we are all doing this on a voluntary basis, and we would appreciate that if you guys could help us leave the fairgrounds in possibly a better shape than we found it. That would be greatly, greatly appreciated. Thank you.
We bumped up in terms of number and quality. Is very, very good. This is one of those as a show judge that if you grab the mic and say it has to go one way or another, I think we probably need to disagree with what we're doing here, and I'm sure Lane probably had them lined up just a little different. All of these sheep here on the top end, to me, have a different purpose and a different style and a different type and kind, so trying to weigh out the positives and subtract the negatives there's a little challenging here. Here's the deal. I'm a gambling man, and I think if this one gets there, to me, he's the most far-reaching. Amongst the ones here on the front line of them, that is one wild, wild underlined one that's beautiful through his shoulder. He is up and out in terms of his type and his kind. And guys, the interesting thing about him is he looks like he'd be a little gangly, a little petite. I challenge you, get to a 3/4 view. He's set as wide at his pin bone and as progressive as any of them there. The problem is he gets out and goes in motion, and he kind of wants to twist and turn on the young man and cut up there in his twist a little bit, and he probably won't draw you in. But to me, when we lock and load him here from the profile, he's the one that I'd take to San Antonio at a big ring and a big baller type of a look. I thought he was better in his chest, his shoulder, and his maturity curve than him. He's better in his hind leg than 3. Same can be said about 4, and he's sounder than 5. So to me, he puts all the far-reaching pieces together. If they come and they blend at his loin and his hip, I think that one is really, really good. The real safe one, if you want to start with him, I'm all right with that, comes here in 2. Very stout, very muscular in terms of his kind, very dense, square-built type of a sheep for me. Problem is, again, I get over here and I study where we're at here in the early portion of June. He is awfully thick through the roll of his neck for me, a little pronounced there in his breastbone and his sternum, and I read him just a little coarse up through his front end. Big muscled when you get right in behind him there. I got a nice pattern one to land here in 3rd, and I thought about pairing 1st and 3rd up together and calling them the good built ones. I like his freshness. I like his look and his design. To me, he's a little fragile legged. He's a little flat in terms of his body shape and just a little bit more generic in terms of his type and kind. I like this sheep here in 4th from his hock joint up. Big bubbly muscle, square and powerful from behind. A little shuffly in terms of his hind leg there in motion. Same can be said about the one rounding out your top 5. Really, really fresh, dialed in terms of his shape and his muscularity, just a little shuffly, a little choppy for me in motion. Good brood ewe, that's bold and dimensional. She's a little deep in her front end. Like the touch here, a little flat in his rib. Big legs that are sound, but he's got a little chest and not enough shape. When I get onto him, a lean one that needs to be bigger pin when you get in behind. So that is a Duke's Mixtures class. Do what you'd like. I thought your class winner was the most unique from the profile.
Thank you, Judge. Placing 1st in Class 3 was Shep Silvers on a 95-pound sheep. 2nd, Cade Schaefer on a 97-pound sheep. 3rd went to Karsten Stevenson. 4th to Jaylee Sparks. 5th to Cade Schaefer. 6th to Jaylee Sparks. 7th to Harper Ice. 8th to Brewer Birch. And 9th to Collins Brandenburger. Now our comments in our goat ring.
Good class of does here, and I think a pretty easy spot for me to land on here. Just a pretty sporty little rig. I think one that I just love in terms of her build, in terms of her presence, just in terms of how organized she is, in terms of her skeleton. That one's going to have to bulk up to be the one in the end, but I do think that that's a really immature, pretty sweet-looking nanny goat there that I think gives you a really high-quality look. The one that's in 2nd, man, that thing's got the edge just in terms of width and spread and bulk at this stage in her life. That one's got a big shape up down the top side of her skeleton. That one there is not nearly as neat, not nearly as fancy up front. That one there doesn't have nearly the bone or the foot or the feature that our class winner has, but that's a good kind of livestock there that's going to continue to elevate towards the top of classes. The one that's next probably gave me the most fits on just getting an honest read on this one. That one's lean, that one's shapely, that one's got a flat back and a level hip. That one there, I think, just comes a little more two-dimensional in her rib. I think that one's just a little more closed up in terms of her chest and just how that thing opens up underneath. Nice goat, though. The one that the paint goat in 3rd hits me as kind of a maternal. Looks like a female in this group. Looks like I got the nice sweep there to her rib and to her flank. That's a goat that's got a nice turn there to her hip and her stifle. She just doesn't have the extras of. She doesn't look as good as our class winner. She's not as stout as the one that we have in 2. She's not as lean and shapely as the one that we have in 3. Young lady's red-legged goat there, good built kind of stock, fundamentally sound. Just probably needs a few of the extra bells and whistles to work up in this class. Congratulations to him, though. A very nice class of goats.
Walk around with this. 1 second. I've been asked to announce something there, Jake. Vanna Jada here has a QR code that's going to be right over here on top of the SureChamp Durafirm show box. You're encouraged to come stand that or scan that with your phone because they're fixing to draw for the winner, if you haven't, to win said show box. Want to thank Durafirm crew for always supporting everything we do.
Thank you, Durafirm. Class placings from Class 2. First went to KJ Anthony, 45-pound doe, and second to Kelby Blessing on a 49-pound doe. Third to Avery Martin, fourth to Kennedy Johnson, and fifth to Kinsley Lawrence. In the ring now is Class 3. This is Class 3 of our Prospect Doe Show. Class 3 is in the ring. Weights go from 52 pounds to 56 pounds. 52 to 56 pounds.
Another one of those classes where I think we have a lot of very, very nice sheep all the way down the line, and I don't want to be too harsh or critical on them, but I don't know if there's one that just says I have to be a class winner. And again, it'll be interesting to see how they kind of change and shape up here through the duration of their life. I guess for me, the two that are more ready to rumble, yet still handle it very square and true, are the pair that land on the front line. We got some differences as we move through 3, 4, and 5. Between the pair, I think are both muscular and square. I just like the balance there of your initial class winner through his underline, the way his top line blends together, hits me just a little more unique. In terms of his parts and pieces, still good in terms of his hind leg, square when you get in behind him. I'd like to lay him back in his shoulder just a little bit when you study him in motion, and at times he'll kick up in his tail head, but I thought that was a fresh, square-built one that's still balanced up really, really good from the profile. There is a world of shape in this one here in second, and I'm not here just to butt him out, but he's got a big one on him when you get in behind him. That is an awesome pin bone, a huge stifle laid into him, and I love the turn and crease of his back line when you get into him. For me, buddy, he's a little deep in terms of his front end and just where his lower body sits into him, and being just a little tighter in his flank and just a little off in his loin, and the way it hooks into his hip kind of throws off his balance for me at times. But I thought you got right in behind the stock there. They were just a little square built than the one that comes in third. Now again, buddy, I just started one of yours that I thought had the big pieces but maybe didn't blend together, and here I go putting you third with another one that's the same. I think this guy right here, big flexible legs, a good look up front. My issues with this one, though, you get to a 3/4 view, he's just a little flat in terms of his body shape and just a little more general from behind. We get him out in motion, and although athletic, he opens in his blade, he drops his chest, gets a little loosey-goosey in terms of his balance on the go. Just a nice handling one that's kind of lean and trim and square built here, comes in 4. He's a little weird in the posture of his hind leg, a little plain up through his front end. I like the freshness and the squareness here. He's too deep for me in terms of his underline, a little short in terms of his hip. I wish he was more athletic in terms of his build. We got a big body, powerful one that's just a little quick in terms of his maturity curve here. That's an interesting class. Don't know there's a perfect way. I thought your class winner was the best balanced and the squarest made.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 4 of our medium wool division goes to Carson Schaefer on 105-pound sheep. Second goes to Briar Sherrill on 103-pound sheep. Third to Shep Silvers. Fourth to Holden Wise. Fifth to Kix Lee. Sixth, Addie Fee, and seventh, Crimley Birch. Again, that was Class 4 of our medium wool. Coming in the ring now is Class 5 of our medium wool division.
Well, the class of goats here, I think, really nice. Top pair here, I think it's got some differences to them. With that, I think, though, I just feel more comfortable with this red-hipped one. I think mostly from this view here, probably that three-quarter away shot is probably where I just favor this one. I think this one draws up just a shot neater from the side. I think she's a little more genuine, particularly at the top side of her hip, from her hock down to the ground. I think that's the biggest difference for me. Neat looking rig there. I would probably like to square her up in her knee just a shot, but I really like this view of that goat, I think, quite a bit. The one that comes next, man, the chest shot of this female is really good. I think this one's got a good day ahead of her. She's just probably a little awkward, a little teenager-ish kind of right now, kind of going through a growth spurt. Looks like that maybe we're having a hard time getting her skeleton shut down. That's a neat chested, good built one that's got the right look. She's a little wedgier at the top side of her pin set. I don't think she's quite as stout and powerful as she goes away. But man, I like a lot of things about that one. I think just some time and maturity will do that one some good. Kind of the opposite deal here. Boy, this is a real stout, powerful one. Very opened up, very bold, a ton of spread. That one's just got to be built sounder for me. That one needs to be laid back in the angle of her blade. That one needs to be better right behind it. She's a little conventional in terms of her kind, but boy, that's a stout, a really powerful one that probably makes a little bit better breeding piece than a show doe. The belted one here, very, very correct, very neat. I like this one's build. I like this one's correctness. I think she's organized extremely well. I bet some time, hopefully that thing will sit down and bulk up and really start to push the envelope there, because that's a good kind of female that's built extremely good. Good class. Congratulations to all four of them.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 3 of our Prospect Doe Show goes to Alexis Guthrie on a 53-pound doe. Second goes to entry from KJ Anthony on a 56-pound doe. Third goes to Vicente Scott, and fourth to Audrey Bottega. In our sheep ring right now is Class 5 of our medium wool division. Our weights go from 109 to 112. 109 to 112. Once again, folks, I'm going to gladly remind you, as you're packing up to leave the fairgrounds today, again, we want to thank all of our hosts here in Stephenville for supplying this great facility. And I ask you again, please leave the facility better than we found it. If you would, please pick up your trash and take that with you, or find a receptacle to leave it before we leave the fairgrounds. I thank you very much.
Well, we grabbed a gear on this class because I really like the way it shapes out. To me, the most non-negotiable class winner so far. I like this thing. Stopped and loaded here. That is one pencil-fronted thing that's wedged perfect, right at the base of his shoulder and his blade. To me, he screams youthful and continues to have just more upside everywhere you study him. Extra length, extra spine, and a good hind leg standing still there. He won't blow you away just right now in terms of his rib cage and his loin edge and his power from behind. But man, if that one gets bold and fluffy enough, that is an outline that can kill there from the profile. Beautiful underline, awesome look. That's the type of stock I really, really like. More muscle can probably be found here in the sheep coming in second. He probably got a more engine and pin set and stifle when you get in behind him. And he's certainly tougher and stouter as you take him to the surface. He'll weaken in his loin. He'll drop in his chest and get just a little tight in his spine. When I study him there in motion, I didn't know if his silhouette and his outline was just as good as what your class winner is. I like parts and pieces of the sheep here in third. Runs uphill, got a good body shape, plenty of power when you get in behind him, buddy. I don't like his hind leg as much as I study him in motion. A little extra hook, a little extra set. He gets just a little bendy and leak there in terms of his top line and motion there. Big muscled, square built one that's a little moderate and boxy built in terms of his kind. He's a little short cannon, a little quick measuring for me. I like the width, the muscle, the power here. He's a little straight in terms of his hind leg build. Got a good looking one that's a little flat in terms of his body shape. Good muscled here. He's a little deep and a little plain. Big shaped here. He gets a little tight built out of his hip and hind leg. Once again, another very nice class capped off with a good class winner there. My compliments to her.
Thank you.
You bet. Good job, buddy.
Again, class placings for Class 5 in our medium wool division. In our sheep show, first goes to Landry Lane, 109-pound sheep, and second to Braxton Mock on 112-pound sheep. Third goes to Shep Silvers, fourth to Kaysen Newell, fifth Kaylee, sixth to Kendall Birch, seventh Kix Lee, and eighth Solomon Gobert. Entering the ring now, this is going to be Class 6 of our medium wool division.
Class of does here, I think, that has just a little more sort to them. I think there's some give and take between these things, and probably some variability and maybe their likability for some guys. But to me, I think it's close between them. The differences that I see, the one that we go ahead and use, I think from that one's hip forward, I like just a shot better. I think that one's got just a little more elevation in terms of her chest. That one opens up with just a little more genuine shape right behind her blade. I'd like to lengthen her hip out. I'd like to pick her tail head up, and I'd like to fix her hind leg. But nonetheless, I think that she reads real genuine, and just in terms of her width up front, the shape that she has up high, and just the true muscle shape that one brings to the table. The one that's next probably hits you just a little better in terms of her build, particularly out of her hip and her hind leg. That one to me just reads a little conventional. That one reads just a little jammed up in terms of her skeleton all the way through. If I could lengthen that one out, just stretch her out just a bit, just scale her up one or two times, I think that we could really buy into that one. The doe kid that rounds out the class here, level made, good looking thing that's got some neatness to her skeleton, just gonna have to be stouter. We gotta power that one up. Just hope that one will just shut down skeletally, start to bulk up just a bit, but a nice way to end the class. Congratulations.
Class placings in Class 4 of our Prospect Doe Show. First goes to Audrey Bettiga on a 57-pound doe. Second to Caden Euchman on a 63-pound doe. And third went to Cannon Johnson.
Two entries for Javen Sparks and Blake Burns.
Folks, we're missing 3 entries for Class 6 of our medium wool sheep show. We've got 2 entries for Javen Sparks and 1 for Blake Burns. Both entries for Javen Sparks and Blake Burns. We need your entries to the makeup ring immediately. In our Prospect Doe Show, we have just 2 classes left. This is Class 5. Our weights go from 65 pounds to 71 pounds. 65 pounds to 71 pounds.
class of does here. Top end, I think, has got some real sort to it, and I kind of think it just really depends on where you want to lay your priorities and what exactly your kind is, maybe, and how you want to put the sort on these things, because I think we got 3 really nice does. They all just are running a little different speed. The one that for me, though, I think that is a little bit more my speed is the one that's maybe got just a shot more extension, just a shot more correct in terms of her skeleton. I think she's just a little more organized in how she's put together from the side. She's given up quite a bit of just woof and punch to both of these goats behind her. She's probably the narrowest one of the top 3, but I don't think that I wouldn't call that one narrow just walking around. And I think that goat's put together really good. I think all of her parts and pieces fit together. I just like the extra presence that she has. I like the extra growth that she has, especially compared to those 2. The real beefy one's next. Man, this thing is woolly stout. This thing is big-footed, really heavy duty in terms of her structure. That thing grabs with a big back shape. That thing is wide open from chest all the way to her tail. With that, though, I don't think she's quite as neat. I think she's just a little shorter in terms of her neck. She's a little shorter bodied all the way through. She's wanting to fight the young lady just a bit. If she just relax and hopefully and maybe just show herself off a little better, she might look just a little more extended. She's wanting to fight her and kind of suck back just a bit. But I do like a lot of things about that goat. The longer that we're out here, I think the piece here that this 1 and 3 just becomes, she just starts to come apart a little bit. Big-footed, heavy structured. That's a wide open, shapely one that's got a ton of power to her. But at that, I think her blade's a little open. I think it's a little coarse at the point of it. She gets a little off right behind it. You put them in motion. I'd like to lengthen her cannon bone. If you study her cannon, her head, I bet she's just a little bit older than some of the does that are in this particular class. But I do think that goat's got some cool pieces. The black-headed one, a little more maternal, a little more refined. That one's got a neat shape to her rib and to her hip and her hind leg. She's just not as powerful. I'd like to see her come with just a little more punch, stouten her up from her foot or from her hock down, just to help her balance top to bottom a little better. Young man's doe that comes next, good-looking one, just need to power her up. Kind of the same story for the young man that rounds out the class. Let's congratulate him on a job well done.
Appreciate it. I believe our second to last class here in your Mark TLMG show. And guys, I know I sped through it at a good pace, but I'll tell you, you can go a lot of miles, a lot of different states, and not find 6 sheep in one particular class at a jackpot show that look like these things here. And that's why I thought they were so good, and it was such a tough class. We could roll on instinct and do the first impression type of things. Ultimately, at the end of the day, I thought the 2 sheep that were more flexible, sounder, and better balanced came here in first and second. And between that pair, hey, we have a right out class winner here. The young lady brings us, he looks like a sculpture through his underline. Same can be said up high, and he has a serious hip and stifle. When you get in behind him, still handles it really good in motion. You can nickel and dime him. He'll drop his back just a little bit in motion at times and get a little easy in his spine. I relate that to his flexibility and his comfort level. This sheep here in second, if you want to tell me he's a little plain, I'm going to completely buy that, because I don't think he's as freak shaped as a few in behind him. I thought his feet and leg structure was the next best in terms of feet and legs, movement, looseness of spine, yet still having a good underline and a nice balance here. Young lady, I wish he had a bit more shape and a bit more crease when I got on top of him. We could stouten him up from behind. I like that sheep's balance, and I like his structure really well. He's more youthful through his chest and his front end than the sheep coming in behind. That's the big difference between 2 and 3. This sheep's bold and powerful and very opened up. Still a long-bodied sheep that takes a functional step there in motion. For me, and where he's at in maturity, just a little too mature there. Through his shoulder, his chest floor starting to drop out of him. He hits me just a little plain here from the profile. Standing still, I think this sheep in fourth can be second as he takes a go in motion. That's where I have him where he's at. And up front, a hard-backed one with plenty of muscle when you get in behind him. I read him just too choppy and too tight in terms of his structure as I studied him in motion. That's why I sorted him down just a little bit. Just a real all-American sheep comes in fifth. He's square build. He's got enough muscle and enough bone. He's the most pronounced there in his breastbone. elbow, gets a little round in terms of his hip there in motion. You can go a lot of places, not find a last place sheep that looks like this thing here. He has the big muscles and the big power. His hind legs just too sketchy for this judge in particular. That's why I sorted him down in a good class there. So my compliments to every one of you there. That was a good class of 6 and a good class winner for me.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in Class 6 of our medium wool division goes to Sadie Allen on 129-pound sheep. Second was 115-pound sheep, exhibited by Staten Silvers. Third goes to Javen Sparks. Fourth, Cade Schaefer. Fifth, Javen Sparks. Sixth, Landry Lane. That is your Class 6 medium wool. We have one more class, and then we will be selecting our champion and reserve champion medium wool sheep, selected, followed by our selection of our grand, reserve grand, and third overall prospect sheep. Placings from Class 5 in our Ring B of our doe show. First goes to Sarah Beth DeShesis on a 71-pound doe, and second to Everly Anashot on a 69-pound doe. Third, Abigail Groan. Fourth, Isabella Stroder. Fifth, Stanton Whitman. And sixth, Pace Paget. Our final class in our Ring B in our Prospect Doe Show is Class 6. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion, reserve champion, and third overall Prospect Doe. Our weights in Class 6 go from 79 pounds to 100 pounds, and our weights in Class 7 of our medium wool division is 132 pounds to 170.
I think this is our last class of does, and I think a nice class to end on. I think, again, some differences in this particular lineup, and with that, I think that there's some give and take on the top end of this class, but I feel just a little better about maybe just the build and the growth pattern here of our class winner. I think she's a little more correct in the angle of her blade. I think she's a little more maternal in how it lays onto her body. I think she's just a shot more feminine and just a little more ladylike in terms of her posture up front. She's not perfect in her hip. I'd like to lengthen it out, and I'd like to redesign her hind leg just a touch. But I think all of it goes together very well. I think I'm the most comfortable landing on that one to win. The real wide open stout one is in 2. Man, this thing is cracked open. That one is big chested. That one is absolutely bold in the middle part of her body. Facilitates the back shape that one's got up high. Big ended one. At the same time, though, I think she's starting to push just a little out in her elbow. I'd like to maybe just lengthen her out, really anywhere, maybe tone her back just a bit. She's almost a little too much, but man, that thing is awfully stout. The one that's the one that's in third, that one's very maternal. That one's got a nice sweep to her rib. That one's got a nice build to her skeleton. A little flatter in terms of her jaw. She's a little closed up in terms of her chest. I think she's a little more two-dimensional there in terms of her rib cage as well. But I do think that's a very nice, maternal, feminine-looking one. I just need to have her with more real power to her. The one that rounds out the class, this one was hard for me to get just an honest read on. I think that's a goat that has some width, that has some muscle to her. To me, she just comes in a little looser package, kind of all over the place. We could blend all of her parts and pieces together. Just a shot neater. I think that we like that one quite a bit because she does have some out there pieces. It just comes in a few more pieces. Great doe show, though. Congratulations to them all. I think we'll get this lineup out here and we'll find you a champ.
Thank you, Lane. Placing first in Class 6, our final class in our Prospect Doe Show, is the exhibit from Sarah Beth Deaches on a 92-pound doe. Second, Cooper Davidson, 88-pound doe. And third, Mallory Beck. And fourth, Paisley J. Akins. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion and third overall Prospect Does. If you would please bring all of our class winner and seconds into the ring, please.
We come to a conclusion here in your Market Lamb Show. We worked through 7 good medium wool classes, and man, I am very excited to get them out here and see how they stack up. We ran into some composition and maturity differences here amongst this class of them. I really liked the pair that were dealt with here on the front end. Between the pair, I asked myself, I sit back, and which one fits my kind and my speed and flavor just a little bit better? It's this one right here. That is a gorgeous look there. I like his extension just a little bit better than the sheep coming in behind. I thought he patterned up just a little bit better in terms of his front end, shoulder, length of body, and how everything came together, and then still very, very fresh and true when you get onto him there. At times in motion, he'll drop his hip, and he's not the biggest pinned one, and he'll shuffle a little bit from behind if you're going to get on him. But man, standing still, that one's going to add a lot of value to our lineup here in just a second. The real dance, Burley one comes here in second, and if you want to start with him, tell me he's a little thicker and a little chunkier from behind. I'm all for it. Big forearm, big back. He's hard and firm and square when you get him behind him. And if you want to use his hip, I completely see it. I got no arguments there. He's starting to get just a little coarse and a little crude for me up through his front end, where his chest plate will sit in motion. Just gets a little piecey and just a little bit more mature, if you would. He's so shapely up high, he maybe doesn't blend together as good as what your class winner does. But I thought that was a great pair of heavyweights there. As I said, they're going to add value to our lineup in a second. Shoulder blade back. I think this one in thirds, right there in the thick of it. He is really, really big, up high, and surprising when you get behind him. He is the longest measuring sheep amongst the initial trio as well. As I told the young lady, Father Time's just gotten the best of his shoulder, and his breastbone there, he's starting to peek out and get just a little too mature for this judge. I like the power, the boxiness, the squareness here. The young man sheep coming in next. He's a little short measuring for me, a little more compact in terms of his kind. I'd like to lay him back in the angle of his hock as well. We got a big heavyweight, long-bodied, smooth blue one here. Needs to be just a little firmer and a little fresher when I get on top of him there. But he concludes what I thought was a great medium wool division. Going to be a lot of fun to see how they stack up in a second.
Thank you, Connor. Placing first in Class 7. This is our final class before we select our champion and reserve champion medium wool. First goes to Landry Lane on a 132-pound sheep. Also a 130-pound sheep exhibited by Carson Schaefer is second. Third goes to Kylie Altum. Fourth to Porter Parsons. And fifth to Ainsley Kilker. We're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion medium wool. And in our goat ring, we are about ready to select our grand, reserve grand champion and third overall Prospect Doe. Your grand champion Prospect Doe will receive a $2,500 cash award, or a check actually. Your reserve will receive reserve will.
Oh, sorry. Doe
will receive $1,000, and your third overall will receive $500.
Well, the one we've all been waiting for. I know y'all are probably tired of hearing me talk, and probably a few of y'all are mad that I took so long in the sheep show, but sorry, not sorry, because I've had a lot of fun. I think it's been a great show. I enjoy the opportunity to get to come do these things, and I hope that you enjoy them too, because man, this is a lot of fun. It's a great place to be. There's no place I'd rather be than doing this business and being at the show, and no matter what side of it you're on. But again, I've had a great deal of fun. The stock has been extremely good. I want each and every one of you to thank these guys that put this show on. I think it's a great deal to give back as much as they did for this show. I think the amount of money, all the cool prizes, everything like that, I think has been really cool. cool. So if you get a chance, thank those guys. I know I thank them for the opportunity to get out here and do this inaugural event. I hope it continues to be something that continues with success in the future for sure. The goats are great guys. I think it represents some quality in this particular lineup. I know that there's some out here that'll be fun to watch go down the road and see them do what they do. If you would, let's congratulate them one more time. I'll find you 3 that I like.
Once, ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Mr. Lane Hoffman, Garden City, Texas. Your grand champion, Market Doe, goes to Miss KJ Anthony. KJ, just hold up. Your reserve grand goes to Sarah Beth Deaches out of class number 6. And your 3rd overall also goes to Sarah Beth Deaches. Congratulations. Girls, I've got your checks right here, so don't leave till we get your checks.
100, 20, 40, 60, 82, 50.
Girls, we need pictures of all 3 of our champions at the backdrop, please.
This is a really good blackface division, medium wool division, if you would. Tried to keep a good pace at them at the same time. Make sure we took our time when we needed to. I'm not going to ramble too long amongst this drive. You guys know I like to do that already. But I got my mind made up. I know what I want to do, but I just want to let you know real quick what I see. I thought your Class 1 winner, he's right there in the thick of it because that guy's as square, as athletic, and as true built and balanced as any of them. Don't know if he's going to be perfect shouldered in the long run, but I thought that sheep had some merit in the lineup. Class 2 winner's just really fundamental. He's a little plain. I like the front 2/3 here. The sheep that wins Class 3, he's still a little skinny from behind and maybe just doesn't blend his pieces together. Big muscle balanced one that's just a little straight and coarse through his front end. I like the silhouette here. He gets a little shuffly and a little flat from behind. This sheep here, standing still, is an absolute rock star. Will get a little easy in his back at times. Same can be said right here. The one that wins the last class, standing right there. Man, he is right there and right there in the thick of it. In motion, at times he'll drop his hip and camp his hind hind leg, he's a little plainer to the base of his shoulder. We got a lot of very nice seconds here and a lot of good sheep that aren't going to get a bite of it. Just my opinion. Once again, you can think I'm wrong. That's totally cool. I don't care about that. Hopefully you could see what I see in the stock in each and every class here as we work through them. Got a few of them in mind that I think fit me really, really well. If you guys would, I haven't asked you much, please give them a good round of applause here. We're going to grab you a champion in reserve.
Your champion medium wool sheep is the entry from Sadie Allen on a 129-pound sheep. And your reserve champion goes to Landry Lane on a 132-pounder. Congratulations to Sadie and to Landry. We're now ready to select our grand, reserve grand, and third overall. Okay, as we bring our breed champions back in here to vie for our grand, reserve, and third overall, your grand champion sheep will receive a check for $2,500. Your reserve champion will receive a check for $1,250, and your third overall will receive a check for $750. Following the selection of our champion prospect sheep, we will take pictures of those, and then we will go right into our ewes show. We have 7 classes of ewes, which will conclude our day. We ready? Waiting on a mock. Now we got them. Okay. And here they come. Your champion, a South Down, is exhibited by Briggs Bowers, 105-pound sheep. Your champion, Whiteface, exhibited by Rayleigh Zapolak on a 120-pound sheep. Your champion, Whiteface Cross, Brett McCrae Mock on a 122-pound sheep. Your champion natural, exhibited by Shep Silvers on a 97-pound sheep. Huh? Oh.
Champion Dorper.
Oh, Champion Dorser. I'm sorry. Champion Dorper. Henry Slough. I assume that's how you say his last name. On an 82-pound sheep. Your champion natural, again, this is Shep Silvers on a 97-pound sheep. And your champion medium wool is Miss Sadie Allen on a 129-pound sheep. Your reserve champion South Down, exhibited by Morgan Hernandez. Reserve champion Whiteface, Ben Spryberry. Your reserve champion Whiteface Cross, Caden Klepek. Your reserve champion Dorper, Braxton Mock. And your reserve champion natural, Javen Sparks. And your final one, your reserve champion medium wool, Miss Landry Lane. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together. Congratulate all of our champions and reserves.
I thought we had a really fun market lamb show through all the breeds, and as we got into the medium wools, I was very, very impressed. And I know it's later in the evening, we got a U show to go, but that's the point of being on a ring B type of a deal here. But I had a lot of fun working through them. Your kids have been respectful. It's hard. I say it every time, judging this time of the year, because, just take a look at our natural in relation to our crossbreds. Just so different and where they're at in the game of life, and no one has a crystal ball. And hey, if one of them turns out, great, and one of them doesn't, that's the game of showing sheep, I suppose. But man, I'm very pleased with how they look when they get out here, all the way down the line to your Dorper, your Blue, your Cross. I thought they were all really, really good. I'm not going to write you a love song here. I got 3 of them in mind. We'll get to your U show. Make sure if you're leaving before the U show, find Kevin, find Church, Jakey, everybody here, and give them a good handshake. Because again, I know how this is about to go. It's 6 o'clock. We're going to throw blowers, throw stands in the trailer. Mom's packing the cooler. Kids are breaking sheep down, and nobody finds them. So make sure you guys do. There was a lot of money given out, and they need to be thanked for what they did for you here. Please give them another nice big round of applause, and we're going to grab you 3 here in your overall division.
Yep. Thank you, Connor. Connor Brew from Lubbock, Texas. And your champion prospect sheep goes to your natural or your medium wool, Sadie Allen. Your reserve champion is your natural, exhibited by Shep Silvers. And your reserve champ, or your third overall, is your reserve natural. That is Javen Sparks. Congratulations, guys. Okay, hold on just a second. Let me get your checks ready.
We're splitting it.
Add it all up between the 3 of you and divide it in 3 ways.
I don't know about that.
Sadie's out. Javen's like, hell yeah.
Javen's going absolutely.
And make sure when you start throwing your blowers and your gear and everything in your trailer that you please take your mess with you. Thank you. Yeah, breed and reserve breed champion sheep. Please go get pictures at the backdrop real quick. Breed and reserve breed champion sheep. Our judge will meet you at the backdrop. Get those pictures, and we'll start the U show.
Okay, we're going to take a short break here to get our pictures taken of our champions, and then we will go right into our U show. So you competitors that are in the South Down Class 1, let's get our South Down U's up here to the makeup ring. Let's bring our white face and our naturals and our Dorper up here. Let's get them close because it will fly through here. We don't have very many in each class. Hey, folks, we got a birthday announcement. It's Tim Pace's birthday today. Tim Pace, where are you?
Right there in the bleachers.
Get over there. We're going to sing happy birthday to you. We got cupcakes and cake over there. We're going to have a little celebration at the roll-up doors when we start this show. So I think we're ready, aren't we? Caden, are you ready? All right, buddy. This is Class 1 South Down Ewes. If you would, please bring your South Down ewes in. We go from 60 to 77 pounds. 60 to 77 pounds. Looks like we lost one.
We're going to leave these three downs how they are. Young guy up front's got a really, really bold one that's very sound. I thought she had a little more shape than the one coming in second. I love the broodiness, the design and maternal look here of this one. She's not as crisp, right up high as what your class winner is. I have a different story here, young lady. I like the boxiness and the shape here. She gets a little off in her structure as I study her there in motion. Congrats to you three. Good three downs there, and I wish you guys the best of luck as you keep showing them.
Your class winner and selected as your champion South Down. This will be your division champion also. This is Caden Klepek on a 77-pound South Down ewe, and your reserve champion South Down ewe and second in class is Cashley Kilker. Third is Morgan Hernandez. We just have two white face. These will serve as your champion and reserve champion white faces. We have two. They're 79 pounds and 167 pounds.
Another nice pair, clearly different in their type and kind. We're going to leave them how they are. The big ewe is going to be your class winner, just a little more massive and dimensional, and I still like her spine and her structure a little nicer. This ewe is leaner in terms of her breeding condition, and I like that about her. Got a good crease up high. I thought she was a little tight in terms of her spine and her structure there. Good job to you two. A nice pair once again. I wish you the best of luck.
Your class winner is Riley Kilker and will serve as your champion whiteface. And second is Caden Klepek and will be your reserve champion. Congratulations to Riley and to Caden. We're now ready for our naturals. We need Javen Sparks. Javen. Javen, if you're within the sound of my voice, he's coming, he's coming, he's coming. Must be his first show. Here we go. Here's our naturals. We have 4 entries in our natural division. They go from 90 pounds to 130 pounds. Again, there's 3. Let me guess. Brody Benson. Okay. So we go from 101 pounds to 130 pounds. 101 to 130. Again, 3 entries in our natural class.
Good trio of natties, and I think the real discussion lies between 2 and 3. Frequent flyer up front, big shape, good looking, a little round in terms of her rump. I thought the decision between second and third is I like the shoulder shape and the structure. A little bit nicer, this ewe coming in next. She's a little weak in her loin, and she can be stouter. In her pin set, she's not as shapely as the one that comes right in behind. The one that comes in third's got a really good crease and a very good shape when you get in behind her. Sweetie, for me, in motion, she'll rock forward in her shoulder, get a little off in her hip-loin junction, and get just a little tight in terms of her structure for me, but I do like her shape. So you can switch second and third if you'd like. I do like your class winner, quite a good deal.
Again, your champion natural sheep is Javen Sparks on 130-pound ewe. He will be your champion natural ewe. Your second place finisher is Morgan Hernandez on 101-pound ewe. She will serve as your reserve champion. And third is Sutton McMahon. Have a single entry in our Dorper. Single entry. This single entry will be your champion Dorper ewe.
I really like how this ewe stays true to the black-headed Dorper strengths of being great in her skin quality, wonderful in her touch and her muscle expression there. We discussed earlier, I'd lay her back in her breastbone just a little bit if you're going to just perfect her, but awesome shaped and still very functional. Congratulations to you. I've really liked this Dorper throughout the duration of the day. Again, I wish you luck as you keep showing her.
Thank you.
Good job.
Again, only a single entry, but a great entry from Ainsley Kilker. She will be your champion Dorper sheep. As we move into our medium wool, we have 3 classes of our medium wools. Our first class goes from 62 pounds to 83 pounds. 62 pounds to 83 pounds.
I really like this trio, and I think. Going? Can you hear? We're going for it. I like this trio, but I thought our class winner here was just a little sounder in the step of her hind leg than what comes in third. I like the build here. She's a little flat and tubular. Big muscled here. She's a little sharp in terms of her hock. I really like the look and the muscle expression of this particular ewe. Sweetie, she gets a little dry in her flank for me and a little straight up through her shoulder and her front end. Really, really functional. Ladylike one here. I wish she was just a little stouter in terms of her foot and bone size there. So you can switch 2 and 3 if you'd like. I thought your class winner put those two together in a real complete package. Congratulations to you, little young lady, on your class win there.
You said bad thunderstorm, I'll come see you.
Your class winner in Class 1 of our medium wool ewe show goes to Lakeland Newcomb on a 79-pound ewe. Second goes to Karsten Stevenson on a 73-pound ewe. Third, Brindley Newcomb. Fourth, Grayson Williams. And fifth, Morgan Hernandez. Yeah. This is Class 2 of our medium wool. Our weights go from 86 pounds to 96 pounds. 86 pounds to 96 pounds.
I think you can do what you'd like amongst this pair. To me, I have qualms with both of their structures. I study them in motion, and I think both of them, maybe just as far as balance of their underline, become just a little plain at the profile. 3/4 views where I made my decision. I think your class winner a little fresher and rounder in terms of her body shape, and same as you get to her loin and her pin setting. She's a little sharp in the set to her hock, and it kind of throws off her balance at times. When she stands up, I think that ewe is very, very nice. If we could just shallow this one up and give her a fresher tone and texture up high, high. I think she's right there. She's a longer bodied option that really very smooth in terms of her type and her kind. Falling out a little in her chest and at her loin, I thought she was a little stilty out of her front end, whereas our class winner was a little sharp out of her rear end there. I like this pattern and just the symmetry here. A little guy's coming in third. Good looking, very sound. A little tubular in terms of her body shape. Big muscled one, young lady. I like the power and the muscle here. She sits a little high in her hip for me, and it'll post a little straight in terms of her hind leg. That's why I worked it down there. But good class of 4. I thought that top pair had some challenge there.
Laurel, Christopher, and Kinley Land. I'm missing those two.
Okay, in our next class, we're missing Laurel, Christopher, and Kinley Land, please. Our class placings from Class 2. First goes to Brinley Newcomb on a 91-pound U. Second to Jaylee Sparks on an 89-pound U. Third to Caden Klepek. And fourth to Charlie Williams. And our final class of the day, this is our Class 3 of our medium wool. Following this class, we will be selecting our champion, reserve champion medium wool, followed by the selection of our grand, reserve grand, and third overall prospect U. Laurel Christopher and Taylor West we are missing. Taylor West is out. She's a scratch.
Laurel's a scratch.
Laurel's a scratch also.
The last class here of the day, it's certainly been a pleasure, and we wound out in a very good fashion here. I like both these U's up front. Non-negotiable winner for myself there. When this little young lady gets her head up and gets her put together, a really, really nice fronted U with a great shape up high. Same can be said from behind. I thought she was a little further reaching, a bit more extreme as far as pieces, and the U coming in second. At times, she'll get a little plane at the base of her chest floor, and when she wants to sink back and hunker down on the little young lady, she'll roll up in her top line. But right there is her best look, and I think she looks the part right there. I like this U's function, just basic build, coming in 2, good bodied, sound, very, very good in terms of feet and legs. She's a little plain for me from the profile, and same, when I get on top of her there, I'd like to stouten her up just a little bit. I thought that pair of sheep was very, very nice, though, to bring us to an end. 3 and 4, I thought had some discussion as well. I prefer the pattern and the youthfulness of the U in third. I thought she was a little neater up through her front end, a little bit fresher in terms of her condition as well. She gets a little tighter in her flank, a little hollower underneath. A big, powerful, stout U. I love her muscle, and that's why I thought about working her up a spot. Buddy, for me, she's starting to push out in her chest just a little bit. She'll weaken in her loin and kick up here in her tail head just a little bit, and that will throw off her top line balance. I love her broodiness. I love her power there. Long-bodied one that's sound and flexible in her feet and legs. She, too, can be cleaned up in her chest and just a bit wider from behind there. So we'll get through your medium wool drive. It's been a heck of a show. It's been a lot of fun all throughout the day. My compliments to all of them, and I wish them the best of luck.
Thank you, Judge. Placing first in our final Class 3 medium wool ewe show is Lakeland Newcomb on 125-pound ewe. Second to Caselyn Etheridge, 107-pound ewe. Third goes to Brewer Birch. Fourth to Solomon Gobert. And fifth to Kinley Land. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now ready to select our champion and reserve champion medium wool ewes. If you would, please bring our first and seconds back into the ring. First in Class 1 was Lakeland Newcomb. On her 79-pound ewe. First in Class 2 was Brindley Newcomb on her 91-pound ewe. And first in Class 3 was a 125-pound ewe, also shown by Lakeland Newcomb. Second in Class 1 was Karsten Stevenson. Second in Class 2, Jaylee Sparks. And second in Class 3, Caselyn Etheridge. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your champions, first and seconds, in our medium wool division.
Well, 6 very good sheep, 6 good showmen here. We'll get to your overall drive in a second here. Not going to talk them all. You've heard me ramble. I think there's a pair of them, although very different, that fit together. One of them's maybe just a little plain through the base of their chest. Your champion, I think, is drop dead from the side and as athletic as you could be. Probably not the most powerful one amongst the lineup here. Little young lady here out of Class 1's holding your champion here. Congratulations to you. You'll be champion. We'll go to the big U in the back for reserve. Congrats to her.
Your champion medium wool goes to your first class winner, Lakeland Newcomb. And Lakeland also owns the second place, or the reserve champion out of Class 3. She won Class 3. She'll be your reserve champion also. Okay, folks, we are ready. If our exhibitors are ready, I think they are. And here comes our champion lineup. Your champion Southdown ewe is exhibited by Mr. Caden Klepek. His ewe weighs 77 pounds. Your champion Whiteface is Riley Kilker on a 167-pounder. Your champion natural, Javen Sparks, on a 130-pounder. Your champion medium, or champion Dorper, is Ainsley Kilker. Ainsley's ewe weighs 102 pounds, and your champion medium wool is exhibited by Lakeland Newcomb on a 79-pound ewe. Your reserve champion Southdown is exhibited by Cashley Kilker. Your reserve Whiteface, exhibited by Caden Klepek. Your reserve natural, exhibited by Morgan Hernandez. And your reserve medium wool, exhibited by Lakeland Newcomb. Ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together and congratulate all of our champions and reserves.
While Brew's taking one more look, I just want to thank everybody who's still ringside and online watching on Walton Webcasting. Thanks again to Kennedy Ventures for their support with everything and streaming this event for us. I want to thank Nate, the man, for holding down the fort. Thunder's winning tonight, Nate. And looks like we got a nice youth show here. Thank everybody, all the sponsors who helped us put this awesome event together.
Well, I guess it's just the diehards that are left here for the youth show. But as we come to an end, again, thank you, Kevin, Jakey, Church, everybody here for having me. This is an awesome event. As he said, I hope it continues to grow each and every year when people find out about the awards, the sponsors, the money there. I sure hope it does. It's been a lot of fun for me. Hopefully you guys could tell I tried to give you all my effort in the sheep show and tried to move at a good pace to get you out this afternoon with being in Ring B. I think this is over 1,000 sheep for the weekend, and I'm absolutely smoked, but it has been a lot of fun, and I sure enjoyed it. So thank you guys for all the help. Awesome event, and it's been a lot of fun here. I got a couple in mind. If you're still here, just a few of us here, family, grandparents, if there's any of them, give them a nice big round of applause here. It's a good group of kids and a good group of sheep.
Selected as your champion, Prospect U is your champion natural, exhibited by Javen Sparks. Your reserve champion is exhibited by Miss Lakeland Newcomb. Congratulations, Lake. And Miss Lakeland had their 3rd overall, too. You can smile now, Lake. Can you smile? Smile for me. Pretty good day for you.
Cooper.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. It's been my pleasure to serve as your announcer. I hope I get asked back next year. I've had a great time. It's been a great event. And again, folks, before he tells me to say it one more time, please pick up your mess. Thank you.